Ano yun? Uy!
Ah, hindi mo lang.
Sinasumalin doon. Wala na tama.
Ay, wala.
Kendra.
Sino yun?
Ganun. Ganon? Si Yoshi. Si Kirk. Si Kyle.
Ikaw, si Sean.
Ako yan!
Demon Kite.
Si Carl.
Carl. Pew.
Ito, Carl, TC. Pew.
Carl TCP, o ano? Carl TCP din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala.
Demon Kite. Carl TZ. Pew.
Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si
Oheb.
Oheb. Tapos ito,
Di si Pew. Si Plap.
si Flap. Si
Ano wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo.
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Hindi mo kahit tawa.
Diba? Perfect.
Ito, Yoshi. Marco.
Manalo na ako.
Ah,
Ako to.
tsaka, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi.
Tapos ko.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate. Ako ganun.
Oh, ni Marco.
Zero ko. No.
50. Easy win.
Oo, si James. So, exo pa. Okay.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k golded ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k golded ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket.
malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite with winners, but with pressure like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full down SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharged with Clear.
And Lore. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Nor liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Nagbalang makip up and pad up, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC Champions ang pinigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpo-focus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi team na naman nagkapag-naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa league. Mabalik yung laro namin and kaya namin sila.
sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Worlds.
Welcome back, MPL Superfans. This is Superfans Saturday.
Kung saan kayong lahat ang bida. Kayo na nagbibigay buhay sa ating liga. And this is your very own Odin.
And together with her is, of course, Hans Galeria, bringing you the action. And I am excited to tell you because we have a triple header para sa araw na ito.
Tama ka dyan, magiging mahaba ang ating araw at ano kayang sorpresa ang naghihintay para sa atin dala ng mga koponan?
That is the question that I also have in mind. Are we going to be expecting victories na nakasanayan na or will we be expecting more upsets for the day to come? Malalaman natin yan because now is the time for us to toss it to our beloved casters. And with that being said, oras na para saksihan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
And welcome to day number 2. It's day 2 here for the MPL Philippines Season 16. We're in week 2, and it's Family Saturday here with me, Naisu, Ingan, and Brigida. It's the kids. Ingan, how we doing, man?
Family. It's my priority. That's why I'm back. It's my first day, and I'm so hyped for today.
Yeah, we could feel it. We could definitely feel the energy here. We're so excited to have Ingan back, and the matches for today feel like it will be a really nice welcome.
Welcome. It's nice to have you back here.
Thank you. It's truly an honor, sir.
It is. But before we talk about the match, you guys can level up with BPI. The Vibe app is now. You can sign up for it and get a chance for 50 raffle entries.
Last month, 200 lucky winners received 1,250 MOBB diamonds each. This month, we've raised the amount for you to potentially win 5,000 diamonds.
That's 50,000.
Yeah, sorry. I read it literally.
So you guys can download and sign up for the Vibe app now and begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI because that's 50,000 diamonds. It's a lot. We have a lot of skins coming up. I see some leaks of upcoming skins. So yes, you need those diamonds.
Brigida's got the plug, basically, is what she's saying. Also, you guys can get more data and more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's Unli 5G and enjoy it with the Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
Okay. eSIMs are the way to go. Brigida, you want to add to this?
I'm so used to someone speaking here.
No, I can say.
Okay.
What's that line by Renmar?
Wait.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal.
And you can
okay,
also, guys, snap a photo of any MPL PH player during very specific moments while inside the venue for a chance to win diamonds. And just like what Renmar said, don't be a creep about it.
Yes, you guys can use this graphic you see in front of your screens as your shot list, and once you snap the photo, post it on your profile with the required hashtag. So there's a total of 4, as you can see, and you only have up until September 8 to submit all your snaps. So hopefully we see you guys here. You get to enjoy being part of the MPL arena, and you get these very memorable snaps of our players, so you get a chance to win prizes.
Notice Brigida said players, not us casters. I've seen some of the posts online. Guys, it's of the players. No, we appreciate you guys taking pictures of us as well, but yes, that's for the players. Now, also, we want to invite you guys out here to the MPL arena. Of course, you can still grab your tickets while you can. You can just head on over to our official website and buy the tickets because some of these matches are actually sold out, I think, already, of course, in the weeks to come. But grab yours while you can, and we hope to have you guys in here because I know yesterday I was actually watching. It's funny, I was casting, but I was also watching. So like that's the benefit of having 2 monitors. And it was insane in here yesterday.
Yeah. I think we post updates on which matches still have remaining tickets. But even then, if you are after those matches with sold out tickets, we get to see a couple of watch parties going on as well if you were tuning in yesterday, and I think later on we'll be mentioning it as well, so you guys also don't want to miss out on this. If I'm not mistaken, it's both Aurora and ONIC who have some watch parties ongoing in other places around the metro or even outside, so that's something you might want to look out for.
And right now, you guys are going to have to look out for what we've been talking about leading up to week 2. Of course, it's the eras of the league. And it's funny because we've gone through, just like the meta has, our league itself has transitioned and evolved in many different ways, and that's something we always have to look at, because that's where the history is. That's where we are currently, and all the accolades and achievements that the Philippines has in general in MLBB esports started somewhere, and that's why we keep talking about the era, the era that we have gone through, the eras of past, and where we are currently.
Yeah, that's why it amplifies more the achievements of those players who have stuck around ever since Season 1, Season 2, like the likes of Few and Carl TC, because no matter what the era is, the meta is, they're still at the top of their game.
Yeah.
I think, it's the top of the game for being into the league this long is already a massive achievement, and so big shout outs, big praise to the players that are still in it, and also setting a standard for the newer up and coming stars of the league. Now, this is our Infinite standings that you guys have been seeing plenty of times. Again, when we came into week 2, Twisted was at that #1 spot, but of course with ONIC yesterday, and just the rest of the teams battling it out day 1 have brought themselves to a better place. The AP Brendo and TNC at 7 and 8. That, I know it's only week 2, Brigida, but hopefully they can get some more points here too.
I agree. It's been quite the struggle for these teams that we see in the lower half, but it's also really nice to see, especially ONIC, being able to completely bounce back upon entering this season, because I know there have been a lot of comments online regarding their performance and how they have slowly lost their identity, but they're proving to us that this is a way better start compared to how they started off last season and compared to how they reintroduced themselves. And later on, I believe we'll be seeing yet another test for the Sonics, but we have 2 more matches to watch out for before that.
Yep, first one, we're opening up with a Battle of the Skies, as we like to call it. It's TNC versus Falcons, and then, of course, our second match, Samana Mega versus Twisted Minds, and then, as Brigida mentioned, our last one, we'll see ONIC play once again against RORA, who also just had an amazing victory yesterday. So, again, when you really look at this, today is going to be fire.
Yeah. I mean, both of the teams playing later today, ONIC and RORA, both defeat the reigning defending champions TOPH, so it's going to be interesting how this plays off later on.
Yeah, now that you mentioned that, the Liquid Goalie is a bit sad. Because, really, I think a lot of us, even internationally, are really surprised to see TLPH in the shape that they're in.
It's the curse.
After
I was gonna say,
matches. So.
It's something about it. It's like whenever you have a victory over internationally and then you come compete in the professional league here in the Philippines, it seems to be like a rough start. We even saw this last season with ONIC Philippines after their M6 victory for World Championship.
Because literally all eyes are on you.
Yeah.
So everyone's studying you, everyone knows you, reads you like a book. So TOPH, they need to evolve. Yeah, just that.
You took the breath, and I was like, "All right." But I get it, Ingan. It's your debut week of the season. Heavy breathing, it's fine. TNC versus Falcons is what we're looking at. That's 3mar and Flap. So, as you guys can tell, that's a little spoiler right there. Yep, that's the post, and Flap's gonna be playing.
Yeah, I miss Flap TZ. I miss the energy he brings. Although we still have to give a lot of credit to Ferds. It's different because this is the longest reigning 5-man so far in our league, the Team Falcons.
Yeah. Yep, Team Falcons. Let's just go ahead and call that the Flap pose.
Yeah.
Some people would know that as the
glorious
pose.
Yeah,
Isn't it the glorious pose?
It's the glorious pose, but it dates back even further.
I mean, you would know. You're a bodybuilder, sir.
This is pose out there. But yes, Flap TZ's back. That's our headline here. Also, for those that were watching and probably saw some of the posts, ISF yesterday. Unfortunately for the Philippines, they weren't able to get the victory. They got 2-0'd by Cambodia.
Ooh.
But Flap TZ's back. Can you guys? Can you translate this for me? You can do it, Inga.
Okay, I'm the good child.
Okay.
What?
Okay, I'll do it instead.
I'll
Fine, you do it.
I'm happy because we could.
It's gone.
Yes.
He was happy. Okay. I read everything. The ADHD kicked in, so he was happy that he gets to play again, and at the same time, he's assuring everyone that he's gonna perform better.
Okay.
Is that correct? A good child?
I think so.
I think so too.
No, because I feel like that's what a lot of the fans want to hear as well, because even for like previous performances of Flap, it's been a concern for them that it tends to be a bit shaky, and now we see Ferds coming in. But if this is how Flap wants to phrase it, then we're all expecting to see that in this series.
Yeah, again, hopefully they can go ahead and now recuperate from after the matches that they had yesterday, and I'm sure they want to go ahead and give it their best here in the most competitive environment that there is right now, and just has been for the eras through MLBB. But we also have a question for our community out there, because this one is for you guys to answer in the chat. Which matchup are you most excited to see? Is it A, Chaknu versus Ogwin, B, Benicudi versus Super Marco, C, Kyle TZ versus Zyda, or D, Flap TZ versus 3mar, which is about to happen right now? Ingan, which one? Okay, Brigida, which one is it?
It feels like recitation.
Yep.
But I'm gonna go for D.
You're going for D?
Yes.
Flap TZ for. I'm going for E.
Huh?
Flap TZ versus Birds. I want to create a civil war between Team Falcons.
There is no E.
Okay, I think Chaknu versus Ogwin, because I've been idolizing Chaknu even before I was part of MPL, and going up against the likes of Ogwin is a very stable roamer. It's going to be interesting how it pans out later on. I mean, the next match. It's the next match.
I think I'd want to watch out for that also, because like Chaknu feels like a different Chaknu.
Yeah.
So going up against Ogwin will be a great test as well for him, and how well he's already adjusted to his new team, to the Phoenix Army.
As the adult on the table, I don't have to answer. So I'll take your guys' answers here. And you guys, again, in the community can let us know in the chat what you guys think, exactly who's going to be in that position to put on one of the best matches. I think always when we look at it, it's like the breakdowns of each lane is really what we focus on. But ultimately, again, it's the execution of the team. But I will say, we have seen a lot of focus so far on these respective players, their roles, and everything else. And I think, nonetheless, everybody is who you want to keep your eyes on, because they're all great matchups ahead of us. So we're going to throw it over to the stage to welcome the teams to the match.
We believe and the crowd believes that the Phoenix will rise again. It's 3mar, Zyda, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benicudi. This is TNC Pro Team. A familiar face returns to the lineup with a legacy that was built since the 10th season. It's Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, View, Ogwin, and Super Marco. Falcons Nest, this is your team, Falcons! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by the teams are their coaches. It's Coach Etomax for TNC and Coach Trevor for Team Falcons. It is the battle of the skies between the Phoenix and the Falcons. Who will prevail in this match?
And there you have it, the lineup here for TNC. Let's go ahead and take us through it, Brigida.
I know we mentioned a lot of the players you see in front of your screens right now, but now that I see TNC once again, all 5 members, I could not help but recall that match they had up against Team Liquid Philippines. That moment wherein we nearly saw the storm activated once again through Benicudi. And so gradually we're starting to feel how they're putting the pieces together as the Phoenix Army, and we're hoping that this time around, up against Team Falcons, they could really contest and show what they're capable of, especially if they're able to activate both sides, both EXP and both Gold Lane for TNC.
And across from them, Falcons, Battle of the Sky. Ingan, let's take it through the lineup here.
All I can say is it's not how you fall, but how you bounce back. That's a mark of a true champion.
I thought it was going to be how you fly.
Yeah, how you fly. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'll note that for next time. But again, as you can see, it's a different person now in the XP lane. First, we'll take a step back. Flap TZ comes back in the main 5 of Team Falcons. Will now bout against TNC.
I love it. We're going to look at this here for both teams. Again, the team head-to-head. And that's one thing, I guess, in essence, you have to go ahead and look at Team Team Falcons. What exactly can they change maybe from what we saw from week 1 because of the fact that Flap TZ is coming back? But then again, a lot of us have been watching this team for a while that it's like, well, we kind of know how they like to play, but I would say the main thing about it is you're in this position where the XP lane is such a big factor in our current metagame, and we're seeing this with different styles of XP laners. Some that like to be a little more, passive maybe, more on those like durable XP laners, but then you have some XP laners, and Flap is one of them. So is 3mar though, that like to be a little more action-packed, even the Lapu Lapus and everything like that, able to make plays, the Arlots and what have you. So I think this is, again, something we really have to look forward to. So really, if I had to throw a letter out there in the community poll, I'd probably go with, was it D?
Okay.
It was Flap versus 3mar.
He wasn't supposed to answer.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there now because right now we got to know exactly what the keys to the victory are going to be here. So let's go ahead and throw it over to The Howl with Wolf.
Welcome to The Howl. Ako nga pala si Wolf, bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's TNC going up against the Falcons. At para sa TNC, it's a must-win. Although 0-2 pa lang sila at pangatlong laban pa lang nila to, when you start the season at 0-3, it's very difficult to come back. So, para sa kanila, it's a must-win. And now for TNC, they have to prioritize siguro yung mga flex picks and yung mga draft curveballs. Alam natin yan, si Eto Max, mahilig sa mga ganyang klaseng mga pickups at mga atake sa draft. And I think ito na yung kailangan nila versus Team Falcons para mas maging pabor sa kanila yung early game. Kasi yun yung kailangan nilang ayusin. Now, they also have to counter the farm-heavy inclination ng Team Falcons. Ano yung ibig sabihin nito? Napansin ko kasi na ang hilig ng Team Falcons sa mga farm-heavy heroes. Katulad ng mga side lane sila, tas meron pang jungler, even yung kanilang mid laner. At sometimes, sabay-sabay pa yun. Mga tatlong heavy cores, so kailangan nilang i-punish yan. Now, para sa Team Falcons, they have to focus on winning the mid lane hero choices. Kapansin-pansin na nag-iinit si Lancy at kapag mainit si Lancy, ito yung nagbibigay ng mas mataas na chance para sa TNC. This is something that Falcons need to do kasi minsan masyadong mapagbigay si Few. Kailangan medyo mag-farm din siya sa seryeng ito. And also, they have to allow Super Marco to take over the game. In many ways, hindi lang sa farm, hindi lang sa pagbuhat, pero pati na rin sa pag-control ng mapa, siguro pati na rin sa pag-apply ng pressure sa kalaban. Meaning to say, kapag pupwesto siya sa mga gilid, yung tipong parang kailangan umaksyon ng TNC para lang sagutin siya. This is how Super Marco can take over the game. Ayan ang abangan natin sa bakbakan ng TNC versus Team Falcons. Kaya ngayon, punta tayo straight into the draft.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for the howl there, the breakdown, the Infinix keys to victory for our matchup ahead of us. And yeah, I want to go ahead and talk about this because, again, ISF was just yesterday, and Brigitte, you mentioned this just recently. Yeah, I think Super Marco is one of the main components to this victory here for Team Falcons. Really, you got to be able to lock in that gold lane. You got to be able to go ahead and allow Super Marco to be that bulletproof Marco that we're so used to seeing. And in order for that to happen, in order for the gold laners to really shine and get there, it's so it's reliant on that early game, and that's usually jungle, mid, even XP to an extent for that to happen here as we see our XP laners across.
Yeah, especially since we saw different kinds of rotations for the past 1 week and a half, wherein there are teams that prioritize rotating to the XP lane and sometimes even the gold lane. So let's see what Team Falcons will do right now. And apart from just waiting for the eventual power spike of Super Marco and just waiting for his hard carry, they can actually pull off some like what Aurora did yesterday, wherein they had 3 carries in the game to reduce the pressure to the gold laner.
I think that's definitely going to be an option, and it's also probably why TNC in the Howl, it's expected of them to really counter these farm-heavy inclinations that we could be seeing from Team Falcons, who tend to take surprisingly a bit more time to pick up the pace when it comes to them and their overall approach in starting the game. But for Team Falcons, I feel like one crucial factor which will allow them to execute that is also, as mentioned in the keys to victory, the focus on winning the mid exchange, the mid lane heroes for Few. Because if you would recall in previous matches, whenever it was a not so favorable situation for Few in the mid lane, whenever he was always forced to just hug his tower, and whenever he always gets to be picked off by the opponents, the tempo completely changes for Team Falcons, and that's something they cannot allow to happen in this game up against a team like TNC.
Yep, and with all that being said, we're going to jump into the draft here for game number 1 in this best of 3, our first match of the triple header Saturday here. TNC will be on the blue here, Falcons over on the red, so the bans pretty much expected. I mean, this is what we've been seeing a lot of for the most part. You know, the Jushins, the Kaleas being taken out, Wan still being banned out. It's funny because even throughout the ISF for this, like Wan had slipped through a little bit, and then there was certain teams that did pick it up. But then even in the case where it's like if Falcons pick it up, you need to be able to provide that Wan an opportunity to get online. Now, eventually, if that happens, the damage is massive. But this is the case with a lot of the gold laners, but it's just weird because right now, if you look at it, it's like gold lane is almost open, with a YSS usually being one of the jungle contentions, right?
Yeah.
Because if you get a YSS, then we do see teams kind of flex like fighters in the gold lane. So I would gold lane is essentially it's open or quote unquote flexible, but it's also narrowed in on specific heroes that work there. That's the Mozkov.
Yeah.
That's the Harith still, you know, the Bruno.
Surprisingly, yesterday though, there has been a different trend in terms of the gold lane hero picks. We haven't seen much priority on the Grangers, on the Mozkovs. We've seen a couple of Lunoxes as well
from
yesterday. So I think that's one thing that can change in terms of the tempo or the flow of the draft. But for the first few picks, it seems that we will be sticking with the typical Lancelot first pick.
Yeah, YSS usual matchup. And fun fact, I believe I heard Midnight earlier on today at our talent launch that YSS on red side hasn't lost a single match. I'm not sure if it's just for week number 2 or for the whole MPL season 16, but that could be a trend that we could see continue later on if Team Falcons, Kyle TZ decides to pick the YSS.
Yeah. They can save it for red 3.
Yeah.
And go for the other power picks that are still available.
falling
up here. And alongside the Baksha, narrows down the flex factor you could expect from it.
Yeah. I think they do this because Falcons might also, if the Farsa isn't taken, they'll take the Farsa.
Yeah.
So Glue is here. There's the Farsa. And TNC had to go ahead and take this because if they didn't, Falcons would definitely grab that. The Baksha works great against the Farsa though.
Yeah.
Because you're able to go ahead and just, you know, shield unity and try to stop that feathered airstrike being laid down. So now, do they pick up their mid lane here? This was one of the key Infinix keys to victory. They could go a couple different routes. We've seen a whole lot of Selenas. We've seen a lot of Kaguras.
Yeah, Ken.
Those are some of the options here for Falcons, unless they hold on to it.
Yeah, it's going to be a direct answer to go for either the Selena or the Kagura into the Farsa. Although, if it's few we're talking about, as much as the heroes are gonna be limited because we're heading into the next ban. Okay, so they go for the Selena. And it does help the Wee Sun Shin. And it's not just the Selena that can help. I think even yesterday, Team Liquid Philippines showed us how to utilize a Baksha to speed up the farming for a Fredrin. But this time around, they could work around both the Selena and the Baksha. Fast rotations and faster jungling speed. So early game is clearly going to be the goal for Team Falcons, whatever the gold laner is going to be. But TNC, they're going to limit those gold laners who could pretty much stand by themselves as well.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that they have the Selena that can set up traps, provide vision for the side of Team Falcon, so it's not going to be solely an Ogwin job to seek out where TNC is coming from.
All right, so at this 2 for these second phase of the bans, gold lane focus, and of course the roaming options that are left for TNC here. With the Gatakacha and the Hylos gun, what do they want to pick up? They know they're going to deal with the Baksha roam. So what do they
There's
play
this Lapu still, although the matchup against Glue wouldn't be that great. Like the Glue could manage the lane pretty well up against the Lapu, but if it's just in terms of how you're able to proceed with the dive, because the composition we see in Team Falcon's first 3 picks look decent in terms of dive. Like there's a Baksha, there's a Selena, there could be the Abyssal Arrows thrown out there, and then if you add the Lapu,
it's going to be a hard game for Lancy.
Yes, it's going to be a very hard game for Lancy, and whoever decides to accompany Thrymar as the front line later on. But they've taken out the decent ones in the Katot and the Hylos, and so TNC also will be taking out the Lapu Lapu and won't allow Flap to get his hands on that either. That leaves...
So many XP lane bans.
Yeah, there's the... Okay, later, they save it for later. So maybe the...
Exorcist of the
Oh my goodness.
Is this a second Grok game?
It is. The first one was from Light yesterday. I actually can't recall if we've seen another one in week 1, but at least in week 2, this is the second Grok game. So for options in the EXP, there's a Hilda, although there's a Grok. What does Flap play into this? Bada is also there.
Almost all the signature Flap heroes are taken out.
Unless he has a surprise for us. If Flap's got a surprise.
This is gonna be tricky for Flap.
Come on, Flap, what do you got?
Unless they put it in the EXP, I think that's something Flap does, like the backshake. Oh my God!
Is this Flap? Is this Flap?
Is this Flap?
Is this Flap?
That's the new Flap. That's the new Flap.
That's the new Flap. The new Flap TZ. I don't know. When was the last time we even saw him on a Benedetta?
We saw.
I saw Edward.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you've seen Edward, but when was the last time you saw Flap TZ play it? I don't know. Bring it up. What do you think of the composition here for Falcons? Is it enough to get ahead against TNC in this first game?
I feel like they can deal a lot of pressure. Even in the lineup rating, we do see that it is favoring Team Falcons, because if you could already picture the way that the Benedetta is just constantly going to manage the waves, going to try to apply a bit of pressure to the jungler and the rotations that TNC will be doing, alongside the Baksha and the Selena, who could also go for the quick rotations by themselves, then this is a game where Team Falcons needs to be absolutely activated in the early stage, because if not, it's gonna be very tricky for them to bounce back and regroup, considering how
Welcome to Mobile Legends
built a lineup that is, you could say, very balanced in terms of the distribution of the damage and in terms of just how they're able to form or go for the formations when there's a team fight.
Love to see this in the first game. Great compositions, I'd say, on both sides, but ultimately, the early game is going to be crucial for both of them to go ahead and get the start and then play into the gold lanes, Benny Cutie and Super Marco. Expect them to just go 1v1 like they are right now? Oh!
Fortunately for Super Marco, he remains bulletproof and was able to evade a potential gank from Chakno and Benny Cutie.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is something we're so not used to seeing from Super Marco.
Yeah.
He was already forced to use the Purify less than a minute into the game, and even Ogwen had to use the Revitalize just to help him a bit. And now they need to help each other just to manage this lane, which is being heavily controlled by Benny Cutie and Chaknu. So even though we could be expecting all the pressure from Team Falcons, it feels a bit restricted because you need to pay a bit more attention to helping your gold laner.
Yeah, and in that sense too, I guess, you know, Benny Cutie used his flicker, so, but that's the thing. Oh, Lancey. Okay.
Close. Fuse still holding on to Lancey, but there's the defense coming in from Chaknu.
Oh, what I was gonna say, hold on, Kyle TZ might try to clean up. Oh! They forced him to go that way.
That was a snipe.
That was well timed.
Oh my, Kyle TZ, right abyssal arrow, and then an arrow from Kyle from the left side to take down and draw the first blood onto Lancey.
Yep, this is exactly what you need to see from Team Falcons. Dreamar will be able to gain some information, and Chaknu will be there as well, but he's gonna get bursted down.
Just look at Flap TZ already shining with the Benedetta so far, forcing Dreamar TZ and the rest of TNC to concede the first turtle.
Okay, they're gonna put pressure here still on this side of the jungle. They probably won't get anything off of this, but they at least want to go ahead and just make TNC think. So it looks like they'll just come together as a team to make sure Zyda gets the buff.
Even the Revitalize was forced out already, and 4 members just ganked up on Master Ogwen to take him down.
Yeah, I was supposed to say they could have probably limited the chances of TNC getting trades, because they clearly won in the turtle, and they were almost not even allowing TNC to do anything about it. But now TNC, they found their footing. Even Zyda gets to gain some access to the jungle. Oh wait,
Petrified play was there. Oh, Zyda couldn't escape the attack from Falcons there.
Okay, Few feels mad.
Yeah.
Like, this is what he needs. An aggressive mid lane that wins out in the matchup. And he's going beyond the matchup. He's being such a huge problem to Zyda right now.
Yeah, one of the things about this Selena, though, is it's great in the early game, and there's a potential for it to fall off towards the late game. So hopefully they can continue to work this lead. Flap should be able to get out of here fine. Again, this is a Benedetta. You've got a bunch of tools to work with, but he's going to get dragged back.
Now the spread plus the ult coming in from Chaknu. Just Flap TZ trying to delay as much as possible. The wall was there, no escape. And 3mar picks up the kill.
Yeah, that was close. He could have used the Cyclone Eye, even the regen, just to try and survive, but there was no other way he could have gotten out of that. Fortunately for Team Falcons, the turtle will be spawning down bottom. They could be the first to get to position themselves, although Kyle TZ, he has a different plan in mind again.
Oh, just like Few has a different plan against Lancy. Okay, no more feathered airstrike there.
He got the purple!
And he also got the purple away from Zyda.
Again, they'll put pressure where they can, but now this objective just should be secured. I'm not sure if Zyda really wants to even contest this. It's so low.
They might go for the post objective instead, but Zyda gets stunned down in the Electro Final Blow. Petrify play from Flap TZ once again. Not looking good for Zyda at the start, and Few is going to be able to walk away with the flicker sidestep to save himself.
Zyda! It's always Zyda who gets the abyssal arrows, who gets the traps from Few. It's so unfortunate. He's already 1-2, and every single time he tries to show up, Few is in the perfect position just to disrupt him of all those possible potential punctures and the threat that he could pose as a Lancelot against Team Falcons.
Guess that's the way you answer it. You answer it with a Selena and a lot of this crowd control right now that Falcons is throwing at him.
Plus the Mountain Shocker. It's not going to connect onto Lancy though, and Chaknu has to create space for TNC here, and both teams will disengage.
Yeah, I know we said it's going to be a hard game for Lancy, but it feels like they don't care. It's a harder game for Zyda, the way we're seeing it right now. Even Kyle TZ brave enough to contest these objectives away from Zyda one-on-one, and I think we're slowly seeing the effect of this constant pressure. Oh wait!
Super Marco got trapped, but he was able to cast his battle spell. That's why he was able to escape. One more hit, remains bulletproof. Now quick rotation from TNC to try and go for the bottom lane turret, but Team Falcons answers back.
Oh, Marco! He's able to survive with a little bit of health and shielding, utilizing that Zaman Force, but also that the Purify there. So very close, but Falcons also is doing work across the map. They almost got this tier 1 turret. That's what Marco's been working on. You can see he's up on the top for the gold as well. He dealt with the pressure early game, but he's basically got it back here. Now they're spawned out.
Pistolaro going to connect again, but fortunately Benecutie was able to back off. Chaknu once again to the rescue to create space against Team Falcons. Now final turtle already spawned. Let's see if TNC can contest.
Yep. Lancy's holding this brush. It will be a great position for the Feathered Airstrike, but Team Falcons, they don't feel like they're trying to go for the engage just yet. They have limited information, very limited information, and Kyle TZ still trying to secure his purple buff. But I think Flap TZ knows.
Yeah, that turret went down too, so they delayed it to go ahead and get that objective. Now the fight for the last turtle, though.
Missile Arrow's not going to connect. Flap TZ chasing right after Benecutie with Electro Final Blow. He still already expended his Petrify, and now Chaknu caught in a crossfire once again. Going to fall in the hands of Super Marco. 3mar flickers in. Hasn't committed the ult yet. It's not going to mount to anyone just yet. Oakland's there though, and Zyda jumps in as well, but still Team Falcons holding on. They do have the Revitalize. Nobody's taken down for the Falcons side yet, and only Chaknu is gonna fall down.
Oh my goodness, they did their best just to sustain everything. But it took a lot for TNC to be able to get away with very little or no deaths at all. You could see how even that missed timing on the Retribution didn't pose much of a threat towards Team Falcons because they were still able to proceed with the fight nonetheless. They still had their kits complete and they had enough damage to deal with whoever wanted to go for the engage. And fortunately for 3mar, he didn't necessarily go down, but he needs to be extra careful because right now, Team Falcons, when Super Marco and Kyle TZ are together, they have more than enough damage to deal with these tanky front lines of TNC.
Yeah, and you can see this too, again, looking at the items. You know, some of the first items are locked in from TNC, but even that last fight, you can see how they're trying to find that right window to fight Falcons. They know they're down a few thousand gold. It's nothing too crazy. to work against, but you don't want to be in a position where you continue to go down and give kills and gold over to Falcons before their first Lord comes up. So they have about 30 seconds or so to figure things out. Part of this, though, is, again, we really haven't been able to see Benny Cutie in action just because Falcons have done a really good job, and it's been flat for the most time, putting pressure on that back line, on Benny Cutie. So he's not a part of those fights, whereas instead for Super Marco, he's protected well with this kind of lineup that's around him, but then he can also rely on that Zaman Force and the Purify that he has here. So it's a little bit more difficult for Benny Cutie, but eventually that Granger will be online.
Yeah, and that's all Benny Cutie needs to do for now, because it's not really the kind of gold laner you could expect him to do all those split pushes and side wave management kind of playstyle, because it's a Granger. But TNC are backing on the idea that eventually they can rely on him to provide the damage. And it's also not just that. It's TNC not being able to go for the macro as much as they want to because the rotations are so fast. And here we go.
Here's the conceal. Zaida is going to be the target. Phantom Execution's there, but he got stunned out by 3 members. Thorn Rose and Puncture to escape the gank of Team Falcons. So TNC still has their jungler for this Lord take.
Ooh, they wanted to make a play up there, but great job for Zaida to stay alive.
Okay. Still, Team Falcons are the ones in control of the map. They're already at a 4K gold lead, and this one level gap in favor of KalTZ has been going on for several minutes now. Looking at the items, hold on, there's a conceal play from Chaknu, but they can only just use the Mountain Shocker to reveal where TNC is.
Ogun spots where TNC is, forcing them to back off, and there's a hard reset on this Lord. No teams have a clear advantage though. Few might get caught in the crossfire, but FlapTZ went for Lancey, forced out the flicker. A lot of resources now have been expended, and still the Lord hasn't been started.
So some battle spells used up here, but ultimately Lord still for the taking. Both teams have positioning, but Benny Cutie will go clear that wave out. Again, they don't want to go ahead and lose these holy shields if they can keep them up. And that's the thing too, Benny Cutie, I don't know if we got a chance to look at the items just yet, but if we can, see where Benny Cutie is in terms of the build path. Because yeah, once that Granger is available with maybe 2 or 3 items, or at least the 3 items, and also has the defense with the Wind of Nature most likely, then he should be able to move around a little bit easier. But that's the thing, there's so much pressure from Falcons here to deal with, and right now they're fighting for the Lord.
Lord's gonna be a rushing battle. Still KalTZ will secure it without the contest from TNC. Zaida was just in the mid lane. And now there's a charge play from Chaknu paired up with the flicker, but it's not going to connect. Now the punish from Team Falcons. 5 Falcons ganked up on Chaknu to bring him down.
Such a great call from Team Falcons to just go and burst down the Lord, knowing that FlapTZ had his eyes on where Zaida was. He was just distracting the jungler of TNC. Another Abyssal Arrow lands, but going back, the dance is so hard for TNC because Team Falcons, they don't really put themselves out there, and they're always waiting for this Mountain Shocker, so they know where to pivot from that point onwards, and that's why they're the ones who are always so confident to start and engage in the fights, because they have full information on where TNC is, and they are mostly reliant on this tectonic charge. But earlier we saw it fail, and now Team Falcons are clearly the ones in an advantage.
Now 3 more, just zoning out the members of Team Falcons. Already committed to spread. They are able to take away the Lord by and saving also all the inhibitor turrets. But then again, another wave is coming from Team Falcons. We have to watch out for Fuse Abyssal Arrow. We have to watch out for FlapTZ's entrance because he does have the Petrify available.
This has been a phenomenal game here for Flap, sitting 3K ahead of 3mar right now too, and this Benedetta doing work, especially in the damage department. And you know, some people might not be used to seeing FlapTZ play the Benedetta too much, but that's what we were talking about leading into the matchup. You know, the XP lane right now is in a great position where these XP laners can pick up these heroes like the Benedetta to provide a little more damage if that's what the lineup needs, or a little more sturdiness, durability like what 3mar did here. Because 3mar, he hasn't been able to do as much farming because his job is to also help protect, heal, keep Benny Cutie alive, while Chaknu is the one going in with that tectonic charge and everything else. So that's why he gets in a position where he might have to take that chance. And this has been the story of Chaknu anyway. Every single time we watch him play, he's the one that a lot of people look for to start those fights or initiations up.
Yeah. And although he did earlier, the thing is they need to be really calculated about it because it's so easy for Team Falcons to go and look for the punish. If ever he does land a tectonic charge and they get to do the follow-up through the feathered airstrike, Lancey should be expecting Few or Flap TZ to come in at any given moment. This is also a damage Benedetta we're looking at, by the way. He already has the Blade of Heptas. He's already intact as well, so you could expect a bit more damage. And the fact that he isn't really as aggressive in terms of just looking for pickoffs, but really just trying to serve as the disruptor is what's becoming a headache for TNC because they can't really position themselves well enough to make full use or to maximize the skills that they have, the resources that they have, and this applies for their ranged heroes specifically. That's both Lancey and Benny Cutie, and that's where majority of the damage comes from.
Yeah, so for Team Falcons, it's just literally they can spam a lot of game-changing skills, a lot of crowd controls from Few, even from Ogun and Flap. But unlike for TNC, it's really a one big ticket ult, the tectonic charge that can come from Chaknu. And it's also really going to be key to have that flicker available so he can make sure to set up TNC for this potential last lore dance with a 7.7k lead established by Team Falcons.
So they'll get control right now of the lore. They might be able to just go ahead and take this unless Zyda can pull some fancy moves off here, but 3mar's given the information, and Falcons, even despite having this kind of lead, will go ahead and just take it slowly. They need Count TZ over here. Keep an eye on Flap, what he decides to do. If he's going to just pressure this lane, either the mid or the off chance he does, because you can see Lancey had to clear out that wave too, so they're taking things slowly, but they got to deal with Flap.
Yeah, and even if they try to look for an engage against the remaining 4 members, then Flap can just come from behind, so they'll be sandwiched in that fight, and they need to be really careful about wherever they position themselves, because even during instances like this where Chaklu just tries to find the perfect position, the placements of the traps are just too good.
Flap.
Mountain Shock already dropped down. It's gonna connect onto Lancey. Immediately obliterated, but Zyda secures the Lord. Super Marco wants to go for the punish. 3mar gonna mount on Kyle TZ over there, but gets surrounded by 3 Falcons. Now Super Marco up against 3. He almost got Zyda, but Betty answers back as well as Kyle TZ. That's gonna be a 2-for-2 trade, and Zyda steals the Lord.
The 2-for-2 trade. I thought that was gonna be all Falcons, but TNC found 2 in it.
Apparently there is gonna be the clutch factor still when it comes to TNC. The attention was so split up. It was a supposedly really great pickoff for Team Falcons because Kyle TZ was able to work on Lancey all by himself. And even after that happened, the Lord wasn't completely reset. So Zyda just tried to change his priorities. He just focused on taking the Lord for themselves because they knew that Falcons had their eyes set on the fight instead, and that was the only instance where we saw Falcons completely let go of what was in front of them. And TNC right now, through this, could potentially take the first few turrets for this game.
Oh, I said it. I was like, if Zyda is able to pull out
and he did
some fancy moves. He did it. And even it looks so good from Falcon's view where it's like, oh, Flap's coming from that back line, but now they're going to try to defend this mid lane turret. They do get things cleared out. Oh, are they going to make a play here? Ogwin was trying to give the charge, but they'll back off. They dealt with the Lord quickly. Again, when you had, what do they have, an 8,000 gold lead, it's been diminished about in half.
It's just
so
one.
They still hold on to well, but hey, TNC does the first thing that needs them to get closer to a victory here, turning it in their favor.
Yeah. Bit by bit, TNC, they'll just have to wait for these openings, these opportunities, and even after what we saw earlier, mind you, Betty Cutie is already complete in terms of his items, and after that kill he got earlier, his Sky Piercer, we already feel her, but oh my gosh!
Electrifiable, Petrified play, they're chasing right after Benny Cutie, Ogwin and Kyle TZ, there's the Mountain Shocker, gonna connect onto Benny, gonna shut him down, Flap TZ might be traded down, but Lancey as well will fall in the hands of Kyle TZ. Chaknu's the next to fall, Immortality pop, Kyle TZ with the recalls in Ogwin, Kyle TZ gonna feed off the triple to Kyle himself.
Gets a triple, 3mar. Should be fine, he's a glue, but his team is not fine as TNC loses 3.
Another Abyssal Arrow is going to connect onto 3mar. 2 are left to defend.
Yep, fortunately, Zyda got to clear the mid wave, but they have a wave coming up top, and they're probably using this to finally crack the base open.
The Mountain Shocker cast it down, and 3mar used the spread to be able to clear out the minions. Zyda and 3mar working wonders. They do, however, lose one inhibitor up top.
Okay, Team Falcons, they knew that That was a mistake to lose the Lord. They cleared it out. They made a great sandwich play, putting pressure on Benny Cutie. As I was saying, Benny Cutie at this point in the game, he's online, so he's your biggest threat. If you can't catch him, there's going to be a problem there. So they have the tools to do it. They just have to be able to find the right angle here. But this all leads to another Lord standoff. This one, either team could take. Now the one advantage is that one base turret that's down for TNC. Not sure if Falcons wants to play into that or if they're just going to pressure him off the Lord.
Easy. Even committed to Petrify onto Lancy. Might be able to take him down because Kyle TC's on the back line. Mountain Trucker is going to connect, but here comes Zaida! And Benny to shut down Kyle TC! A killing spree for Zaida as Team Falcons retreat.
Oh, they wanted Lancy. They missed it. Now Ogwen's going to be in trouble too after losing Kyle TZ.
Yeah. They tried their best to take out Lancy, and they nearly did. Kyle TZ came from the perfect angle, but it was just so unfortunate. But now Super Marco, every single member for Falcons wants to fight!
Lancy Few was able to escape though. Ogun with the revitalize, but still a counterplay coming in from Black TZ to bring down Lancy. Lord still up, but Zaida is there for TNC with the retribution, and he is gonna secure it. Team Falcons trying to scatter away, but Ogun gets caught in the crossfire. Benny Cutie picks up another. Super Marco Zaman Force drop down, as well as Flap TZ, but he's up against 4. Look at the base up top.
Yep, they seem like they don't want TNC to be able to defend,
Marco!
but they fail!
Marco was able to take down one with him, and Zaida to the rescue and defend the top lane. That was a close call for the Phoenix Army.
What is happening?
Oh my goodness, the calls from Team Falcons. It seems like they really just wanted to stick with the fight, even though they did not have their jungler, even though Kyle TZ wasn't there. There were moments where Flap TZ felt like he just wanted to try and still go for the contest, and even after TNC was already able to secure the Lord, the waves that were so great up top, Team Falcons, they might have wanted to try and see if that could be the way to victory.
Oh, they could have, but now they're going to face down this powered up push with this Lord making its way up top, the 20-minute mark here. TNC finally just getting rid of the entire goal lead that Falcons had for the majority of this game. They've clawed back. They've lit the flames, man. I'd say this Battle of the Skies is a great one for game 1 already.
Yeah.
So they'll delay it a little bit further, waiting to get the right timing here for Benny Cutie to join this push into the base of Falcons. Now, can they defend? Again, they should be able to clear out the Lord, but if there's a forced fight from TNC, we'll see how they play it out. Feathered Airstrike already dropped down.
Drop down to zone out the members of Team Falcons. Try to get an inhibitor turret down with them. Base of Team Falcons now been exposed. Shaknu has his flicker. Can't come up with a combo to catch Team Falcons off guard, and Flap TC from the back. He's trying to go for Lancy with the electric final blow. He's able to escape. There's the Earthen Rampart coming in from Chaknu, and still Team Falcons are able to defend with 5 members. Phantom Execution casted down by Zaida. He's going right after a few, and they're able to take all inhibitor turrets down. Zaida still alive. Diamond Force dropped down. Kyle TC fortunately was able to delay the ultimate of Lancy there, so TNC has to back off, but they got the job done.
Oh my goodness, they still want to go for it, but after that successful siege, TNC were the first ones to actually completely expose the base of Team Falcons. It was a great defense we saw from Team Falcons there, trying to pour in all of their resources and backing off once they saw the Feathered Airstrike already being committed here by Lancy, because the damage that was coming in from this Farsa was already no joke. A single drop of the Feathered Airstrike was already able to bring Few down to half HP, and that's something that they really need to consider in the upcoming fights. But there's a good seal!
Seal play from TNC, trying to look for a target.
Oh, no.
There's the ult coming in from Chakno as they take down Few immediately. Ogwen might be the next to fall. Super Marco goes in to try and save Ogwen as Flap TZ just coming into the mix from the bottom lane. TNC has an advantage.
Flap gonna spot it out.
And he's gonna spot out Zaida. Zaida was able to Thorn Rose and Phantom Execution out, so still TNC alive with their jungler.
TNC does it, but does Falcons want to try to steal this away? They're going to be zoned out so much, though. They have to make a play.
Okay, they're trying to make a play, though. Super Marco jumps in, but Zaida will secure the Lord. Lassie drops down to Feathered Airstrike. Phantom Execution coming in from Zaida. He might be able to bring down Super Marco. Pure Foul already dropped down, and Benny brings the final blow to take down the Bulletproof. Another one to fall for Team Falcons. Kyle TZ up next, because it's a triple for Benny Cutie. Flap TZ trying to delay, and it's a full man wipeout for the Phoenix Army.
TNC, they fought back and they stayed true to this composition. Zyda will go ahead and jump on in, but as they go to take the victory for Game 1 against Team Falcons, it's the Battle of the Skies.
And the Battle of the Skies, the first one to draw first blood is TNC.
Waiting for the perfect opportunity, paired with Zyda and all those clutch retribution and objective steals. What a performance we're seeing from the Phoenix Army. I could not believe my eyes. Even that very last sequence we saw in terms of them being able to pick off Few, it was very deceptive. You would have assumed that they were only after Kyle Teasy because the tectonic charge was used towards Kyle Teasy. But all they were really after was isolating Few, who was already in a very awkward position. And you could rely on Benny, you could rely on Zyda and all those other members to just chase them down. And the range that Lancey has just adds up to that problem.
Oh man, I really have to commend Zyda because he was one of the focal reasons why they extended the game. Don't forget when Lysu mentioned that Zyda might be able to take it away. He does. Immediately, the First Lord was taken away by Game 1 MVP, Zyda.
Very just great performance here from Zyda. He had to be a little creative, I would say, too, on this landslide because of what was Team Falcons lineup able to do in the early game, even the mid game. We saw how much they struggled in some of these objective fights, but still, TNC along the way just kind of held on, and they knew that, okay, at some point, our power spike is going to favor us, and that's what happened. Benny Cutie was taken care of so well, and also, of course, his positioning, because he had to deal with the whole game. Flap, Flap going for him, dodging arrows, staying, basically keeping his head on a swivel to not get caught by something. And that was almost the same case as we got to the late game for Few and Super Marco, because at some point, TNC's lineup just ended up being a little bit too tanky to deal with for Falcons. And that's why I was saying in the beginning of the game, I was like, Selena is great that early mid-game. But late game, you can see where Selena starts to basically fall off, because then it's just a game of, let me throw out an arrow and see what I can do with it. And if you miss it, then there's this window where you're vulnerable.
Yeah, this is why we put so much emphasis on the need for Team Falcons to close out the game fast, because they were able to meet one of their main conditions, which was to activate their lineup in the early stages of the game. And that would not be the same, or that wouldn't be the case if we saw Benny Cutie being activated a bit more early on, but it really took some time for TNC, and some might even argue that it felt as if it wasn't as aggressive of the Phoenix Army for a huge majority of the game. We also saw Chaknu be a bit more reserved in terms of the way he uses the tectonic charge. Some missed attempts even in the first few minutes of the game, which is why they probably tried to play it a bit more carefully in the latter portions, but it was just that one opening that they were all waiting for. Because even when Benny Cutie was already able to slowly go online, he was immediately shut down. He got a kill, so the stacks, you could barely feel its presence. But things completely took a different turn when they took down at least one of the disruptors that we see in the lineup of Team Falcons. Because you could say that they have two. That's both the Benedetta and that's the Selena of Few. So if they aren't able to completely deal with Flap TZ, then so be it. They probably just let him be, because they don't necessarily think that their base is going to be taken down anyway by just Flap. They still have two inhibitor turrets remaining. So it was probably a switch in terms of who they wanted to go for. It was Few who they set their eyes on, and that completely changed the tides of the game.
Yeah, and in contrast with Team Falcons, it's clear that Flap TZ was always going for the flank. That's why late game he also bought the BOD. But the problem was it came to a point where he has to decide which one is he going for. Is he going for Lancey and try to disrupt a feathered airstrike, or will he go for Benny Cutie or Zyda during neutral objective? So it became a matter of which one am I gonna go for first for Flap TZ.
I feel like at that point, Lancey just kind of accepted his fate to be the bait, or to just be the guy who takes the attention of Flap TZ or the other members. And TNC were able to work around that. Like, okay, if it's always Lancey you're after, then we'll just make sure that your attempts would either be unsuccessful or that we get the better of you once you fail and once you try to go for that same sequence or that same pattern again.
Yeah, it's just one of those cases where Team Falcons, like this composition was basically on a timer. It was on a time limit. Eventually, at some point, it was going to fizzle out and the game plan wasn't going to work. That's why TNC, they did an amazing job at kind of stalling out the game too and choosing their fights on the right fronts and choosing how to manage even what FLCN was doing. Because you got to admit, FLCN had an amazing game on the Vendetta. He did a lot of work. He also took a lot of damage, and he was able to apply enough pressure. But then it was the way that TNC adjusted it to like how Brigida mentioned here throughout the game. So again, there was a lot of instances where like even Lancey was close to dying, but because of whether it was the flicker or just the wings by wings and him positioning himself properly, he didn't go down. And that is a big thing because a lot is thrown at that back line from Flap even alone to try to get a kill. And if you don't, then you can kind of reverse it towards Team Falcons, and that's what TNC did so well here. So, of course, BPI Rich Guy is going to be Zyda, 881 GPM here. Kyle TZ as the carry. He was doing work on the YSS, but like I said, the two front lines, which was that glue, and then, of course, for Chak doing the Grok, were what allowed TNC to kind of get in a position where then you see Benny Cutie especially shine towards the end, or giving that space to Zyda to make those plays that he did, because even Zyda's target acquisition was so good in some of those choke points of the jungle, whether it was with the puncture or the Phantom Execution, and the way that he moved even with the Thorn Rose. So great plays here.
And mind you, this is a very commendable BPI Rich Guy by Zyda, because for a huge majority of the game, he was one level behind Kyle TZ. Because Kyle TZ or the rest of Team Falcons were the ones who were really able to establish themselves in the early game. So it's pretty straightforward, and it's sad to think that you see the lack of, how do I say this? The decision-making seemed to be a bit better for TNC in contrast to Team Falcons, who is the longer team who's been together for this game.
We'll see how they do it. We're going to go ahead and look at our smart ping test for the next match.
Hello, mic test. Mic test, mic test. Sot nyo na yung mic nyo, oy. Walang kausap. Salamat sa mga sumusuporta dyan. Hirap kaya walang kausap. Mic check ako, check mo. Bravo, bro. Ikaw dapat yung mic check kumakanta. Dapat yung mga mic check dito yung mga kumakanta, no?
So meet me at the door. Muli kitang kikilalanin. Minamahal kong action hero.
Wala, hindi ako marunong kumanta, pre. Hindi, nakakatawa yan. Hindi, ako lang nakakatawa yun. Hindi, tama yan, nakakatawa yun.
Talunan sa damuhan. New York na naging Cubao pa. Los Angeles na naging Angeles, Pampanga pa. Ayoko na ko. Nakasibol dyan. Ayoko na. I got them folded. Guys, buhay nga guys. Mabuhay ang gulay sa sinabawang esme. There's no way but we're going up. Minumulto na ako ng pagtalon ko. Di mo ba iiwasan yung sibat?
And again, that's our smart ping test for the tournament integrity, of course. But I don't know. I don't know if we should like rename that to the smart singing ping test.
I agree.
To sing this. At least we know everyone can sing.
Isn't that a saying? Like if you're a Filipino, you can sing.
You're gonna put that to the test, Naisu.
No, because
you're 50% Filipino.
I'm 50%, so I can just
50% you can sing.
No, so I can just lean towards my American side and say I can't.
Let's not.
Okay.
That's why I can't dance. That's why I never dance.
Okay, Dad.
Yeah, that's why I never dance with you guys.
Okay, Dad.
No.
So what Filipino trait did you get, Naisu?
Cooking.
That's a great question. I don't know. I'm friendly. Like Filipinos are very friendly.
Hospitable.
Hospitable.
Okay,
Hospitable.
Okay,
Hospitable.
I have nothing else to say now.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out eventually, But right now, Team Falcons needs to figure it out because they're going to game 2. They should have had game 1, and we need to see the adjustments. But before that, we're gonna figure it out with battle trips because we've also got some visitors here with us in the MPL Philippines arena.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kasama natin ngayon na walang iba kundi ang panibagong batch ng MPL Battle Trips, guys. It's so nice to be here with you today. Pakilala naman kayo para sa ating mga manonood.
So, hello guys. So, I am Jude Clarence Isolapas from PNU, Manila. So, I am 17 years old and I'm turning 18 this September 30. So, I'm happy to meet you, all of you. So, yun lang po.
Hello, ako naman si Jamie Himoto. I'm from UP Diliman and here for the battle trips from Community Heroes.
I like it. PNU UP.
That's right. And alam mo, Hans, gusto ko yung sinabi mo yung birthday mo. It's exactly 1 month before your birthday. Advance happy birthday.
Okay, thank you.
Kung meron kang greeting para sa sarili mo, ano yon? Kasi papanoorin mo to 1 month later.
I'm happy for you since nakapunta ka rito unexpectedly. No? Thank you na nagsumikap ka, makaabot ka dito. Ayun lang.
Gusto ko yan, Hans. I like it.
Papanoorin niyo ulit ako.
And Jamie, kumusta naman ang experience nyo so far dito sa MPL Battle Trips?
For me, super saya niya. Especially, kahapon lang din actually yung birthday ko. So parang birthday present din sa akin.
Isang happy birthday naman para kay Jamie.
1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday,
Jamie!
O ikaw, anong wish mo para sa kanya?
Wish ko lang sa kanya maging masaya siya ngayong araw na ito. Enjoy niya lang.
Ayan, na-pressure. Tama. Meron pa, may mga magwi-wish pa? May magwi-wish? Magwi-wish?
Parang ikaw may gusto mong sabihin.
Mag-wish.
Sana po, maging mabuti kang tao.
Mabuti ka ng tao?
Masama ka ba?
Masama ka ba?
Hindi naman. All goods naman. Pero hindi. Actually, nandito tayo ngayon dahil sa MPL Battle Trips. I'm sure marami kayong nakita, marami kayong natutunan. Jude, I wanna ask more about that. Ano bang naging favorite part mo among all of the other things or yung mga napakinggan nyo from all of the speakers?
Actually, nagustuhan ko yung part kung saan grabe yung thrill doon sa part na naglo-lord dance, especially sa turtle fights. Sobrang thrill na ramdam mo yung ano talaga yung clash, yung puso ng mga players sa kung saan gusto nila mananalo. Kahit ano yung mangyayari, basta mananalo at mananalo. Ganun na feeling.
Love it!
Yung pagpunta dito, yung favorite niya and watching live ng MPL games. How about you, Jamie? Anong favorite part mo ng Battle Trips? Kasi alam natin, before the broadcast, meron mga talks na kinoconduct with our casters. So what's your favorite part?
For me naman, na-enjoy ko yung talk with Boss Jab kasi na-mention niya yung mga career opportunities in esports, especially here in MLBB. Kaya na-enjoy ko yun dahil as someone who wants to pursue something more professional sa esports industry din, very inspiring siya sa akin.
Ano ba yung gusto mong maging?
Gusto ko maging sa professional ML team, maging manager.
Okay, so professional MPL team manager. I like that. Okay, let's say na ngayon nakikinig sa'yo si Boss Jab. Okay, hindi sa nilalagay ko yung pressure sa'yo ngayon, pero nilagay ko na Diba? So, gusto kong malaman, kung ako si Boss Jab, why should I hire you as my next team manager?
Dahil po mapursigi po akong tao, I am very responsible and I try my best with whatever I do. And I am very passionate about the MLBB esports scene.
Oh, Boss Jab! Boss Jab, ready na? Pasado na? Pasado ka na to.
Gusto ko naman i-test. Jamie, paano pag may pasaway na player?
Oo nga, anong gagawin mo?
Kailangan ma-implement yung rules and regulations ng team sa player para sigurado na magawa yung mga dapat gawin ng team.
Sobrang kalmado niya naman. Parang kahit ako matatakot ako maging makulit.
O kunwari, final question. Si Jude, anong oras ka gumigising, Jude?
Nako.
Sabi niya na.
Parang naman
Ang tagal ko gumigising. Nako.
Matagal gumigising. Anong gagawin natin?
Importante na may contact kami sa kanya and pag hindi talaga makontak, dapat may emergency person na pwedeng kontakin para gisingin siya.
Gumising ka na, Jude! At dahil dyan, excited kaming malaman paano ba sumali sa ating MPL Battle Trips.
So, abangan niyo po kami doon sa social media platform po namin. And Moontoon Student Leaders.
Yan.
And we also have ang MLBB-PH Community Heroes. You can watch out yung post nila wherein magpapa-quiz or activity and you can join there and get a chance to join the MPL Smart Battle Chiefs.
Wow, may pa-quiz!
Oo nga, may pa-quiz.
Last
Naku.
question. Ano ba
last
ang
question?
favorite era nila dito sa MPL?
Ay, correct. Ano bang favorite nyong moment as an MPL fan? So far, sa lahat ng mga seasons na naganap.
For me po yung this season po talaga kasi sobrang iba po ng meta ngayon. Walang focus sa any na role. Talagang very dynamic po nung meta.
I like it. Jude, do you have anything in mind
I
now?
mean, I'm not really a watcher sa mga pro scene talaga. I'm just here to enjoy. Pero same with her talaga is that sobrang flexible na mga players ngayon. Sobrang ganda ng playstyle at kaya nakaka-enjoy talaga siya.
Well, we're happy to have you here. We're happy to have you too. And of course, the rest of the members ng MPL Battle Trips. Maraming salamat. Sinong nilalamig dahil hindi nagdala ng jacket? Okay, may nilalamig ba dahil hindi nagdala ng jacket? So para sa lahat ng mga manonood, siguraduhin nyo na magdala kayo ng jacket next time. But that's it for us here at the MPL Battle Trips. Maraming salamat ulit, guys. Let's toss it back to our casters.
Thank you so much, Battle Trips, Hans and Odin there. Man, I wish I had that when I was... They're all in school, right?
Yeah.
I wish... Guys, when I was in school here on Saturday, I was in like a classroom. Imagine if you could come to Battle Trips. Because, by the way, having Saturday class was already a surprise to me.
Wait, when was this? High school or college?
College. Having PE was a surprise to me.
Why?
Because I signed up here in college.
You should have loved PE. Look at you.
Dude, PE was like dance.
Oh.
okay.
And badminton.
I would have loved that though if I were you.
If we were classmates, yeah. In another time.
But you're my father, sir, so that's weird.
That's a different era. Right?
They were talking about eras, we were talking about a different era.
Bring it era.
Bring it.
Tongue twisted. Hey, it's okay. Ingan,
it's my first
it's
day,
his
guys.
first day back. All right?
And you already casted a 23-minute game.
That's why we had to. So
and I
now
love
the
every
series,
bit of it.
You're doing 2 series today.
We'll see.
What are you mean?
Why are you leaving it in suspense?
I don't want to tell them.
Okay, he's doing okay.
We'll see.
I'll leave it to him. But we got a 23-minute game for game 1, and like I was saying before we went over to the battle trip, it's like I think Falcons has like the general idea. It's weird because guys, I saw this yesterday. Yeah. I was literally casting it with basically Team Falcons, and the same thing happened. Like the Selena started strong, and then it fell off, and then it just seemed like they were, like some of the priorities of the decision making wasn't adding up, which is so weird because again, these guys, they have played together for so long. I think at one point in week 1, we were talking about how the Team Falcons lineup has played for over 1,000 days.
Yes.
Like I think it was 1,117 if I remember right.
Yeah, that's older than me.
That is older than England. And definitely is something it's a testament to their synergy. So
yeah, and at the same time, we saw a part where they were trying to go for the Lord Dance. They had a clear advantage because the opposite lane, they were able to take down the inhibitor turret. They didn't just play the slow Lord Dance game that Filipinos are used to. So let's see, maybe it's just like me, maybe it's Flap TZ's first time playing in the season, so the jitters might be still there.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was different from today.
Yes.
And there definitely are some expectations to be met because the previous time we saw Team Falcons again was also a loss, and that was against Twisted. I think one of the most surprising outcomes we've ever seen so far all season long, although it's just been 2 weeks, But even in terms of the draft right now, we're seeing a bit of changes here and there. It seems like the Yi Sun Shin will be finally taken out. Falcons might really want to go for the Lancelot priority here, which is why TNC will they even allow.
Can I just say, I just realized that I think it's the first time Red Side YSS lost.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and it's
Is it the first time?
I'm not sure. I have to double check
if what he heard was right.
With Midnight, if the thing I heard was right. But yeah, so no YSS option right now for TNC. For both Falcons and TNC. So last ban, and they take out the Badang that we were actually expecting Flap TZ to use earlier on, but instead went with the Benedetta.
Yeah, so it's either the Lancelot, but the CC also looks like a great option for Team Falcons. This isn't Ferds, but the CC nonetheless is still a very powerful EXP lane option if they really want to guarantee that matchup in the EXP lane. But
That's the trade, though. It's like that and Lancelot.
But the Lancelot's too hard to let go of. So,
but you still have Kyle TZ's Joy, so I think could still be an option, especially since if they get the CC, they pair it up with it. Okay, they go with the Lancelot instead.
Okay. So,
CC Gatot
can be an option for Tamar. So they go for the Jushin. Oh, the Jushin's open too for TNC. So that's another problem. Like, even if Falcons might want to consider all those tanky heroes that can just walk up front, and there's a Jushin. So, maybe they... I don't know if they even want to prioritize Super Marco here.
Like right away get the gold?
Because like I think for the past few games, the trend is always being the gold left for second phase.
Yeah. That seems to be the case. You could maybe pick up your XP here as well. Maybe the roam too.
Yeah, there's the Gatot still available if ever they want to set up at least for a potential Harith later on. They pick up the Uranus for Flap against. Okay, so I think people are not so convinced anymore about the CC Uranus matchup. I think I even heard Wolf say once that he thinks to some extent the Uranus does a decent laning phase against the CC. But given that they went for these three picks, TNC lock in the Fanny.
That's interesting, man. The Fanny coming through for Zyda. We know he likes this hero. I'm not 100% sure right now on the current win rate for the Fanny here in the MPL Philippines, but it's interesting because it's still the same thing. It's great to see, but it's such a team effort to make the Fanny work.
Yeah, that's
currently.
true. It's not all individual plays anymore if you see a Fanny. But what makes this so great as well is the fact that even before we head into the second banning phase, they already took out the likes of the Badang, and now they also get to take out the Kalea. So all those potential problems for the Fanny are nearly out for TNC at this point.
Rumors remaining, I think. You can also take out the Hylos. So far.
If we're talking about the remaining roamers, I feel like it's gonna be a problem for Ogwen too because they banned out the Gatot as well. So the options are really being limited.
Could Hilda Ogwen be an option for Team Falcons? Considering that Fanny's on the other side.
Yeah, but I think that can be one. Or although the lack of crowd control, I feel is gonna be a problem as well. They have no decent way to lock down the Fanny and whoever the gold later of TNC might be, because even looking at their lineup right now, majority of their dive and their backline axis is too reliant on Kyle TZ, although they do have range through the Granger. So I feel like they need to balance this out a bit. There is still a Farsa though, but even then, how confident are you playing the Farsa into this lineup?
Is this, I don't know, does Ogwen pick up a Kufra or a Cho?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Have we seen a Cho so far in the 2 weeks?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Xnova won.
Yep.
For one,
and the
use the
Kufra
Cho.
one, yeah.
Yeah, also did use the Kufra. So maybe they can go for that. And a mid lane option that will be a little more safer. What about the Valentina?
It's got banned out.
Oh, yeah, the Valentina's out too.
Are you gonna resort to a Kagura?
There's a Novaria also, if it's just about the range. Wait, where? It is a roam Ruby.
Ruby roam.
So they still go for the Farsa. Okay.
Usual matchup for the between the Jushin and the Farsa, but now Benny QT has the chance to lock in the Moscow up against.
My goodness. This feels like TNC just wanting to end this here.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
No? Like they got a lot of their comfort picks. It's a really great or decent outcome in the draft, being in red side, and it felt like even the Ruby Farsa was not as
ideal,
convincing or ideal for Team Falcons, but they had no other choice but to go with this or these two picks.
Well, interesting draft, I would say, none the least for Falcons, because I wasn't expecting that either from the end there, those last couple picks, but maybe they can make it work. I think again a part of this is just for Team Falcons to put enough pressure on the Fanny.
Yeah.
But you can expect Chaknu to be there, you know, for Zyda, and you got to buy enough time for that Granger to come online, just like we saw previously for Benny Cutie in the previous game. Well, now it's got to be Super Marco to be able to do that. So, Team Falcons, if they want to get to a Game 3, those are the things that have to happen here. That come in place
to
and
Mobile
put pressure on Zyda. And we'll see if it's going to be a sweep for TNC. Again, this is the Battle of the Skies going at it after a victory for TNC in Game 1. Turning around almost an 8,000 gold deficit. They definitely have the momentum here.
Yep. You know, similar to what happened during game number 1, it's all going to boil down to the early game of Team Falcons because you don't want to go up against a late game Moskov and Ifani. And so far right now, the battle for mid control, we can see the pokes from Lancy and Chaknu are hard hitting so far. It forced few to recall right away.
Yep. Looking at the emblems right now, this is the Jushin, which is a bit more tanky.
It's the Prince Jushin.
Yeah, it's the Prince, it's the utility type of Jushin that we'll be seeing. So majority of the damage will be reliant really on Benny Cutie and even Zyda. Probably a bit more on 3mar as well. I think you could count that, especially if he gets a decent start in the early, which we're seeing right now in the minimap. The way he's just dominating the EXP lane up against Flap TZ. So if he's able to keep this up, TNC won't be worrying too much in terms of that. And things are looking really well for them so far.
Yeah, you can actually expect a lot of rotations that can come from the gold lane for the side of TNC to try and delay the power spike of Super Marco later on. Try to mitigate the power spike that Team Falcons can have in the early to mid game. Considering that, as you mentioned, 3mar having the time of his life with the CC up against Uranus.
The only thing I'm worried about for Falcons here too is if they're not able to go, well, they gotta flicker out. Whoa, mid.
Now Zyda jumped in onto Oakwood. Has to flicker away to avoid a potential first blood. And a few Lancy continuing with the pokes, and so far, no deaths.
All right. Going back to what I was going to say, what I'm worried about is the pressure that can be put on the map with this lineup from TNC. You got a Moskov and a Fanny. So they can play into split pushes if they want to. And that's what Falcons is also going to want to go ahead and manage. But they start this first turtle.
You know, tracks the caught to the crossfire once again. Zyda enters, wants to go for the turtle steal, but Kyle TZ will secure it. He was able to cast out the feather airstrike, but Owen might be the first one to fall. Kyle TZ also, and they get traded out. Lancy's life. SOD is going to connect. Here comes Benny Cutie, but Flap TZ quite a tanky now. Even tacking up the Spear of Misery, trying to save the purple buff that TNC might try to go for. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, that was Lancy for Kyle TZ, and it was a perfectly timed curtain call coming in from 3mar, which did not allow Kyle TZ to escape, because he could have escaped through that Phantom Execution that he used previously, but because he was tied together with Few, he couldn't really run away, and he became the target here for TNC. A great pickoff, I'd say, especially if you're trying to slow down Team Falcons and their early game presence. But speaking of slow down, I feel like, okay, so at least TNC right now are not completely behind, even despite letting go of that turtle.
Yeah, but at the same time, time's clearly ticking for Team Falcons, so they need to force out the play and make a play. Try to go for Benny Cutie, try to go for a turret at least, and later on secure the neutral objectives. Because again, in terms of late game control, even the macro control, TNC has it all covered with Zyda as the Fanny and Benny as the Moskov.
Yeah, Marco is winning that lane too. You saw he's about a level ahead right now of Benny Cutie. He's got 600 gold over him too. There's a pull.
Benny play gonna connect, forcing out the ult from Lancy to be able to back off. Now Chaknu caught in the mix once again. Still alive. Zyda tries to enter the picture. Might be able to take down Super Marco. Good play there from Ogun with Don't Run Wolf King. For Super Marco stay alive. Unfortunately, the SOD wasn't on the mark.
Oh, that was close, but... Oh, what? Few found Zyda!
What happened?
And why?
We all don't know, but one thing for sure is Few caught Zyda.
Maybe it's the passive, because Zyda was already low. If he was able to land at least one feathered airstrike, Zyda trying to walk away was caught up eventually.
That's the burn. That's the intuition of an OG, by the way. An Eros himself.
Yeah, maybe. The fact that Few was played ever since S1, he could basically play...
He knows the map. He knows where you are.
A blind, yeah. He could be like Farsa. No sight.
Exactly, that's why. Okay. But how does TNC try to get back from this? Zyda's still trying to catch up in terms of farm for now, but the control is clear.
Whoa.
What?
Oh! Miss combo there for Ogwin. Might get punished by Lancy. There comes the Lantern Flare. The ultimate as well. Zyda enters the picture. What a wild charge! from Chaknu to be able to bring down Few. SOD is going to connect, but still, Benny Cutie will continue to push down bottom, and TNC will also try and secure the turtle.
I'm still surprised Ogwin didn't go down there, but this also gives Benny Cutie an opportunity to get some extra gold. They now get the objective, so there. TNC, they put in some work, and also a little bit of a misstep from Ogwin because he went into that turret.
Yeah.
And so now they're going to look for more here.
Oh, really close call. Wait, Kaltizi nearly gets taken out by 3mar. And TNC, they're just really trying to work on the... Ah! Okay. Okay.
I get the idea. 3mar was literally just baiting out the Thorn throws for Zyda to enter in, but Zyda said, let's take the slow route.
You guys are the literal representation of the audience out there. Every time they see a cable, they're just like, whoa!
Yeah, but he went for a tri-cable and didn't really push through. But still, it makes you so nervous because TNC right now, it feels like they're just so aggressive in their playstyle, and they have easy ways to get out of danger if ever they wanted to. That's a CC who could just bounce from or through the walls. That's Zyda who could just cable his way out. The Crimson Beacon's also intact for Lancy, unlike earlier on the Farsa, which felt a bit more, restricted in terms of what he wanted to do. But this is still a very close game, I'd say, even if you're looking at Team Falcons.
Yeah, similar to what TNC pulled off earlier on. You're just gonna really wait for Super Marco to gang up on stacks on the Sky Piercer and eventually able to turn things around despite having Benny Cutie and Zyda with the Fanny and the Moscow. But again, Ogwin needs to step up because the CC will only come from the roamer.
Yeah, you could expect one successful setup from Ogwen to really turn into something because we don't see any Purify spells at all from the side of TNC. Oh, but wait, Kaltizi.
Oh, fortunately, Flap TZ. He's literally bulky in-game and out of the game. So no trouble there for Flap TZ.
He's going to be fine. Again, this Uranus still serves the purpose of being that bulwark for the team, and that's why him and Ogwin both have to kind of work in a way together where it's like he's going to be zoning people out, but then Ogwin kind of has to go for that pull combination that we see with the I'm Offended from Rubies. This is the last turtle of the game, though, so they're going to fight for it.
Finally, there's the pull, but 3mar managed to stay alive. Tectonic charge from Chakra was there. Zyda going for the entry. This Flap TZ trying to chase right after 3mar. Benny Cutie having the time of his life, just pushing down bottom. TNC managing to stay alive here as Kyle TZ will secure the turtle. But the trade, bottom lane turret once again, Chaknu will fall down in hands of Marco.
Yeah.
Okay.
They risked that fight. They went for it because Benny Cutie was going to be able to work on the other parts of the map either way. Oh, SOD!
Oh no, Benny.
Oh, there's a Feathered Airstrike. SOD manages to escape the trap set by Team Falcons. So that's a good trade for TNC.
I'm pretty sure Ogwin stood there in case he went for the SOD, but he still got away.
Yeah, he still got away. He had the flicker, so, able to cover an extra little bit of ground, but they stop him from taking the orange buff. I guess that's a win there for a little bit, but we take a look at the items here. Brigitte, how's it looking?
Okay, so Super Marco still having a pretty decent time, already locked in his third core item, whereas Benny Cutie still hasn't completed his Trinity yet, which is why we also see him still trying to stick with the farming for now, because that is, again, a signature Benny Cutie either way we're talking about. But I'm looking at the positioning for Zyda.
Yeah.
This could be a play.
This could be a play from Owen and the pull! The combo from the master himself! Zyda goes for the flag. SOD is going to connect. And now Zyda manages to get Super Marco. Spear of Misery coming in from Benny Cutie. Going to bring down two. Still going on a Benny Cutie. Calling the crossfire. And Zyda manages to bring down Ogwin. And Flap TZ will fall. 4 Falcons fall down.
We had to take another breath when that cable didn't connect, but TNC won the fight anyway. Zyda joined in at the right time, but they found multiple kills against Team Falcons.
It's not just Zyda who joined in at the right time, it's also Benny Cutie. And how fortunate is it that once he arrived, the members of Team Falcons were just lined up. That single Spear of Misery connected these two players from Team Falcons, and it was very unfortunate because the damage was amplified from the Moskov. So now we see yet another successful team fight, which many might say should have not been the case because the first cable did not connect, and it was a perfect I'm Offended supposedly from Ogwen with the damage from Few.
We need a replay, clearly, of what happened, because I don't understand why the two members that Ogwen caught
were alive.
Didn't get taken down. Was it and I know Lancy was one of them, that's why he was able to Crimson Beacon out. and manages to get out safely, but still, that was 4 members of Team Falcons immediately bursted by TNC.
That was a great pull, great setup, but now at this point, this Lord is up. You can see them going in for potential push now on the bottom side, at least put some pressure here. Zyda can just go ahead and join up, but they don't have to force this. You know, TNC doesn't have to force this Lord. Counties will take his purple, and we'll see how they play this out. This is going to be a Lord dance. Chaku does pop the conceal, though.
The conceal
gets revealed.
To gain advantage over the position on the Lord. It's just Flap TZ providing vision and space for Team Falcons. As 3 Mars tries to zone him out. Ogwin manages to sight Chaknu where he's hiding from SOD. Got thrown out by Benny Cutie, so they know that no one's there for Team Falcons.
Yeah, they just checked it, and Zyda just cleared it, but now's the real fight!
Okay, Lord, who's gonna get it? It's gonna go on to Kyle TZ, but Zyda wants to go for the post objective. They wanna go for the setup from Chaknu with a tectonic charge flicker combo to bring down the Master. That's 1 member down, but Team Falcons, they've secured the Lord.
They got the Lord. They lost only Ogwin, so Team Falcons is going to be fine. They'll go ahead for the reset and get ready to march towards the base of TNC. They need to get the map open for them. Man, it looked close there.
Yeah. I feel like even in that last moment, Zyda was trying to get the wind of nature out from Super Marco, but he didn't get baited at all. So now Team Falcons, they're suddenly in the lead. They're the ones who are able to pressure TNC bit by bit. Fortunately, Zyda got his purple buff, but this is looking very dangerous for TNC. Their wave clear, it's mostly reliant on Benny Cutie. They really have to do their best to protect their gold leader at this point.
And their airstrike already dropped down. Here comes a conceal from Team Falcons to try and aid the Lord. Not even the Holy Shields will get popped. TNC manages to clear the Lord immediately. Zyda from the back, Chaknu with the tectonic charge. SOD is going to connect Super Marco with Nature down. He has to flicker outside, the chasing right after him, and he's going to bring him down. Lancy on the other hand, caught in the crossfire, up against Flap TZ. He's going to be able to take down Benny Cutie. 1-for-1 trade, both gold laners are gone. It looks like the clash will end here.
Ooh, the gold laners are gone. Both teams doing the same thing, just trying to mirror each other.
Yeah, Super Marco survived a bit longer than we expected him. Again, he still had the Wind of Nature, also the Flicker to try and reposition. But Zyda really chased him down, and he's chasing another one.
Don't run Wolf King, already used up by Ogwin. Might get taken down by Zyda. He stayed for too long trying to wait for Kyle TZ. He enters in with a Phantom Execution. Few with a Feathered Airstrike, but he's gonna get stopped by Lancy and Chaknu. There's a combo. Lancy might get taken down by Flap TZ, but again, Zyda enters in. There's a Lantern Flare onto Flap TZ. One more Cutthroat could do the job. SOD is gonna miss. So no casualties for both teams, but Chaknu might be on the chopping block as Super Marco makes sure to bring him the final kill.
Oh, he's still on the backside though. Benny Cutie, is he gonna approach this? Is he getting the call from TNC to fight for this?
He got his purple.
He got his purple. He's going right after Marco. Zyda though still gets it safely. With a Feathered Airstrike! Takes out Benny Cutie, and now Super Marco once again is gone. Gold laners are now gone again as Kyle TZ trying to work on Lancy. Lantern Flare versus the Blade of Kyle, and Kyle wins.
Oh, 3 Mart on the run as 3 members of Falcons will chase him down. But man, talk about a game for the gold laners. It's so tough for them right now with this lineup.
Every single member is just trying to make sure that they have information on where the gold laners are. Kyle TZ constantly trying to hunt down Benny Cutie. And on the other side of the map, it's Zyda always trying to hunt down Super Marco. This is why we keep saying that it's so unusual to see the Bulletproof experience this kind of situation or go through this kind of KDA, but you can't blame him. The meta, the way that the assassins are just, or the compositions overall are so dive heavy. Positioning is really such a huge problem for the gold laners right now, but fortunately, I feel like Flap TZ is someone they can really rely on in this game. He's been doing a great job on the Uranus, sometimes even being the one to finish off the kills against TNC.
Yeah, they're actually not that much reliant on the setup coming in from Owing because Flap TZ just continuing to enter in and disrupting the formation that TNC has. He was even able to take down Benny Cutie with one dash in from that Uranus. So now Team Falcons trying to get a hold of this Lord. It's just 3 more. in division.
Okay, they'll take it. Benny Cuties gonna stay top side, push in that lane. He hasn't been landing the Spear Destructions that he's needed to, unfortunately, but this looks like...
Here comes Zidon, Kyle TC secures the Lord, and now TNC going for the counter goal once again as they bring down Kyle. Jack new Tectonic Charge, trying to work on Flap. TC will be able to escape though. There's the wall. He got trapped. SOD is gonna connect. Benny Cutie jumps in and takes down Flap. That's gonna be 2 members down for Team Falcons.
Oh, what a decision made by TNC, and now they're able to blitz the turrets that are remaining for Team Falcons, and they might just be even able to quickly take down this Lord that Falcons were able to secure from themselves. What I call, even though the Retribution was not necessarily able to secure the objective, TNC had all their resources intact. They were still able to fight against Team Falcons, and Ogwen, I think at least he still has an immortality. That's one thing they can really bank on for this upcoming defense, but TNC, they're going to be very happy with all these turrets that they were already able to take down.
Yeah, you know, you saw it there before that Lord even broke out. TNC is playing to the favor of, we have split push. We can stay on the opposite end of the map if we want to and push it, whether that's with the Moskov or the Fanny. And playing into that, Team Falcons is almost forced to just hope that they win these fights and play them right, because there's always that chance that TNC goes for an off-lane push that we've seen Benny Cutie do so many times in his professional career. So at this point, it's basically that Lord they got is done. Fortune was spotted out when he popped the conceal. They're gonna fight.
Some execution. They're trying to chase right after Zaida. Few has the wings by wings out. Here comes Shaknu with a charge. Kyle TZ down. Few next to fall. SOD gonna connect. Benny Cutie wants it all. 3-man down. Make it 4. A double for Benny Cutie. Ogwen still has his immortality. He's doing his best to delay. Immortality pop. Flap TZ is the next, is the last one standing. Because 4 Falcons are now down again.
What a play from the Mamba from Chakdu, and now TNC will push in.
They have 1 minion card. Flap TZ trying to delay, eventually gonna fall down as TNC will win the Battle of the Skies with a sweep.
What a game! The Mamba, the Storm, they've all shown their highlights. The decisions they made throughout the entirety of this series. After just 1 week, after just 2 weeks of seeing them in this season, they are still constantly, continuously on the rise.
That they are. Again, you can see how happy the players here from TNC are, and you know, the opposite of the other side for Team Falcons. It's tough to see because something's not working, and it's not that they're faltering through from the beginning of the game or anything like that. It's just, I don't know, man. Everybody's gotten better. I've already put it out there on the internet that I was like, this is the most competitive season we've had. And I feel like I almost say that almost every season, but darn it, I mean it for season 16.
Someone has to check on the Falcons guy. This is so weird to see.
He's here, by the way. He's here. Renmar's here, by the way, and I just want to say that you saying on the internet sounds like you're so old.
I am old. I am. Those interwebs. I'll put it on out there, and I'll stand by it, you know? But yeah, one hell of a series for TNC. Congratulations on that sweep. Again, it was that moment where they made something happen, man. And it was on Chakdu. Like, there's a reason. And remember, Chakdu got talked about a lot after week 1. So this is great to see him be the cornerstone of a lot of these major team fights from game 1 to game 2, where they were able to win and get the victory because talk about the playmaking on the Grok.
Yeah, and
he's bringing back his era.
That's true. It's not exactly the same Chakdu we know, but it's a Chakdu that offers stability for TNC.
Amazing to see. We're going to be throwing it over to the stage with our hosts Odin, Hans, and TNC.
Phoenix Army, the rise of the Phoenix is now. Everybody, your winners, TNC Pro Team! Finally, nakuha niya na ang una niyong pagkapanalo. Parang swerte yata, no? Pag si Hito nakakatapak ng stage.
Oo nga. Ba't ang ganda naman ng smile mo, Hito? Feel mo ba ikaw ang lucky charm nila today?
Sa tingin ko, sobrang galing lang talaga nila eh. Tapos ang galing ng preparation din ni coach talaga.
Alam mo, si Hito lang ang nakita kong na-interview na hindi naglaro. Eto, naglaro to. Na-miss to ng sobrang dami mga tao. Nasaan ang fans si Chaknu? You know, everybody was waiting and looking for you. Nung una, inaalam nila kung saan ka mapupunta ng team. Tapos ngayon, nagsilipatan silang lahat sa TNC nung nandito ka sa TNC. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa'yo?
And thank you sa mga sumusuporta dyan. Exit shot.
Andun pa rin. Andun pa rin. Hindi nawawala.
Oo nga eh. And sila ang mga nanatili. And bukod dyan, may bumalik. Coach, hello!
Hello, hello.
Yan. Ang ganda ng ngiti nila ngayon, Coach. Binalik mo yung mga dating miyembro na magkasama. How was the dynamic now na meron sila?
Mas masaya kasi, yun nga, matatagal rin kami magkakasama dati. Tapos dito pa kami nagkita-kita kaya sobrang excited rin talaga kami na maglaro ulit sa MPL. Yun.
Coach, contrary to dun sa nakita namin nung week 1, yes, nagkaroon ng, happy moments kasi magkakasama kayo ulit. But there were some sort of struggles nung week 1. Paano nyo na-address yun papunta ng week 2 para makuha nyo yung sweep na to?
Ako, naniniwala ko na yung week 1, hindi namin nalabas yung talagang laro namin. Siguro lumabas na lang siya sa game 2 nung against namin sa Liquid. Tas yun yung nakuha namin confidence. Kaya tinanggap namin na yung week 1, lang siya, parang medyo marami, kinakapa. Kasi yung stage presence din, tas yun, nung naramdaman na namin lahat, sobrang kumpiyansa na.
Would you say that with the sweep today, nakapa nyo na completely kung paano ang galaw ng team?
Actually, last week pa lang yun doon sa against sa Liquid. Kahit na natalo kami ng 0-2, masaya kaming umuwi kasi naramdam namin na unti-unti na yun lang naman yung goal eh. Yung pinapractice namin, malabas namin sa stage. And makita kung anong resulta ng tinatrabaho namin, kung nasa tamang ba kami. And sobrang happy kami sa results. Yun.
And what a moment coming in from TNC, Odin.
And that's right, Hans. Eto, gusto kong tanungin kasi last week, ang ganda din ng performance nitong player na to. Benny Cutie.
Benny.
Oo, maganda yung resulta ng match nyo ngayon. Pero hindi natin pwedeng kalimutan yung mga pinakita nyo last week. Ano yung nararamdaman mo ngayon na unti-unti na kayo nakakabangon?
Masaya, hindi lang dahil panalo kami kasi ito yung nalalabas na, ito yung mga ginagawa namin sa practice. Tapos ngayon na-execute namin. Yun, kaya sobrang happy.
And sino naman yung team na nilook forward nyo na makatapat in the next coming weeks?
Sa hindi nyo pa nakakalaban, meron ka bang nilook forward to na makalaban na isa pa?
Siguro yung ONIC PH pa rin, tapos Twisted Minds.
ONIC PH and Twisted Minds. A lot of people are looking forward dito sa victory nyo ngayon. Ano ang masasabi mo sa lahat na nagpunta dito na Phoenix Army and of course sa nanonood sa mga bahay nila?
Sa mga Phoenix Army na pumunta sa venue, maraming salamat sa time and effort nyo. Ayan, mas gagalingan pa namin sa week 3. And sa mga nanonood online, ayan, sabay-bayan nyo lang kami.
The Phoenix has risen. Once again, your winners, TNC Pro Team. Congratulations, gentlemen. You may now make your way down the stage. An impressive run ang pinakita nila. They are on fire to kick things off in week 2.
On fire na nga ang ating mga players right now and we're excited to know kung ano nga ba ang ginawa nila para makuha ang panalo.
With that being said, we're gonna toss it right back to our casters.
Hard-fought victory for TNC. Congratulations on the sweep. Something they definitely needed here for week 2. And again, it's great to see. I always love these interviews, and I know our international viewers out there, you can hopefully read body language, right? They're happy.
They're happy, basically. Yeah.
They're happy. But yes, this is a game that they definitely wanted to get under the belts, and they're looking forward to going and playing against even the other stronger teams. But it's weird to say that because I feel like just everybody's very strong right now for the season. So, of course, our MVP for Game Number 2 is going to be 3mar here on the CC. I think he was a big part of what allowed them to stay in this game and then eventually pull through.
Yeah, imagine if the early game was a bit better for Flap, because Flap, I feel, was one of the best players in this particular game, in game number 2. He did a great job at holding the team together, or at least prolonging the fights longer than they should have, given how aggressive TNC was going. But he still was stopped. He was kind of restricted by how well 3mar was able to manage the laning phase, by how dominating the CC was overall. And again, we go back to the idea that we had in the beginning of the draft, which is they left multiple power picks open. They left the Farsa open even, but even though they got their hands on both the Farsa and the Lancelot, this CC and this free quote-unquote Fanny that TNC had in their lineup was just really able to perform. And I know that Falcons tried to adjust as much as they can by trying to pick up the Ruby, and to some extent it did kind of limit what the Fanny could do, but it could only do so much because you get forced to stick to your damage dealers as the Ruby, but sometimes Oquen also wants to go for the setups as the Ruby, so you feel torn between what you want to do. And I feel that's what became one of the biggest struggles here for Team Falcons.
Yeah, and actually we saw how TNC utilized their lineup very much. If you're gonna recall, Wolf actually mentioned this yesterday during the post everything. His last segment was that.
Yes.
No, is that the howl? The very last segment?
It's still the howl.
It's still the howl. Wherein there are some cases or most cases that post-objective fights are more important, and that's what TNC banked on.
Yep.
They let Kyle TZ get those turtles, get those lords, because they know that they have the chase capability to go for the backline with the Benny, the Moskov.
Sometimes I also think
Fanny.
he's just the Benny.
Yeah, and most of the time we saw Zyda continuously chase right after Kyle TZ, after Kyle TZ secures the usual objective.
Yeah, it was, again, just really good teamwork. I feel like even for both sides, Team Falcons was doing the right things. Unfortunately, they even had a couple of mistakes that were punished from TNC. And, you know, it's just, I don't know, I feel like Team Falcons has to shake it off because now they're, after yesterday's matches that they had, you know, in ISF, of course, we mentioned it earlier, but now here for MPL, they get 2-0'd by TNC. It's like, I'm sure there's going to be something where they have to go back to the drawing board in a way. Now, again, this is a team that is very familiar with their playstyles and just each other working as a team, but something is clearly not clicking. And it's weird to think that because this is, again, a team that played 1,000+ days together.
Yeah.
But is this just the drastic effect of the current meta? Like, it's such a different meta that we're in that it's really affecting Team Falcons?
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it could be because we've all been emphasizing the importance of the XP lane, and so far they fielded in 2 XP laners, so it's also going to play a part in their chemistry.
I see, yeah.
So, yeah.
Maybe that's something they're still trying to explore, to navigate for Team Falcons, because I think even based on yesterday's matches, how you get to set up for your XP lane, or how you just draft for the EXP lane and prioritize even the rotations towards the EXP lane heavily impacts the game and how it eventually turns out. And by the way, our BPA rich guy is still gonna be Zyda for 2 consecutive games now, I think. It's always been Zyda. So he is a very reliable jungler in the current meta. Even from previous seasons, I think he's improved so much. And regardless of what you allow him to pick up, in so far, it's just been the Assassins and a single Fredrin, I think. He's been able to do the job.
He's been one of the few players out there that has actually, when he picks up the Fanny, you know you're going to see at least a good game. You know, there was just a little missed cable, but just one.
That's just one.
That was just one, but still a master at the Fanny. Let's go ahead and hear the mic check.
Lance, pre. Flicker. Andito na ang TNC. Dito na ang Barangay Omega. Andito na kami!
Great to hear the mic check there from TNC. Man, 3mar is vocal.
Yeah. 3mar, Zyda, Lancy. I didn't see Benecutie open his mouth once.
Not even Chaknu.
Not even Chaknu. It was all the 3, just the 3.
They're just locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the tectonic charges came in a bit later. They weren't the ones to start things. So
Yeah.
maybe Chakna was like, yeah, I'm just gonna follow through. And by the way, those were really beautiful ultimates. At
Yeah.
least 2 or 3 man knockups we saw from that ultimate of Chakna on the Grok. So maybe a new hero for him this season? I don't know.
I think we're going to see more Grok in general right now from our roamers out there. But yeah, that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for the first series. Again, we still have 2 series today. It's a jam-packed triple header here. A sweep though for this one. I honestly didn't think it was going to be a sweep.
Same.
I didn't predict that this time, but I didn't expect it to be a sweep. It's a sweep here for TNC. Now we still have, of course, some more matches ahead of us. More great games. It's been us, the family trio. We're going to switch things up for the next series, but you'll still see more of us, and also Ingan and Brigida in a little bit here. But before that, we get to see our favorite Wolfman, our favorite animal. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the Howl.
And how about that? A victory mula sa TNC. Renewed din sila. Kung bagay yung mga week 1 na teams natin, bigla sila na pa-self-reflect. At pagdating nila ng week number 2, they're totally different. TNC, binalik nila yung playstyle na nakasanayan nila with their older players. In-integrate nila si Zaida at si Lancy, and it looked very beautiful. 2 games na hindi ganun kadali para sa TNC, pero parte naman pala. So yung TNC timers, yan ang meron na tayong aabangan. At tingin ko, this is the time that we can think na siguro kung merong player na magpapabalik sa Grok sa metagame, itong revamp na Grok, syempre, sino pa ba? Ang number 1 player natin ng Grok is Chakno, and he brought the different playstyle dito sa isang Grok. Pero siya makakating changes na nakita natin that TNC was able to implement. And overall, nag-complement yan. So madali talagang sabihin, nagbabalik itong laso na to. They have brewed it after that week 1 na slump mula sa side ng TNC. Binalik nila yung identity nila at yan ang kakabangan natin. So what is the hot take here? Nako, abangan ninyo ang TNC at kailangan they're starting to be a problem. That's my analysis for this series number 1. Marami pa tayong aabangan ng mga bakbakan. Twisted Minds going up against Omega after this. Kaya huwag kayong aalis. Magbabalik ang MPL PH Season 16.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Greensun, Makati.
Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford? Same lang. Ogwen. Flap. Sanford. Shizu. Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu. Ogwen. Si Nets. Sanford. Sanford yan eh. Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu. Ako Web. Di ba? Perfect. Ako, isa lang one. Si Aqua. Si Birds yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets.
Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl Tizzy. Lansu! Lansu yun? Sensui! Nakawala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets, si Jamie Pongs, si Flap, Pio, Yoshi, Marco. Yoshi. Uy, gaya ka lang. Falcon yan. Yung dalawa, isa lang kilala ko. Kera pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. Pares tayo mali. Lansu. Sino yun? Uy! Hindi mo lang. Sinaso mo rin doon. Wala na tama. Kendra. Sino yun? Sino ganun? Ganon? Si Yoshi. Si Kirk. Si Kyle. Ikaw, si Sean. Ako yan! Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew. Ito, Carl TC. Pew. Carl TC Pew. Ano? Carl TC Pew din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala. Demon Kite. Carl TC. Pew.
Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Kasi ito, di si Pew. Si Flap. Si
Ano wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di
mo kahit tawa. Diba? Perfect! Ito, Yoshi. Marco. Manalo na ako. Ako to. Tsaka, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi. Chobi. Si Marco. Si Marco. Si Hate. Ako ganun. Ni Marco. Zero ko. No. 50. Easy win.
si James. So, EXO pa.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung Ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung Season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Ake. Kasi parang may kita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang ang pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa laro.
Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila, and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl TC nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcon!
Yun ba lang makakipapin, padap.
ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC Champions ang binigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpo-focus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalik yung laro namin and kaya namin sila.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami, talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Worlds.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Pang-gisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo!
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Greensun Makati.
Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford? Same lang. Ogwen. Flap. Sanford. Shizu.
Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu.
Ogwen. Si Net. Sanford. Sanford yan eh. Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu. Ako Web. Di ba? Perfect.
Ako, isa lang, one.
Si Aqua. Si Perch yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets. Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Cartesi.
Lansu! Lansu yun? Sensumi! No, wala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets. Si Jamie Pongs. Si Flap.
Pio, Yoshi, Marco.
Yoshi.
Uy, gaya-gaya ka lang. Falcon niya.
Lapas, yung dalawa, isa lang yung lalaki.
Kaya na pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. Rest time mali.
Lansu. Sino yun? Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Si Lansu pala yun doon. Wala na tama!
Ay, wala.
Kendra. Sino yun? Ganun. Ganon? Si Yoshi. Si Kirk. Si Kyle. Ikaw, si Sean. Ako yan! Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew. Ito, Carl TC. Pew. Carl TC Pew. Oo ano, Carl TC Pew din ako doon. Hindi ko kilala. Demon Kite. Carl TC. Pew.
Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Tapos ito, di si Pew. Si Flap. Si Flap. Si
Ano, wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo.
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di mo kahit
Tawa. Diba? Perfect!
Ito, Yoshi. Marco.
Manalo na ako. Ako to.
Kakano, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi yun, si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate? Ako ganun.
Oh, ni Marco.
Si Ro. No. Easy win.
Si James. So, XO ba? Okay.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung Ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung Season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Aki. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa laro.
Ano po, Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila, and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl Easy, nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Yun ba lang makakip up and pad up, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC Champions ang binigyan mo for your first win.
Mas-focus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalikin na rin namin and kaya namin sila.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Worlds.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun, Makati.
Si Ogwen.
Parang Sanford?
Same lang.
Ogwen.
Flap. Sanford.
Shizu. Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu.
Ogwen. Si Nets. Sanford.
Sanford yan eh.
Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu.
Ako, Web.
Di ba?
Perfect.
Ako, isa lang one. Si Aqua. Si Birds yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets. Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl Tizzy.
Lansu. Lansu yun. Sensui.
Wala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets, si Jamie Pongs, si Flap,
Piu. Yoshi. Marco. Yoshi.
Uy, gaya ka lang.
Falcon yan.
Yung dalawa, isa lang yung lalaki.
Kaya pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. Pares tayo mali. Lansu.
Sino yun?
Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Sinaso pa rin doon.
Wala na tama.
Ay, wala.
Kendra.
Sino yun?
Ganun.
Ganon?
Si Yoshi.
Si Kirk.
Si Kyle.
Ikaw, si Sean.
Ako yan!
Demon Kite.
Si Kyle.
Carl. Pew.
Ito, Carl, TC, Pew.
Carl TC Pew. O ano? Carl TC Pew din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala.
Demon Kite, Carl TZ, Pew. Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Kasi ito, di si Pew. Si Flap. Si
Ano wala? Walang tumama.
Sabi ko si Carl!
Hindi, sabi mo
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di mo kahit. Tawa. Diba? Perfect! Ito, Yoshi. Marco.
Manalo na ako. Ako to.
Tsaka, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco. Si Hate. Ako ganun. Si Marco.
Zero ko. No.
50. Easy win.
Si James. So, EXO ba?
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung Ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung Season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Akai. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang ng pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa loob.
Ano po, Eco Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila, and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl PC, nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Para sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Yun ba lang makakip up and pad up, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC champions ang binigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpo-focus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalik yung laro namin and kaya namin sila.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin nag-uwi kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Spurs.
Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket at magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Si Ogwen.
Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford?
Same lang.
Ogwen. Flap. Sanford.
Shizu.
Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu.
Ogwen. Sanford.
Sanford yan eh.
Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu.
Ako Web.
Oh, di ba?
Perfect! Ako, isa lang, one.
Si Aqua? Si Birds yan, pre! Si Nets?
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets. Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl Tizzy.
Lansu! Lansu yun? Sensui! Wala pa nga ako eh! Si Nets, si Jamie Pongs, si Flap,
Pio, Yoshi, Marco.
Yoshi.
Uy, gaya-gaya ka lang. Falcon yan.
Yung dalawa, isa lang yung lalakot.
Kera pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. First time mali. Lansu.
Sino yun? Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Sinaso mo yun doon. Wala na tama.
Ay, wala.
Kenra.
Sino yun? Ganun. Ganon? Si Yoshi. Si Kirk. Si Kyle. Ikaw, si Sean. Ako yan! Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew. Ito, Carl, TC. Pew.
Carl Tizzy, Pio. O ano? Carl Tizzy, Pio din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala. Demon Kite. Carl Tizzy, Pio. Sure ako si Yoshi. Tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Tapos ito, di si Pio. Si Flap. Si Flap.
Ano, wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo.
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry. Di mo kahit tawa.
Diba? Perfect!
Ito, Yoshi.
Marco. Manalo na ako. Ako to.
Kakto, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate? Ako ganun. Si Marco. Zero. No.
Safety.
Easy win.
Oo, si James. So, EXO ba?
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Aki. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa laro.
Ano po, Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila, and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl Easy, nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Yun ba lang makakip up and adapt, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC Champions ang binigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpapakas kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalikin na rin namin and kaya namin sila.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Worlds.
feet. GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K Golded ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K Golded ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Si Ogwen.
Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford?
Same lang.
Ogwen. Clap. Sanford.
Shizu.
Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu.
Ogwen. Si Nets. Sanford.
Sanford yan eh.
Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu.
Ako, Web.
Di ba?
Perfect. Ako, isa lang one.
Si Aqua. Si Perch yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets. Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl TZ.
Lansu. Lansu yun. Sensui.
Wala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets. Si Gaming Pongs. Si Flap. Pio. Yoshi. Marco.
Yoshi.
Uy, gaya ka lang. Falcon niya.
Yung dalawa, isa lang kilala ko.
Kaya pala. Wala mo lang tanto ako. First time mali. Lansu. Sino yun? Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Sinaso mo rin doon.
Wala na tama.
Ay, wala.
Kendra.
Sino yun?
Ganun.
Ganon?
Si Yoshi.
Si Kirk.
Si Kyle.
Ikaw, si Sean.
Ako yan!
Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew.
Ito, Carl TC. Pew. Carl TC Pew. Carl TC Pew din ako doon. Hindi ko kilala. Demon Kite. Carl TZ. Pew. Sure ako si Yoshi. Tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Kasi ito, di si Pew. Si Flap. Si Flap.
Ano wala? Walang tumama.
Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo.
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry. Di mo kahit. Tawa.
Diba? Perfect.
Ito, Yoshi. Marco.
Manalo na ako.
Ako to. Tsaka to, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate. Ako ganun. Si Marco.
Zero ko. No.
Easy win.
Si James. So, EXO ba? Okay.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung execution.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, crowd and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the English stream for MPL Philippines Season 16. It's day 2 of week 2 here. In this triple header, we are now about to go to match 2. It's me and Isu joined here. We did a little switch up. We can still call it Family Day. We got the two Titos, man. It's Rockhart and Brigida.
That's right. I am the... They used to call me the babysitter, but they're not babies. I'm used to the cool Tito, you know?
Oh.
He's the cool Tito.
He's cool Tito. He's like the strict Tito.
Yeah.
They're my cool uncles.
Yeah.
Yes, Rockhart is the cool Tito. What is cool? Well,
that's pretty cool. I don't see that a lot.
You guys threw that up on the stream. That threw me off a little bit, but we are going to go ahead and recap what happened previously. There it is. That's cool. That's fire. The Phoenix.
That was insane. I was watching this while it was going on. I turn around and then the lead just disappears. Falcons feels like they had it for a majority of game 1 and game 2. I don't know what happened.
It's the kind of game where if you watch from the start, you kind of sense that it's going to Falcons.
Yeah.
But then you don't watch for a bit, and then when you watch again, it's suddenly in TNC's hands. So it's that kind of game. But you guys should rewatch it if you haven't.
You guys should rewatch it, and you should rewatch it with this because you can be equipped with all-day 120 FPS system, the next gen. Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of the MPL Philippines. So if you want to watch, grab one of these. Grab a GT30 Pro and you get to watch it 120 FPS. Not to mention just a powerhouse of a phone for you guys to use. But yeah, it was a sweep for TNC. They really needed that, by the way, to go ahead and get things going here for week 2.
Yeah, and I think officially, I think every team of the MPL has a win now. Week 2.
It feels so different. Like, if you were watching the previous season, it feels so different. No single team feels like they have such a long way to crawl back just to catch up to the other teams.
Yeah, but you know what else is different that we're doing this season? You can also snap a photo of any MPLPH player during very specific moments while inside the venue. You know, you're a photography main, you got to do it here and win diamonds.
Yes, use this graphic you're seeing right now as your shot list, and once you snap the photo, include these 4 hashtags on your post, and you have only up till September 8th to submit your photos. So, as Renmar would say, just don't be a creep. Take whatever photos you can of the players while you're here.
How do you, I don't know. I just feel like if I was doing that, it'd just be like so awkward. You know, like
that's true.
I can't even hide. I'm just like, I'm snapping the photos.
Don't move.
But what you guys can do is buy tickets. You guys can buy some tickets to join us here in the MPL Philippines Arena. You can still buy them and watch your favorite teams. Just go to the MPL Philippines website and secure your seats now. Again, I hope everybody's staying dry and safe because it's weird when you're here in the MPL Arena and you're engrossed in the competition here, you forget what it looks like outside. And right now it is raining like crazy. So I hope, again, if people decide to go ahead and be, what do they call it? Team Bahay?
Team Bahay.
If you're Team Bahay and you're staying safe and dry and watching at home, why are you laughing, Brig?
I guess she's surprised you know the term.
It's such an accurate pronunciation.
Team Bahay.
Oh, see? It doesn't feel like
you're becoming more
struggled to.
I'm basically more Filipino now than
Filipino
I've ever
every
been.
day.
Yep.
Yeah.
There we go. These guys. Omega versus Twisted. Haji and Sean. I always want to say it a certain way. You guys know what I'm talking about, but Sean.
The fun thing is, it is, according to him, it is pronounced that way. That was what he initially wanted it to be, but everyone just said Sean, and now
So are we sticking with Sean?
Yeah,
I think we are.
I could recall even the MDL casters calling him that way when they led their way to victory, and
that's not how my Hooked on Phonics works, but we'll go with it.
We have no choice. That's his choice.
Have a choice.
we don't have a choice. Yeah, but right now for Omega versus Twisted, this is a Twisted new era. After week 1, Twisted's doing pretty good. I think, I talked about this a little bit after the week closed out last week, and I was like, man, this is probably the best start that we've seen Twisted have since their introduction to the MPL Philippines, but also they've just done really well, and I think that's one of the things for discussion here is Sean's performance joining the S-tier mages between Sanji and Superfans. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, so first off, it's still ironic. It's still perfect that the Destiny has given us S mages. I don't know if that's just a big coincidence. All the S mages, mages with names that start with S, that's what I'm talking about, are very damn good.
That's true.
And it's very iconic as well that Bonchan is leading the fight against Haji,
Yeah.
who has played with him for quite a while.
Yeah, this is the first time I think that they're going up against each other, because it's always been them together. So I don't know if this is gonna play a factor in how things are gonna turn out, because for sure, Coach Bonchan, if he's been with Haji for so long, he should know Haji too well, like all his tendencies, what are his habits, his overall play style, especially as he changed roles. And I think Bonchan has been a huge part in his transition into this new role. So Haji has to, come up with something new, something that will entirely be predicted by Bonchan in this game.
It's too bad we don't get to see Bonchan on the Land of Dawn, Because then that would really be a match to see Coach Bonchan versus Haji in the game, but...
the most we'll see them is in the draft.
In the draft.
Yeah, in the draft through their nameplates, not in the game.
Which is fine, because, there is a thing to consider here when it comes to, for example, like a coach or, one of the staffs behind the players that does know one of the players very well because of their time competing together. And a lot of the times we talk about Haji, even opening the week when we got into week 1, it was the eras alone of some of these longtime players, how they have switched up roles, they've served different purposes or worn different hats depending on the teams or depending on what was needed them at the time. And Haji is clearly one of those players who has gone through the ropes and worn all the different hats that he's had to. And I think, again, this talks about the veterancy, the experience that Haji alone has. Now, we always talk about like individual players looking into that, but that's one of the things. That veterancy and experience can play a part as a team as a whole here. Looking at this, we've been talking about it. You guys can go ahead and pronounce it the way you want to in the chat. But yeah, this is Sean.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds is Sean. He's an S-tier mage right now is where we're putting him here.
Yeah. Especially after his performance in week 1.
Yep.
Because just within that week, he was already able to put himself up there. I mean, Twisted Minds, they too are up there. They're currently second. But imagine him and all these stats you're seeing right now, leading in total kills and assists and having a total KDA of 12. That is no joke for a mid laner who you would assume would be struggling a bit more in the current meta because of just how dive heavy the comps are usually. He is one of those mid laners who's really consistent in just setting things up. And that's one thing that, for sure, Omega has to watch out for.
He's doing so well, Sion. He's so well-rounded. I think he even knows how to sing Marilag.
Oh,
He
wow.
does.
Yeah, I think he does.
Man, well,
We have
I can't wait to ask you guys a question here. What do you guys think about this? Will Bonchan release a surprise in the draft? I like how we just have a C that says depends.
Depends on what?
You guys have
Come
to
on,
justify.
guys.
That's the most Filipino thing ever.
Yeah, just answer C in the chat and then don't give us a reason. Like, will we accept that? I would love to be able to lead life and just say depends to everything. Do you want to go to work? Depends.
Our live here would be so easy. We could just say depends.
That's true.
Imagine the analysts over here. I asked Brigitte a question and she just says, "Yeah, it depends."
Yeah, it depends.
Redmar, I know Redmar's probably going to do that
Redmar's
too.
fuming right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Depends on what.
Redmar, give me the stats on this. Depends.
That's fine.
I mean,
if you were to add a blank after depends, what would you say depends?
What does it depend on,
For
Brigitte?
Bonchan?
depends on. No, it's so hard. It's so hard.
It's hard.
I might just go for.
Do you remember the question?
Depends on his mood.
Is there going to be a surprise or not?
My gut feeling says no.
No surprises?
Maybe. What?
Depends.
No, my gut feeling yesterday was right because I felt something about the TLPH RORA thing. Now my gut feeling says Bonchan might. No, I take it back. Yes.
This is the world we live in. No, I'm joking.
So you think he's gonna do something really
He's
crazy?
gonna have a surprise.
I was trying to
Super
recall.
crazy.
He did go for the Roger last time.
Oh yeah, he did.
So maybe.
You know why?
Huge tendency to do that.
Yeah, and Brigitte's doing this because, guys, this is Twisted Minds also that we have in play. And let's remember what happened last week. Everybody's minds were twisted, even their opponents.
That's why they're 2-0.
It makes sense. That's why they went 2-0. But I think I'm just going to throw it out like, yes, I think they will have a surprise for us, and I can't wait to see it because the draft is super important. But right now, we're going to go ahead and welcome out our team, Smart Omega and Twisted, out to the stage to get ready for the match.
10 seasons worth of history, and now the barangay in the land of dawn once more. It's James, Ryzen, Hachi, Super, Yoshi, and Netsuki. This is Smart Omega! Composed of the rookies of this rising era, led by a veteran and a championship coach, here's Lansu, Sean, Kaloy, Noja, and MP the King Minds. Here are your Twisted Minds! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. Joining the two teams are their respective coaches. It's Coach Lembot for Omega and Coach Bonchan for Twisted Minds. It is the veterans against the new kids on the block. Is it Omega or is it Twisted Minds taking this match?
Well, that's a great question, Hans, because we want to know too. Rockhart, take us through Smart Omega.
Yeah, Smart Omega feels like it is still, in the process of like reintegrating what, a team that can kind of just flow with Netsuki. Because I feel like for the past history of Netsuki is one of the gods of the gold lane. As long as the team can kind of just ride along with him. So I hope we can see that here.
Yep. And for Twisted Minds, I don't think we can say the same because it feels like they've figured it out pretty much. The only new addition being MP the King and himself being a very versatile jungler as well who gets to... This is where I'd say depends. Like,
Depends.
He could depend. Yeah.
He's a versatile jungler where he gets to depends.
He can depend his playstyle and the way he just approaches the game on whoever he plays with. And we've seen it multiple times, even in international campaigns, even in like whoever he used to play with previously, but now he's with Twisted Minds, and I'm doing this because we are expecting to see the Twisted Mindset, and we named it that way last week after they've been so consistent in doing that.
Ken depends on his mood, depends on
either
word of the day. I swear that's gonna be word of the day. I'm not gonna say that in the broadcast.
Yes, you are. You're gonna say it in game. I know you are.
No, I'm not gonna
yes,
say
you
it.
are. If you don't, I will. And it's either that or Twisted, right? But before we get more into the draft here and everything else ahead of us, we're gonna have to throw it over to our smart ping test or the smart sing test.
Okay na yung ano ko. Okay na ako. Yung ano ko. Hello guys. Balita ko, wala nang balita sa'yo, idol. Miss ko na dyan si Uncle Leson. Tsaka si MP Dakimpoy, tsaka si Coach Bonchon. Tsaka si Sun Sui the Great. Ayun, si Boss Paolo Bago din. Din, ba't ka nakatingin sa akin? Magagawa, asin mo pa. Si Ryzen nakatingin sa akin, butik nakatitig. Bakit? Mga ano ata, may balak ata sa akin din ah. Mas okay yata kung masisip natin ngayong araw, pre. Feel ko nakachamba lang tayo ng week 1, pre. Pakitaan na natin na hindi tayo nakachamba, no, pre? Hindi na ako mag-shoutout, guys, kasi ano, malaki na yung ulo ko. Shoutout sa mga ano, guys, sa mga hindi nanonood. Sana, yan na naman ang sundan. Mag-enjoy naman kayo, eh. Guys, English ko lang, guys, ano, makapag-MDT ako, tapos mapuno na yung ano, yung upuan namin, guys. Palagi na lang sa kalaban yung puno eh. Sa amin, yung nanonood, kalahati. Yung kalahati pa yung pamilya ko pa, guys.
In good spirits on both sides here. But yeah, that's our smart ping test and how the players go ahead and get prepped up and ready for the match. Now, this is the main thing. I would love to go ahead and tell you guys what we think are the keys to victory here for the matches ahead of us, but there's one man that does it the best, and we're going to be hearing about it in just a second here, because I would say I'm sure there's going to be the code word there in the Infinix keys to victory. Like, it's probably related to Twisted. Something Twisted for Twisted Minds. This is also the trend that we had last season, but I feel like they're just doing it better this time. I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you what, it depends. It depends on this, the Infinix keys to victory. Let's throw it to the Howl with Wolf.
Welcome to the Howl. This is Wolf bringing you the Infinix keys to victory. It's Twisted Minds going up against Omega. Mainit na mainit para sa Twisted Minds ang simula na kanilang season. And in order for them to continue this momentum, they have to watch out for Harith or contest the show. Nakapansin-pansin sa kalaban nila ngayon na Omega na yung Harith ay nagiging centerpiece ng draft. Nakagulat din parang pinipick nila or binibigyan nila sa laban tapos kina-counter nila, but there's always something about the Harith that makes the draft revolve around it. Ito yung kailangang abangan ng Twisted Minds. Maybe they can just ban out Harith or i-counter siya with Hayabusa or any assassins na comfortable naman dito on Twisted Minds. Kailangan din nila i-contest yung show. Self-explanatory. I think Omega really likes this show as well dun sa kanilang mga draft. And now, they also have to punish Omega's map macro. Napaka gandang tingnan na macro ng Omega in a way na parang fast-paced. Parang gusto nilang gumawa ng mga plays around the map by farming. So, ito yung pwedeng i-punish ngayon ng Twisted Minds. Now, for Omega, they have to stick with fast-paced na junglers para sa kanilang mga choices. At nakita naman natin, kapag masyado silang mabagal sa pag-jungle or parang masyado silang farm heavy, hindi maganda nagiging itsura ng laro para sa Omega, and this is what they have to stick with. They have to really play fast with Ryzen. And lastly, kailangan nilang pumili ng heroes that will give them safe vision around the map. Alam natin na ang playstyle ng Omega ay yung mga catch heroes with Super Yoshi. Tapos pag dinagdag pa natin yung kalaban nila dito, which is Twisted Minds, na gusto rin ng mga catch heroes at mabibilis na playstyle na pickups, yan ang kailangan abangan ng Omega. So may choice sila ngayon. Play ba sila ng catch or mag-play sila ng vision? It's up to them how to do it, but for sure we can see it through the draft. So ngayon, diretso na tayo sa draft.
Thank you so much, Wolf and the Howl there. Again, the Infinix keys to victory, and you know that makes me wonder here if you're for Smart Omega looking to get heroes that give you that map control, that vision around the map. What are some of the best heroes that could be for Smart Omega?
Well, they want to go super fast, right? Lancelot, despite the hot fix, this doesn't feel like it's touched at all, right? The way the teams are playing it, at least.
Yeah. Although I'd like to suggest a lot more other options, it's only been the Farsa and the Kimi we've seen so far from Haji. So I'm not sure if this time around we'll be seeing more from him in that particular aspect, because I want to see more. Like, this is Haji we're talking about, but it's been 5 out of 6 games of Farsa, and teams seem to have always answered this Farsa, even though I would commend his positioning and his ability to escape overall. But if you are always forced to escape, or if you're not able to play as aggressively, then that's gonna be so hard. And this is gonna be important for Smart Omega because we put so much emphasis on Sean, and Sean has played all the aggressive dominant mid laners, from the Kimmys to the Selinas to the Kaguras, to just directly answer back to the Farsa.
It's not that often. I know it's only week 2, but Smart Omega, 100% win rate on the blue side. You know, and it's funny because the story for both these teams really is that they just had a much better week 1 than they've had in the past, and I feel like this is a really good challenge for both to see just how refined they've made that playstyle, because I think a lot of questions were on how Twisted Minds would be coming into the season. You know, Smart Omega and their fans, the Barangay, hoping that, again, they could have a season where they just start on a strong foot. You know, because so often in the past, it's like it seemed like there was always this time where it's like they needed a week or 2 or maybe 4 weeks, first half of the regular season, and then they leave their fans on the edge, waiting to see if they get to the playoffs or not, you know? So I think you're in a position for both these teams and their fan bases, of course, that are really excited to go ahead and see just how good they are, because really when you break down week 1, for example, it's like, all right, really impressive, but it's just week 1. I think a lot of people, that's where they were. So now it's been the eyes on the players and the teams that have had those good week 1s. And they're just like, all right, let's really see in week 2 the adjustments that have made. And I mean, even that's the case from our last match where TNC 2-0s Team Falcons. That alone is like kind of a depiction of where we are in the current season here.
Yeah, and I think if Omega does get this win, that's gonna add up to the entire.
Yeah.
This season is just so close.
The rock paper scissors thing that's happening right now.
So that's for sure something Omega wants to achieve, because I think that's going to be a huge feat as well if they're the first ones to hand over a loss to Twisted Minds, especially if done convincingly. So, oh, wait, this is a unique blue side ban.
Joy first.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Didn't expect to see that. Lancelot still being up on the table means definitely gonna get picked up here by Omega unless they change something up here.
Why are there so many options left? Like the Phobius, Arlott, CC,
Zushin.
all there, the Jushin's
banish
there,
all
and
darkness.
even the Lancelot, the the Lancelot is still open.
We're gonna trade the Farsa here. Maybe Farsa Phobius or Farsa. They go Jungle Lancer right away. I'm surprised they do this, considering like the Lancelot was there. They could have just waited, right?
That's right.
Maybe this is the surprise.
This is a surprise.
Yeah.
This is a depends factor.
Yeah, because it's like you could take the Hayabusa on your last pick for first phase.
Yeah, Red 3. What could they be hiding? Because they haven't revealed their mid lane yet. They haven't even picked up their EXP yet. But I think that's going to be an okay situation for them because we did mention the multitude of EXP laners still out there.
Yeah.
Although if it's up against the Lancelot, for sure the likes of the Phobius will be there. All the more if they pick up the Arlott here. But the CC is also still available, so...
of iron. There's a Gatakacha.
Experience.
Gatakacha and the...
None of the above.
What is happening? I actually posted about this. Everything feels like it's on a clean slate, right?
Yeah.
Like everything we've studied all the way back from EWC, all the way back from previous season. They've all been wiped clean. This is a completely different approach where, I really expected like a strong XP laner like a CC to get picked up. Maybe even a mid laner like Zushin or Forza, but that's not happening right now. Not in this first phase at least.
And they pick up the Kagura first.
Again, this is with Zushin and Farsa open, by the way.
Yeah, it's
and Kimmy.
It's weird. I'll tell you that.
Oh my god.
It's a little weird.
It's weird.
I mean, they will be okay, right? If ever the Farsa still comes up, they don't need to ban it, I feel. But that's going to be a lot of AoE for Smart Omega's side if they get both the Farsa and the Gatot in the lineup. And that's the Farsa Granger combination too, which is always going to be a headache for teams who go up against that kind of lineup, plus the Lancelot.
I love that there's a sign out there for Coach S on, by the way. So, great support. And also, shout out to all these people that actually made it here through the weather right now.
Yeah, that's why they're wearing jackets.
Yeah, to come watch because, like we said, it's pretty crazy outside right now. So I hope everybody's safe. Now, to the second phase of the bans. Still focusing on that XP lane option. They took out the CC. Twisted Minds. I'm not sure if they're going to
Lembok, we're seeing your draft patterns. Don't show them.
Oh, no!
Don't show us!
Night sky.
That's so clear.
Oh, wait. Esmeralda ban. There's still the Lapu Phobius trade that's also up there for Twisted Minds and Omega.
Lapu's crazy for James. Yeah, I know.
And they banned out the Esmeralda too, so there might be a chance. But Twisted Minds might be okay with picking it up themselves also because they already have a setup hero in the form of a Kalea that'll go into the hands of Kaloy for sure. So Lansu might Kaloy. Oh, wait, that's cool. So Lance might be okay with that. Although Lansu so far, I think he's yet to show us the aggressive types of EXP laners. I think he's been mostly on the Glues, the Uranus, and the Hylos in the EXP lane. CC's already banned out, so that won't be an option for him anymore also.
It's going to be interesting to see what also ends up in the mid lane. For either of these teams because, well, you got the Kagura, but what do you want to do to answer that for Smart Omega?
With a Zushin ban, it's looking a lot like a Forza game, especially combo with a Granger. Yeah. If they want to play safe, if they want to think, you know what, they might do something crazy, let's do standard and try to deal with it with mechanics.
But imagine how your life is going to be against the Kagura, a Hayabusa, and the Kalea.
That's true. You're going to get pummeled in the mid lane.
Yeah, the Hayabusa alone is enough to make you second guess picking up Farsa.
And this might be a Lapu.
Could be, yeah.
Or, wait, what else is there? If they want to disrupt the Glues, also still
Glue, Lapu.
available.
I have long awaited this glorious.
Oh, that was a good pick.
Yeah,
good pick. Again, this allows Lapu's great because you can tank up quite a bit of damage. You can do quite a bit of damage, crowd control yourself, but also it allows the Kalea then to have a much better time with
Yeah.
picking out the targets and not having to completely expose yourself right away
I don't
to get
wanna.
their pick off.
I don't wanna farce here.
Exactly.
Yeah, no Farsa game today. Even with the Purify, no way am I picking up a Farsa here.
So what does Haji pick up?
Lilia.
Oh, Aurora? Lilia? Maybe Aurora, Lilia? Something that's off the what you would expect.
Faramis could also just, if you're overly obsessed with staying alive, Faramis would work. But
even Kimmy's still open, right? So
yeah.
Oh,
Ruby right now.
That's a Ruby again.
XP?
Oh,
Eve,
I
alright.
see.
Not
Okay.
bad.
Eve got a little bit of a little minor buff, by the way, on her ability. So she does do a little bit of extra damage now, and
Yeah, the wave clears.
yeah, the wave clear is going to be
faster.
better. RWM still great. You know, real world manipulation works really well with this lineup. So it might be a little troublesome for Twisted Minds if they get caught into that. Plus the threat of a Ruby across from them.
Either way, CC immunity for the Eve, so that works very well against this lineup.
Yeah. So they wrap it up with a Moskov, a really great hero for Nausea. If ever they do want to avoid the team fights for now, then they have an option to just play around the Moskov and create space for him. So it will be a great option as well. Although I probably am really looking at the Ruby and how this is gonna fare. I think it's a great response to how the members of Twisted Minds can just dive in, especially the Hayabusa. Like there could be this brief amount of time where you could just deny the Hayabusa of his attempts, but other than that, like laning phase and the capability of Twisted Minds to just go for the Ruby and burst him down, I feel like that's something they have to be careful about.
Well, we'll find out what draft's going to be better here in this best of 3. In game 1 will be Smart Omega or across them Twisted Minds. Very interesting drafts on both sides, and it comes down
to Mobile
the execution here for both teams. So we jump into the Land of Dawn for game 1. Let us know what you guys think. Is it going to be Smart Omega or will it be Twisted Minds? And if you want to, you can throw out Depends in the chat too.
I would love to hear Depends.
You're welcome.
He's not letting go of the words.
I think it's a great answer.
For sure.
You know, live life.
But you know what? Yeah, depends, and then add a reason why it depends on what. Depends on what? That's the big question.
No, you keep them guessing, Rock.
Keep them guessing?
You just
don't
say,
let them know your next move?
That's it.
Maybe that's what they have to do also. Oh.
Okay.
They get to show... Okay, so emblems. Definitely going to be a very aggressive start again for Twisted Minds. That's the Assassin emblem and Rupture for the Kagura. Haji a bit tanky with the Tenacity as well. I think that this is also one of the considerations as to why they picked up the E. Because you get shields, like you could just get some clutch additional survivability through the real world manipulation if ever you get caught. But I don't think you want to use it just to keep yourself safe, because that means you're gonna be in a very dangerous spot and every single member of Twisted Minds will be diving in, so you'd want to at least place the real world manipulation in a favorable position for everyone.
That's the thing, because I think if you use it defensively, like you're losing out on why you're a mage as well. Why do we get mages in the Land of Dawn? We want to do damage, and if you're so busy with keeping yourself alive and you're wondering how am I going to get out of this mess, you're not focused on what your job actually is here in this game.
And that's why it's funny, because like the two mages right now currently in play do pretty different things. Eve is to set things up, you're more of a controller, which is so fitting for Haji, because we were talking about, you know, how he's developed over the seasons, led into where he is now, especially playing the mid lane here, but he's almost in a sense of he takes that veterancy and experience and shows it in the mages that he likes to pick up right now. So they have control this first turtle. They're going to fight it out.
Yeah, very good control. Lanzu is very aggressive on the Haji right here on the front. He's not letting Haji in. That's going to be first blood for Lanzu, and look at that. Turtle, they're even going to let it go. They're going to take that turtle and take that kill. Lapu Lapu, the Lancelot's also gone. Oh my goodness, Omega is on a... Oh my... that was a disaster for him.
And we saw it happen. Him running away, burning the Purify. Once he got under the turret, used the real world manipulation.
Just like you mentioned.
But the last hit from Lanzu was just too much damage, and now he's just doing all this against James one-on-one in the EXP lane. So that's when you know it's such a clean turtle take for Twisted Minds. no single member of Smart Omega was able to find an opening, not even Ryzen.
Yeah, that's when you know the Lapu Lapu is, like I was saying. For me, I was talking about this a lot even last week. I was like, he's my best XP lane right now. I think he's just so good in the lane 1v1, but then what he provides throughout the early game all the way to the end, where he's also able to tank up so much damage while being able to dish it out. You can see he rushes the Lorax.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Lansu is going to play with the advantage that he had, and he's going to continue to bully, most likely, James, but then just join these objective fights later on and put enough pressure on Haji if he wants to, especially when Purify is burnt here. So Twisted Mind's just playing a really good early game.
I still find it unbelievable because like that, this is also a Tenacity Eve
Yeah.
we're talking about. So
didn't feel like it, didn't seem like it, you know?
He just cut through. It was crazy how much Haji had to do to basically just try to stay alive, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't even close.
So that was all because of how well the zoning was for Twisted Minds, not even with a Tsunami Slam start. Oh, but Netsky.
Very early on, I can see how well Twisted Minds really wants to keep the HP bars low, whittle them down before anything big happens on the map. And in this case, it's that turtle. But nope, there is going to be some punchback. Nausea as well, going to do Nausea Fangs. I expect him to make an appearance here on this turtle if they really want to get advantage. Lansu, though, caught 1v3, uses the flicker, but somehow is forcing them to run away. How is this Lapu Lapu just doing this? He's doing too many crazy things. I can't even.
Oh my, again, he died, but Lapu Lapu's able to do that.
Oh.
Insane, and they just keep going here as well. Kaloy gonna go down. Here comes Super Yoshi with the AOG, and looks like even with all the effort of Omega here, they're still gonna lose out on a lot of their members. Ryzen for the superhero kill. They take each other out.
What is this game already?
Where do we even start? Okay, first things first, Lansu.
Crazy.
Knowing fully well how to capitalize on the passive, on that additional amount of defense that he can get once he lands his skills in the Bravest Fighter form up against members of Smart Omega. So that's why he flickered in to make sure he gets to hit as much targets as he can, which adds up to how tanky he was. And even when Haji tried to lay down the real world manipulation, again, it did not matter. The Landshaker stun was just too on point, and he was still able to get some kills before he went down. And then afterwards, the fight just went on. And MP the King, it was so fortunate of him to still have that Oki Shadow kill in that moment where he was nearly taken down by 2 members, because if it weren't for that, it could have been a better team fight for Smart Omega.
And I like with all of that, they basically earlier on said, forget the turtle. Let's just fight. Yeah, and so this one's still being the standoff here. Twisted Minds is going to go ahead and let Smart Omega start it up. They can still put pressure on that tier 1 turret. It looks like Nausea is going to be able to just do that. They'll join us, but they jump on in.
Yeah, jumping on in once more. Lansu again, no boots, no problem. Here comes that clutch here. Looks like no hit for Nausea. Means it's going to be an Omega Turtle. And now it's Twisted on the run. They're going to lose out Sion as well. Or Sean, sorry. It was just... that's Sion, that's Sean, okay.
Sean.
But look at Nausea with all of that happening. That's like 2 team fights that he was able to do unlimited farming on the top side. 2 turrets gone for Omega.
Yep. So at least for now, Smart Omega are able to win on or win out on an objective fight, but it was something Twisted Minds kind of saw coming, because Nausea, the moment that the Spear of Destruction didn't necessarily land, he just kept working on the turrets, and you could see how well it converts into the gold, into the lead that they currently have. And once we see Nausea actually take part in the fight, this threat of a pickoff that comes in from Twisted Minds is just going to be a lot more amplified, because you could already expect that through the Tsunami Slam Yin Yang overturn, but once Nausea is also able to provide some damage, then Omega has to watch out. But fortunately, now that they're grouping up together, they have multiple ways to stop Twisted Minds. It's either through the Don't Run Wolf King or that taunt that you can expect from Super Yoshi.
Yeah, that taunt, we saw that a few moments ago as well. Like, if you do it properly, you can actually do some pretty decent stuff.
Yeah, it's always valuable there. Right now in the mid lane, they're just trying to clear this out, hold on to the tier 1 turret the best they can before this eventual Lord does come up. So this is where we start to see the farm from the gold laner specifically, how it's going to play a part. You can see there's not too much of a difference between the 2 of them, but the team as a whole, Twisted Minds just barely ahead, 1,000+ gold or so. but the objective fights are actually, the way that Smart Omega is approaching them is actually really good, considering they're playing around their objective advantage with an Eve. But you can see this, they just want to clear this out. Keep both turrets up in the mid lane. The problem I see with this is you'll have the Moskov to deal with on the opposite end. You can see I already went back to the base. Noshia's going to make his way down bot to pressure in that turret, because even if they lose this Lord, they know that we could technically clear things out, but then we have a space advantage because we worked on these turrets. And that's what a Moskov always allows you to do in your team composition.
And cleaning up very well here as well. No one's even bothering. As you can see, no one's even bothering to stop this guy. But what Omega's doing is they're prioritizing. Everyone compartmentalized. We're going to take this Lord, and I don't think they're going to do much about it. Watch MP the King. Here he goes. And there goes the dive. Everyone's going crazy in the pit. Some big mosh pit on that Lord. And look at that. Lansu again on the backside. He is the one who is cleaning up house right now. And there goes Netsky. It's a wipeout for Twisted.
Twisted Minds didn't even need to do a full-on fight. They still had Noshia there, but with a Spear Destruction to land, he joined the fight and they just won everything.
Yeah, moments ago, Noshia was down bottom. He was just trying to push the waves. But once he was able to successfully join the fight, Lancer was also able to find the right targets. Omega could not find the right angle to fight back. And this Lord won't even make it further into the map because they're gonna clear it out immediately. Oh my god!
Yeah, you can see that you have no intention of just waiting on that Lord. They're gonna take the fight right into the Omega doorsteps. Although there is some firepower with Netsky right now on that Granger. It's gonna be a bit far-fetched if MP tries to go for something. Had the shadow kill, but decides to just not use it for the meantime.
Okay, well, again, that Lord is cleared out quick as day. And they got the Holy Shield in the mid, so Twisted Minds, you know, with that, this is all a step-by-step process for them. They're not really too worried, like I said, of the objectives just because they know this power spike for them at this point. You know, 10 minutes in the game, you got a nice almost 6,000 gold lead, and Noshia has not been touched. That's the basic thing here is how do you get to him?
Yeah, especially now that Twisted Minds will most likely be keeping an eye out for him, and Lanzo has been just too reliable in terms of trying to break the formation that Smart Omega wants to go for. And I think that's becoming a problem now. I feel like all their ultimates aren't used at the same time, and I feel like that's what's gonna work best for them once we get to see that perfectly timed real world manipulation, the AOG, complementing it, and just forcing a fight in a spot or in a box that favors Smart Omega. But that doesn't seem to be happening at all, aside from the fact that they do need to do a bit of catching up. This is already a 6k gold lead almost that Twisted Minds already has. So before the team fight even breaks out, the poke that comes in from, let's say, Sean on the Kagura, and even the ranged attacks that come in from Noshia, or even MP the King just trying to check out the members of Smart Omega already, make them hesitant to set things up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like what you're saying is what they're trying to do, Omega, is they're trying to like build a perfect house, right?
Yeah.
And then here comes Twisted, who just keeps, you know, huffing and puffing it down over and over again.
I know that.
Right? So it feels like they want to build the perfect set, they want to build the perfect execution, but before they get to position, Twisted just does crazy stuff that stops them.
Yeah.
Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. Isn't that the saying?
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
I've read that story a time or two.
For grandma, yeah. For grandma.
You know, and that's exactly what's happening here. So Twisted Minds with the lead that they have, they'll set up for this Lord. Malefic Gun now picked up for Nausea. He's going to have even more space to work with now with a little bit of extended range. He's going to do the same thing, though, every single time. So I'm wondering how Smart Omega answers that. Or is this just the team composition that's like, we just got to deal with it. We gotta kind of post up and fight as five around the objective.
I feel like they do, because their crowd control, their ability to protect one another mainly comes from James, from Super Yoshi, but the attacks that have to be synced, they can't execute that if they lack one member, especially not in this situation where they're playing from behind.
Yeah.
So that's the tricky part for Smart Omega right now, and that's probably also why they can't really push out there or position themselves in a position to contest for this objective. So Twisted Minds, they're being really careful about this as well.
I love that you brought that up because if there's like ever a composition that loves to do it, that's so good at the -1, any composition that has the Kadeya, that has this Hayabusa as well. So yeah, they're not gonna fight this on a 4v5 at all. So they're just gonna let it go.
Yeah, interesting that they did let it go though. So now for Smart Omega to find themselves defending against this again, their clear is actually pretty good. They should be able to clear things up and fighting in their base, even though they know, okay guys, we need to get, we have this 6,000 gold deficit we're working against. They have a little more firepower and durability than we do in terms of items, but we have a composition that allows us an advantage on the defense with the real manipulation, and as well as having a Ruby here. So they should be able to manage this. I don't think this is a game-winning push for Twisted Minds unless something goes clearly wrong here. They'll deal with the Lord for now. That mid-turret. The rest of the waves are all perfectly lined up.
Oh, there you go. Man, Lansu, that was just 2 swipes of him. Puts Netsky almost to 0. Beautiful positioning here. Beautiful wave synchronization as well for Twisted. Yeah. They take out top. Somehow the bottom survives. But that's just because Haji can reach him. And speaking of reach, look at that. James pulls in Nausha, but he will be able to stay alive. Here comes that beautiful shadow kill. Taking out the back line. Can't even join and help out the team fight. Here comes Nausha with that kill. Haji did not stand a chance. That's a double kill for that Moscow. They just keep going here. There's just no way to stop Twisted Minds at this point. It's a wipeout, and that's a win for Twisted Minds in game number 1.
There's no depends here. Twisted Minds will take game 1.
No defense. That was way too decisive from Twisted Minds. Initially, I thought they weren't actually going to go for it. Naisu did mention this might not be a game-winning push just yet, but all they were waiting for was the waves, that opportunity after they were already able to take down one base turret, and that was up top. And the damage from Nausha.
Crazy.
It was... Okay, so I think they got bursted down in that moment because the attack from Twisted Minds came in at such an unexpected time. You would assume it was just the quad shadow from MP the King, but it was not just the quad shadow. It was also the yin yang overturn. So there were multiple layers of burst damage that came in, not to mention Nausha also dealing the free hits. And whoever was just left, Nausha was able to take care of them.
Yeah, he's got to be the MVP for this one. Yes, of course, Nausha here. Gets the MVP of the Moscow, was untouched. I think it was 7-0-5. We're going to see here in just a second exactly what he did. And yeah, as you can see, 7-0-5. I don't even know if he used the Purify that much, to be honest.
I don't think so.
Like, he had so much room to work with, and he was just so good on his positioning that a lot of times he was just unleashing. He did so much pushing, too, across the map. And every single time you want to see a successful Moscow, that's what they do. They apply pressure on the map to either make the choice of the team as we either got to go respond to this guy or just kind of like buckle in for when the Spear Destruction comes through and he lands. But then oftentimes there was already that initial burst sent through, so then Nausha just came through and cleaned things up.
And by the way, this is a Moskov who, despite the lead, still decided to build a Wind of Nature. We will be seeing it in the item builds later on.
Just to be safe.
Just to be safe, whereas Netsky had none. So I think that was another problem. I know you, like, these are the moments, right? I think it's a question for the gold laners out there. I'm a gold laner, but it depends on my mood. But it's so, right? What do you build? You need damage, but you also need to keep yourself alive. So how does the prioritization in terms of items come into play for Netsky here, who I feel was the main damage source supposedly at that moment? Haji again was a tankier version on the Eve and was a bit restricted, limited. He barely got to farm his way through this game on the Eve, which was another very sad part of how this lineup turned out for Smart Omega. And I don't know, it's the complete opposite of having multiple sources of damage to rely on in a lineup, because Smart Omega mainly had only one or two, and the other one, Ryzen, wasn't able to go online
at all. Yeah, it was very explosive. Lansu is my low-key MVP here. That Lapu-Lapu straight into the War Axe, no boots, no problem. Just really just gave so much momentum to Twisted very early on in this whole game that it felt like Omega was just fighting an uphill battle from minute number 2.
That's true. He led majority of it. Kaloy was mostly like a backup, but it's not in any way that's bad. It's a backup that's kind of encouraging because you have another teammate who's reliable to provide the support if ever you don't get to zone out everyone as needed, or if you do get to accomplish that job, then you have the guy to set up the other ones left in the front lines. And the burst damage from Sean, the early Genius Wand, the lightning truncheon pickup into the Divine Glaive and all that, even if you decide to stick together as Smart Omega, which happened for a majority of the match, it still wasn't that great of an idea because the damage just kept splashing over to the other members whenever Sean was able to poke down the members of Twisted Minds, or Smart Omega rather here. And as you can see, yeah, Netsuki really needed the damage. I think this is supposed to be the Wind of Nature, like the last item was supposed to be the Wind of Nature, but he didn't get to build it anymore. He didn't have enough time.
Yeah, he didn't get it, and again, part of that is, that's what I was saying leading into this, that Kalea being picked up first was just kind of like, this can work really well. Like, you don't notice what Kalea is doing too much, but that's also just because Twisted Minds was able to get a lot done without relying on the Tsunami Slam. The Tsunami Slam was also just in a position where it's like, this is almost like a cherry on top. Like, we're probably going to get an immediate kill off of that if they needed to, but the burst damage, like Brigida mentioned, was layered on so well from Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Then Nasha, like I said, just got to come in for the cleanup, So you can see he's almost nearly at that 1K GPM. Anytime Gold Laner is at that, they had a really good game. So he is the BPI rich guy, and of course the carry as well. You have Super Yoshi being the sandbag, and then of course the wingman here, Sean, which is crazy because I feel like there's really specific players that can make the Kagura work like this, and there's a reason why we were discussing for Sean as a new S tier mage on the list. He's definitely showing it. And one thing I gotta say too is, I mentioned this kind of online after week 1. I was like, man, there's something about Twisted Minds that I know week 1 was kind of like early. They had that 2-0, but I think this is also a statement to say it wasn't a fluke. Like, their week 1, it looks like they've even gotten better from week 1 here.
A lot better, surprisingly so. And again, this is a draft where the usual meta picks, Farsa, Kimmy, not banned, not picked at all.
Slept on.
Yeah. Right? It was a unique pattern to drafting from both teams, I feel. But
Hayabusa, Kalea, right? Yeah.
Right off the bat.
But maybe that's what makes Twisted Minds a lot more terrifying to go up against, because you can't predict per se like what they have in mind, but it still works.
That's true. This also works for you guys watching at home. And if you want to go ahead and showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject Esports, it's for everyone.
Yeah, you can participate in this program so that you can get provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, and even more.
Yeah, visit the MPLPH website for more information, and so you guys know how to apply. We all want tournament access and diamonds. You get to try all the skins in tournament access, so go check it out.
Go check it out. Go check this out as well. If you want to be a super fan and you want to be featured in the next MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month, all you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community like a super fan should, and just keep those interactions positive,
Yeah.
Positivity.
Positive, right? Gotta stay positive. And of course, share any MPL-related news. If you want to do a Ben Things thing. You can also do that. You can make a news segment. I would pay diamonds to see that news segment by you guys.
Yeah.
So,
Ben Things thing.
I love the Ben Things thing.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
When I first started seeing that, the little content piece come up, I was like, man, Ben Things has a really nice voice.
MPL News.
Yeah.
You could be a news anchor or something.
It's so fitting for him. I hope we get to show that to our international viewers too, like with subtitles or
no, just
English
ask Ben
version.
Things to speak English.
That too.
He can do it. I know he can.
Just keep that tone, okay? You need that TikTok tone.
I've spoken to him in English. I know he can do it. Ask him to make 2 versions, MPL.
There
I
you
know
go.
we can, but because Ben Things has a lot of knowledge, guys. So he used to have this whole series, Ben Tips.
Ben Tips, yeah, that's him.
Ben Tips, and he's definitely someone you want to keep an eye on. What's that?
Speaking of,
is he here?
Speaking of the Ben Things thing.
What's
Ben
about the
Things thing?
Why do I feel like the Ben Things thing is in the in the perimeter of the what?
Bring it up. Let's not give away the transition here.
Okay, never mind.
All right, so
that was just my gut feeling.
We could smell it.
You sounded like that one meme that goes around. You know, you guys know the kid that's like, wait a minute. Who are you? Like that's what. Bring it up. Do you know what I'm talking about? I know you guys.
Yes, I know.
Little blonde head kid.
Oh
That's literally how it came off.
Interesting.
I like that.
We just have like a little bit of sixth sense going on. We can sense things. But yeah, if you want to be like really popular like him, maybe do what he does, right?
If you want to be Ben Things, you gotta
do Ben things.
You gotta do Ben things. You know what? So Brigitte already spoiled it for you guys, but we're gonna go ahead and throw it over to our All Access segment, which I think is with Ben Things. Let's go.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. And that was game number 1 na nakita natin as Twisted Minds finally got things over with kontra sa Omega in that very first game. Pero lilipat muna ako dito because we have an extra, ally together with us now. Ben Things, it's been a while. Huling kita ko sa'yo. Nasa Riyadh pa tayo. But how are things going for you?
Ayun, tayo ulit, no? Wala nang jet lag.
Wala nang jet lag. So, back to Filipino time tayo ulit as of the moment, Ben Things. And, it's nice to have you here at the MPL Arena. I want to know, considering na napapanood mo na lahat ng mga nangyayari all throughout the season in its first 2 weeks, what do you think of S16 so far?
Grabe, ito ata yung pinaka-competitive na season. Kasi yung mga in-expect natin na magiging top 8, biglang nambabalagbag sa top 1 to 4. Parang unpredictable yung season na to.
Hindi mo talaga masabi, no? Like at some point, yung mga predictions mo din siguro, babaguhin mo yun all throughout the halfway point, no?
Ano lang yan, wala pa yan, testing lang.
Wala pa yan. Nako, marami pa tayong kailangan na malaman mula sa'yo later on. In fact, I'm gonna ask you more about this match kasi ang naglalaban ngayon ay Twisted Minds kontra sa Smart Omega. Let's probably talk about the strengths of both of the teams. Hindi na muna ito ipapag-predict kasi mamaya mas mainit yung iyo eh. So, Omega, what do you see in this team?
Omega siguro yung mga hugot ng bawat isa kasi galing sila sa top 8 ibang region na nagbabalik dito. Parang yun sa akin yung hugot ng bawat isa.
So you're probably talking about experience, right?
Yeah, tama.
Okay, experience should be the name of the game for Omega. Paano naman sa Twisted Minds?
In Twisted Mind, parang naalala ko yung season namin. Naalala mo yun? Si SDCYC or Chu lang kasi talaga yung bago sa amin, jungler. I mean, veteran. Tapos, 4 kami na bago from amateur. Ganun din yung nangyayari ngayon sa Twisted Mind. Ang galing. Parang, yun yung, siguro isang factor doon para sa POV ko lang, parang wala nag-e-expect. Tapos, hindi napapansin. Kumbaga, shadow lang. Tapos, pag di nyo pinagandaan, and magugulat kayo.
And nanggugulat nga sila gaya nung ginawa nyo way back in Season 9. And I think this is also gonna be a shocker because now is also the opportunity para malaman natin kung ano nga ba ang allocations per country and per region para sa M7 World Championship. So malalaman na natin to, Bentings. There you go. As of the moment, there are 2 slots for Indonesia, Malaysia, at para sa bansang Pilipinas. You also have 2 slots para naman sa ating wildcard teams that are going to be making it into the top 16, and 1 slot for Myanmar, China, EECA, MENA, Turkey, Latam, Singapore, and Cambodia. Yung wildcard teams natin would be given at least a slot each para sa Vietnam, China, EECA, MENA, Turkey, Mongolia, Japan, and the Mekong region. Bentings, this is a major thing. Ang dami na nating nakitang World Championships. And here we go again. What do you think about the M7 World Championship?
Ang hirap, para ayoko mo na tignan. Ang hirap i-predict. Di ba, yung defending champion natin sa Worlds, kakatalo lang kahapon. Ang hirap. Ang gulo ng M16, mainit.
Parang hindi mo pa alam kung sino no? Pero kung tatanungin kita ngayon, kasi most likely makikita naman kita sa playoffs, di ba? Posibleng magbago pa by then. Base sa nakikita mo ngayon or yung pre-season 16 mo na picks, who do you think is gonna be making it into that M7 World Championship? Yung dalawa sa Pilipinas.
Siguro Liquid and Twisted Minds.
Team Liquid and Twisted Minds. Those are your two teams na nakikita sa M7 World Championship.
Yeah, sa ngayon, sa regular season.
Care to explain why? Unahin natin ang TLPH.
Andun pa din eh. Kahit yung ang laki na ng gold lead ng team, alam pa rin nila paano kumambak eh. Tapos open pa rin talaga sila sa pag-explore ng mga hero. Like, naglalabas sila ng Lunox, YS Jungler. And creative pa din yung drafting. Tapos, parang every time na, parang compose pa rin sila kahit talo sila. Yun.
And you see it, right? Gusto nilang makumpleto yung Golden Road, the Immortal Run. Kung maaalala natin, it was TLPH winning the first half of MPL and then MSC. Now they're looking for the next two sa second half. But for Twisted Minds, this could probably be, a surprise for some of our viewers. Pero hindi nakakagulat yun dahil sa performance nila. Care to elaborate why Twisted Minds is your pick so far?
Siguro yung connection ng na trio mid, sobrang lakas. Tsaka, pag na-appreciate nyo kung paano maglaro yung roam ng Twisted Minds, sobrang underrated. Andun yung parang fundamentals, paano talaga yung paglaro ng totoong roam, kung paano mag-protect ng kampe and paano mag-engage.
So the fundamentals are right there. Well, if you're talking about fundamentals and you have someone like Coach Bonchan right over there, right? Matik na matututunan talaga nila yan over the course of time and they're applying that right now. Ben Things, it's so nice to have you here with us today. Maraming salamat. In case na, meron pang hindi nakaka-follow sa'yo or hindi pa nila naaabangan yung mga content mo, what do you usually do at paano ka ba maantabayanan ng MPL fans?
Kahit sa platform nandun ako, Benting, search lang.
Bentings, is there something na i-expect namin sa'yo? Saan ka ba namin makikita? Meron ka bang upcoming gigs na you're gonna look forward to that you wanna invite the rest of the fans?
Wala pa naman.
Oh, wala pa naman. Wala pa. Nako, guys, ingat ka ha sa hindi ka ba maglalaro? Akala ko sa Indo ka. Ay, mali na.
Hindi ako yun.
Mali na naman ako. Pasensya ka na. But yes, Ben Things and I are obviously really ready and ecstatic for what is absolutely gonna happen para sa M7 World Championship. Slots are already given para sa ating mga teams and as of this moment, I think it is now time for us to be able to toss it back right into our casters. So casters, what do you think of this M7 World Championship allocation?
That's a heated question, Hans. I'm not sure how No, I'm joking. I know we're not going to address the elephant in the room, but I will say this. There is a ton of teams competing for those spots for M7, and I can't wait to see it. I know, am I seeing that right? Wildcard gets 2 slots?
2 slots? What the heck? That's pretty cool.
Deserve.
From 1, we're up to, it's quite amazing.
Because personally for me, watching the wild cards always feels like a treat. We get to see the meta from regions we don't usually get to watch, and then they surprise us with that very competitive spirit which wants to make you see them and how they're gonna fare if they make it far, and now they give more chances to these wildcard teams. So I wonder who the regions are gonna be exactly in wildcard, but based on last MSC's wildcard, this should be a ride for M7.
I can't wait for it, man.
EWC's wildcard was already crazy as it is.
Yeah, I loved it.
And only 1 slot was given. Imagine 2, the finalists probably, right?
I remember Rockhard, like a lot of people were just like, man, I wish 2 teams could go through back from EWC's wildcard. So maybe they heard the wishes.
Shout out to Japan.
Yeah, that's true. And by the way, Japan has been preparing for it already because even before our season started, they're already looking for coaches.
And I think you apply?
I can't, man. I can't. I'll get too lost over there, But
hey, you lived there.
I did. I used to live there. I'm hopefully going there soon. But yeah, Smart Omega on the blue side here. We got Twisted Minds over here on the red. The first phase of bans are done. The Lancelots is open. Do they go for it?
Yeah.
Wow, what's new?
What's new?
Wow. Now Twisted Minds. I don't want to. No, just kidding. No, because it's Twisted Minds, right?
Hayabusa Kalea. What's new? This is definitely not a depends. We've seen this before.
This is deja vu. This is not depends.
Okay, if this ends up being the Kagura in Red 3, I don't know anymore. And maybe because of that, I would really want Smart Omega to switch it up a bit in their mid duos.
Yeah, I think all of us are in agreement that the last Smart Omega draft was too net centric.
Yep.
It could have definitely been better.
Oh, they took it.
I love it. I love that.
Okay. So this is looking good so far. Also picking up the phobias, although there is still a potential CC that will come out. Oh my goodness! Never mind. Why the CC? If there's
You practicing a German accent or something?
That was very Hansel and Gretel.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness!
Well, we're gonna turn German for a bit. I love it.
Okay. Not that that's hinting at anything or
That's
anything.
how surprised she was.
Yes.
It's just very surprising, right?
But yeah, I think it's a good answer though. The Esmeralda over here.
Yeah. So now, like, I'm just expecting a much more unpredictable mid lane from Sean to appear later on.
What would that be though? I mean,
What's crazier than a Kagura? That's the question.
Yeah. I mean, how do you answer back against the Kagura, right?
like, would he go? Would he pick up the Farsa? I almost assume it's gonna be banned out.
The Jushin's taken out now. The Selena might be taken out as well. If not, that might be one. But because like I'm a bit iffy about the Kimi as well.
Drawing up a blank. Chat, help us out. What's a good mid laner? I'm actually gonna read chat right now.
Rockheart is breaking the fourth wall.
No, we used to do that before, remember? Where
Yeah.
we would kind of just read comments from chat. I'm gonna start that. We're gonna start that. I mean, like live on stream.
Live on stream, breaking the fourth
Live
wall.
on stream chat. Come on. Help us out. What's a good mid lane here for Twisted?
Yeah, that's great. It would be great to hear. If ever we're gonna narrow it down, maybe something that has a bit of burst again.
I think they
because
go Aurora.
Sakalea. Yeah. Oh, so that adds to the crowd control too with a frigid glacier. But
She actually has pretty good damage too, but I don't know. Other than that, there's still, because you're going against the Skagura. Selena, maybe you mentioned because help with advantage, but that's going to be the Granger first.
So according to the chat, Zushin was good, but it got banned out.
Yeah.
So Vexana, says Kaiser, Brigida mid lane, they say.
Me? Why
Brigida's
me?
not a hero yet. Not yet. Maybe in a year.
Do you guys community poll? Should Brigida be a no?
No.
Should Brigida become an in-game hero?
No. I'm gonna put option D.
Option D. What's option D?
Bring it up.
Depends.
Exactly.
Wait, is this another Ruby game? Okay. So this is gonna be
Oh man.
Ruby Rome this time.
It looks like
it
it. Yes,
was
yes.
EXP. Because this is for sure gonna be focused in the EXP lane. What does Netsky pick up? There's still the Moskov.
Moskov would be great.
But
Moskov
there's a
Granger
Bruno
matchup.
also. If they
I've
want
been
to
waiting for too long.
Not what I expected. Right. So we're still looking for that mid.
What is Sean gonna pick up?
People are saying Selena and Lilia, but I'm not sure, guys. They're going as crazy as Eudora right now.
Hey,
Dora.
Hey, it's Twisted.
wait, someone say Gord.
Someone say Gord?
Somebody in the chat say Gord.
Yeah, why are you guys...
Aw.
No, it's a Valentina.
Valentina.
Predictable, yeah. But it's,
Wait.
it's
I don't
fine.
know, man. Because, like, what are you going to take? Maybe the I'm offended? What else?
That's a good point.
Like, what?
Not much.
There's not that, but hey, if he
light
wants to
wheel.
live up, yeah.
Yang overturn.
If Sean wants to live up to being put in the S tier mage talk,
He has to win this.
Yeah,
you do it
he
here.
has to.
You show us.
Okay.
You show us what ultimate you're gonna take, Sean.
Even without a Valentina ult, what
Yeah.
can you do, right? What can Sean do here?
I think this is pretty tough for Twisted Minds to make work.
Yeah, it does feel a bit tricky, although I can picture Sean and Kaloy still being just as aggressive in the mid lane in the first few minutes, especially being the Valentina. You're going to be after all that XP, and you have that innate passive as well, which grants you that. So it's probably going to be the rotations that'll really
Welcome
matter.
to Mobile
They might-
Legends.
or what we might be seeing here is them trying to play around a certain lane and working around that instead of being too reliant here in the mid lane, because I don't think you can do much with the Ruby against the Ruby Kagura. Anyway, like the Kagura is too hard to catch, and the Ruby will be there to always protect the Kagura either way.
Yeah, it's gonna spell vamp for days.
Yeah.
It's so hard to kill. I love it on Rome, but right now it's a question of what this mid lane duo, at least for Twisted, is gonna do or end up doing.
Are we seeing this right?
Yeah, we are.
They're still trying to invade. Yeah.
Still going for the invasion. No ultimates available. They're going to go hard on Super Yoshi here, who can't even get out of harm's way. If you want to take out Ruby, very early on is when you do it. But they are still going with Kaloy and Lansu straight on the James's tail. Ryzen can't get the jungle properly here. They're getting disrupted so much.
Whoa, okay. So the rotation wasn't towards any lane. It's towards the jungler.
This is what I'm saying about Twisted Minds, man. It feels like they're so in sync. People had a big question about them leading into the season. Well, I think they've answered it in week 1, and now they're still answering it here so far in this day 2, because it seems like, again, these 4 guys who are used to playing together just play the same way, but then MP the King's doing his thing, and he's always been a really good kind of like leave MP to his own, and he's gonna make something happen. You know, like that's always been kind of his play style, and it fits so well in this lineup, this synergy for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. If you want to make MP do things, you got to disrupt Ryzen. You got to slow down Ryzen. You don't need to kill him.
No.
Just slow down his level earning, and the MP should get a pretty decent advantage, which he's doing right now.
It really depends everything. Oh, wait!
Yeah, they're chasing him down. Ryzen again. He's not even level 4, just getting it right here. And then he is getting punished so hard by Lansu right now. We are not seeing much stonks here unless Omega tried to go something crazy on this turtle. He will get it, and Ryzen will get it with Retribution. That's a kill on the MP the King as well. James is still jumping in with the Infernal Pursuit, and I think they will be able to make it out here. But look at that. Trying to make a re-engagement happen since Netsky has just arrived.
That felt like a bit miscalculated.
Yeah, or misplayed.
For Twisted Minds. I get they were in control for majority of that turtle, but Omega can find so many ways to catch up. This is still a Lancelot jungler that we're talking about, and we saw just how he decided to pierce through the members of Twisted Minds who were supposedly blocking their way. That was Kaloy jumping in, knocking up multiple members with the title strike, but I feel like he just offered a path, a means to puncture his way, or for Ryzen to puncture his way through the objective.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that time he didn't.
Just when you were like talking it up as well.
Yeah.
Those are Brigada Twisted Mind sounds, by the way. Like her mind is twisted at this point.
Those are the
It sounds like
neurons
the cat.
firing.
It sounds like the cat. But yeah.
You're gonna see Brigada spinning later, guys.
When you just hit that, what happened? Mind, it's like it's Brigada spinning around, but
I don't know. Ryzen, with all the tools he had, couldn't even make it out of that one. That's crazy.
That's how you lock it down, though. You got to be able to lock down this Lancelot. But like you guys mentioned, there is a point to this where the Lancelot is still going to be valuable. Even if you delay him out, you can see like he's not falling too far behind. He's focusing on the farm, trying to get there, because that's one thing. Even if it comes to the objective contest, Lancelot's always a threat. Just like Hayabusa. Hayabusa can technically do the same thing, but I think now you have to start to see where MP decides to actually utilize the Hayabusa, because I feel like even earlier on, he could have used the Shadow Kill. He decided not to, and then they got punished for that turtle, so I think it just looks like they want to fight. Here he uses it.
MP's getting very early on, uses Shadow Kill, pushes Haji back. I don't think he's going to want to re-engage with that low of HP as well. But look at James, he's up on front, he's chasing up Kaloy, and I think Omega still wants to make something out of this one. Netsky with some pretty good DPS here. Great knock up on the free. Nausea still kiting and diving in the profile right now, but Lansu's gonna get taken out right away. Sion as well. Not gonna be long for this world, and that is a very clear Omega win.
Okay, I think the question of... Oh, I punched the mic. I think the question of damage is slowly being a problem for Twisted Minds here, especially with Valentina. Oh, Nausea!
Yeah, they're jumping in Nausea. There's just no way out of that one. For the Granger, Omega is capitalizing very well. They're in the goal lead break.
Yeah, if we would recall the team fight that happened just now, MP the King clearly nearly got the kill on Haji. But there was this well-timed flicker, and that flicker just cancels out, especially if you use it in the right direction, cancels out the Oki Shadow kill overall. So that's what Haji was able to accomplish, already taking away the ultimate, but oh my goodness, is this a kill? Is this a kill?
MP the King still flexing what he can do here on that Hayabusa. Super Yoshi and Haji were already on the way to the Shadow. They knew he was going to come back.
Yay!
Luckily, it's going to be able to dodge out of that one as well. Dodging out of the I'm offended. So
Yeah.
overall, still pretty safe for Twisted, but Omega definitely have caught up.
Yeah, I think when the team fights tend to last a bit more longer than they should, Twisted Minds might be at a slight disadvantage because Omega, overall, they have a lot more skills to spam. We were just talking about even looking at Haji and just him throwing out his umbrella, and he's currently 2-0, so that could be a lot of damage that you would expect from him. And overall, James, I don't think Twisted Minds are able to completely deal with him as of this moment. And so whenever James decides to go in with the Infernal Pursuits, it really breaks the formation of Twisted Minds overall. I think they need to communicate a bit more, because we're so used to seeing MP the King do all these individual plays, especially on heroes like this, such as the Hayabusa. But if it doesn't result into a successful pickoff similar to what happened earlier with Haji, then they might need a bit more time to regroup and not just constantly force the fights, even when they know that it's not entirely as favorable for them anymore.
Yeah, this is one of the things where they're at this point in the game where it's kind of difficult to deal with that tankiness that Smart Omega has between the Phoveus and even for Super Yoshi's Ruby. So, like, we're trying to see where are the windows at here for Twisted Minds composition, because that's what.
Oh my goodness, Super Yoshi already using that concealed, will not be able to walk out at least without a hurt here. Lanzu does on the back. Super Yoshi goes down. And now the chase is going on. Netsuki, oh my goodness. That is going to be a big chunk of damage removed from Omega.
That's what I was saying. The windows they're playing into. MP, that's so close.
Okay.
He's got to choose his fight wisely, but they do get the turtle. But that's what I was saying. The windows of Twisted Minds, they have to find those. And if that means from Super Yoshi whiffing the flicker, I'm offended, and then being caught out, then punish there. And that's exactly what they do. So it's still a little bit of a lead for Smart Omega, but Twisted Minds find themselves the objective. They'll put pressure on the purple, but Smart Omega is there to make sure that Ryzen gets it. And so we're back to it, but there's some fight there for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Big fight here for Twisted Minds. I think at this point, MP the King, he's just flexing. He kind of knows he's at a very good advantage, especially XP-wise. So that's why he can do a lot of these things. But again, how long can he just keep doing this, though? Because Netsuki is catching up slowly.
Yeah, it was really great for Twisted Minds that they got Netsuki in that last team fight, because if not, he would have been a huge problem by now. Oh, but James all alone!
Here comes that big, insane conceal coming in from Twisted. Already used it to take out James. It's going to be a 4v5. Lanzu's still up on front. Where's the backup? He's calling in right now. And there's gonna, I'm offended. That is why you pick up that Ruby. But some pretty good damage from MP, making it pretty close to the chest, but they're going to be able to survive. That's 4 down for the Minds.
Super Yoshi! He decided to reserve that I am offended for when Haji was able to lay out the yin-yang overturn. So multiple members of Twisted Minds felt the damage during the second phase of the yin-yang overturn, and not to mention how the rest of the members of Smart Omega were just able to keep themselves alive, relying on Super Yoshi and his capability to just protect his teammates, to protect Netsuki, even despite that really well-timed Ogi Shadow kill. If you would look at the instant replay here, Super Yoshi was just trying to hold Lanzu down, but 3 members got caught in that yin-yang overturn. And even when the Ogi Shadow kill was over, you see him timing those skills well enough so MP the King could not escape, and Smart Omega were able to deal with him.
Yeah, great team fighting there in response to what happened earlier for Smart Omega, now getting themselves a good, healthy lead. This will lead into this first Lord coming up here. So Twisted Minds, how do they respond to this? I don't know, man. I think our big question mark for this lineup from Twisted Minds was in the draft. It was the Valentina. So far, we really haven't been able to see much from Sean.
No value at all.
There's not much value because, again, who do you take for an ultimate? And then even so, you're seeing Ryzen kind of dancing all over the back line of Twisted Minds, and they haven't been able to really cover that ground. That's the problem here, because you're either trying to initiate with Kalea or, Lantu's jumping on forward. They're going to be forced to possibly fight here.
Okay, they're going to try to make something out of Kaloi's Tsunami Slam here, but looks like the Omega members are tough enough to survive at least one full combo. But Lanzu could be, again, it's Netsuki going down. Like 70% of damage here for Omega. What is Omega going to do here?
Lanzu.
Gonna have to make it out.
Still dancing on him.
Oh my gosh.
Still dancing in the back. Ryzen is very healthy. I don't think they want to contest that right here. But Nausha is also going to start hurting here on that Granger.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh my goodness, where did that come from? MP the king with a kill for the back. James so low as well. Lansu again, no one can really answer this guy. This monster in the middle of everything. James, Ryzen, he'll do a superhero maneuver. No, the Tsunami Slam was there to save the day for Twisted.
Whoa, Lansu started the whole thing, leading the charge on the Esmeralda, and now we'll get Twisted Minds back into this game, demolishing that 3K gold lead that Smart Omega had, and now they got the Lord. They'll get more.
I could vividly remember how badly Lansu wanted to prove himself again. Now that he got the opportunity to return to MPL, and clearly he's showing us that now, being one of the biggest reasons as to why Twisted Minds were able to find their way back into this game. In multiple occasions as well, I would say Kaloy has been very commendable in his use of the Kalea. Again, not too far from what we saw from him in game number 1. It's a very defensive Kalea that's seemingly meant to just protect his teammates. Those perfectly timed Tsunami Slams or even Tidal Strikes just to momentarily disrupt Smart Omega already means so much for those members of Twisted Minds who just need a bit of time to escape, because if you look at their lineup overall, they have decent mobility to rely on. They have dashers in Nausha, especially Sean. So as long as he's able to offer that, Twisted Minds are able to fight back.
There it is.
So far, it's beautiful. They're looking at it so well, especially on Kaloy's side. Conceal already used up here, and the Lord gonna do a big chunk of damage in that turret. I don't know if they want to fight this right now.
They want to get that turret. They should be able to get this. It is a retreat, but that base turret in the bottom lane will go down. That might be all Twisted Minds gets unless they can push in one more turret. But again, you got to respect the damage that Smart Omega has. That's one thing. Also, not getting caught out from an I'm offended from Super Yoshi. So looks like off of that, Twisted Minds will just get that one base turret. But now, where does Smart Omega go from here? Where do they adjust into this next kind of objective fight? But even before that, they might just force a fight. That's what we're seeing with both the teams on the inside.
In terms of fighting, Lansu is huge in these fights. I cannot believe how long he is lasting. I guess we just forgot how strong Esmeralda can really be, especially if there's like no straight up counter to it.
There is only, I think, Super Yoshi who can also try and stop him in his tracks. But if you were Super Yoshi, you'd feel a bit torn between who you want to reserve your skills for, because at any moment MP the King could also go in, but you also need to stop Lansu every now and then.
Kaloy's gonna go in your face.
Yeah, Kaloy's gonna go in your face. So positioning is gonna be very crucial. Super Yoshi is gonna play a crucial role in this game, but fortunately for Haji, he's 303. It's a really good stat line. He's in a good position. Netsuki, though, might be the problem. Lansu is so keen on getting access towards Netsuki. He's been doing it consistently.
As we say in the Philippines, he's very giggle for either Netsuki or like Ryzen here. So I do not want to get in the way of that Esmeralda.
Yeah, especially when the shield is stacked up there. You saw the I'm offended play from Super Yoshi thrown out, but won't find it. Lord is up now, so Twisted Minds playing into this. Even more tanky now for Lansu. Picks up the Anti Grass. So Smart Omega, they have to approach this pretty carefully, knowing that Lansu's just providing vision and he's going to be shielded up. Like, he's going to be tanky enough himself where he can just go ahead and do that. You know, even if it's 1 versus 4 or 3 or 5 even, I think he's going to be fine for the most part. So, and he's still got to Purify as well. So he plays that front mark for Twisted Minds. They won't fully commit to the Lord though, just in case they have to deal with Super Yoshi setting things up. They don't want to get caught in a choke point either, especially with Haji, like we're going to mention, on this Kagura.
Wait, James is already half HP though.
Yeah, there's a lot of HP already for James. Here comes the dive in. Kaloy already gonna get taken out very, very quickly here. That's a 4v5 active right now for Twisted. They're still fighting here. There goes that shadow kill in the back, taking out James as well. That's gonna be a good trade. Sean is gonna be chased out. Again, not really much that Valentina can do against that Ryzen. Lancelot. Now it's 3v4. What's it gonna be? Twisted.
I think Lancey's good enough to delay them though, even though they got 2 members of Twisted down. I don't think Smart Omega can commit to the Lord.
Why are they still going at it? Twisted is really crazy.
Haji also he just decided to clear the waves up top. Earlier, it could have been an escape for Sean. He decided to use the IMU for the Phantom Execution, but
Okay.
the response was just too quick from Ryzen. Okay, Twisted Minds are still trying to go for it.
They are rushing it. They are bum rushing this board right now. Nice hold coming in from Omega, but there's just no space for the retribution for MP. And that's going to be, I think they should go back, but looks like they want to go for a fight. Putting in low, Super Yoshi and Haji and Netsky. They're low, they're running. But here comes James. Just in the nick of time to save his teammates.
Ooh, a little off on the timing there, but good for Smart Omega to go ahead and grab the objective. They do need it to march towards the base of Twisted.
If only Ryzen was not able to use the Thorn Rose there. Or if he didn't have the Thorn Rose there, then it could have been a kill for MP the King. It could have been easier for them to deal with this Lord once again. But for now, it's Smart Omega who gets their hands on the Lord. And Twisted Minds will have to play defense again. So somehow, it's still hard to say what can come out of this game because both teams are just equally fighting back. And despite the disadvantages we've been mentioning or the struggles that we've opened about the lineup of Twisted Minds, they constantly find their way around it. Maybe just not allow Kaloy to get taken out first.
There's the charge in from the Lord. Is this base turret fine?
Oh, wait a second. Flicker already used by Kaloy here. That's going to be turret going down. James is low, but he has immortality, so he should be fine. And so far, that's going to be inhibitor for inhibitor, mid and bottom for Omega.
Yeah. If only he was also able to bait out the flicker from Super Yoshi, but it was just the eye of offended. Oh, Lansu gets bursted down too.
Whoa! How do you burst down Esmeralda that much? Well, they're gonna take this opportunity. There's a small window. No Esmeralda means it's gonna be a pretty good team fight here for Omega. But Ryzen, he's actually in pretty decent shape. They're dancing under the tower here, and Netsky is just having a field day. Free hit as well, but MP the King says no. I'm gonna take your back line, and I'm gonna do it again. Looks like he's gonna be able to make it out, and that could be Nosha with a triple kill on that Granger again.
Netsky still has the Purify. He should be fine, but man, the winner crown earlier from Nosha was so good. Bought enough time because the win chant was used by Netsky, and it kept everybody there. And even so, it's still a close battle, but man, they're still in it.
Those are stacks that Nosha got on the Granger, on the Sky Piercer. And if only the basic attacks from Netsky didn't catch up to MP the King, Twisted Minds could have potentially made a lot more out of this win, out of this successful team fight that they were able to accomplish. We're looking at the instant replay here. Ryzen was really able to distract the backlines here for some moment, and Lansu did a spectacular job at holding out the other members as well, but Super Yoshi, he's just too reliable as well. It's just that they cannot get left in that kind of position again where they lose out on so many members because it'll be just so much easier for Twisted Minds. And we saw it happen in that previous team fight.
Yeah, so now, you know, Nosha switched up to the Immortality. Over here, Netsky picked up the Rose Gold. This is going to be interesting because that item swapping does come into play, especially now in this portion of the game. And this could be big too. If Super Yoshi can get a pull, he doesn't have the flicker for about 15 seconds.
They revealed themselves.
Yeah, they revealed. And also, Sean doesn't have an ultimate yet, so this has been a lot of the ways of, you know, how do they use this Valentina. They might be forced into a fight here. It looks like Smart Omega will give it a go, but look where the rest of the crew is going.
Sneaky, sneaky.
They're going to try to make a play here.
Yeah, they gotta make something happen here, I think. Half HP right now. And there's a conceal popped already. Who's going to be the target? It looks like Kaloy's the one they're going hard on, and he's going to be taken out pretty easily. MPK from the back line, and that's going to be Sion going down as well. Sean not going to be able to make anything. It looks like it's looking like a Twisted Minds wipeout. It is going to be MPK very low. At least that's going to be 3 down. Omega says, you know what, guys? We can go ahead and finish this.
Yeah, it took a bit more time. MP the King, he was trying to find the right opportunity to go in, but he wasn't able to find it.
Yeah, he's going to be able to do some damage. He's trying to cut the waves. He's doing his very best. He's running. He's gunning. Kakashi, run for the hills. And that's going to be him just baiting him out and delaying just enough for the rest of Twisted to come back.
He bought enough time with the shadow kill. They'll go and take the orange buff, but they're going to have to find themselves on the defense here. Once the rest of Twisted Minds is up, what a great game here. Past the 20-minute mark for game 2.
Yep, great decision making from both sides. MP the King also picks up the orange buff, and I feel like if it weren't for James responding at that moment, he could have tried ending it there as well.
Yeah.
But fortunately, he made it. He was able to deal with the waves. There's also a Winter Crown pickup for James already. I think Twisted Minds needs to watch out for that because he could potentially bait out a couple of skills. But Twisted Minds, I feel like they're playing that game too. They're trying to bait out things. Oh my gosh!
Oh, if only that was only Haji, but no. He got right in here, but he's going to be able to take it out as well. Look at Haji. He's making a run for it. It's MP the King with a 2v1 and he one's out. The cleanup crew here is just too much here. But look at that. That's going to be 2 down for Omega. How are they going to make this fish work?
Oh, just let MP do MP the King things. But can the team defend? Even with an advantage right here. 2 down for Smart Omega. They still have the Lord to push in.
Yeah. They'll have more than enough space to deal with the Lord. And if Omega does not back out now, Twisted Minds will definitely go for a fight. And so Smart Omega respects that. And this buys enough time for Twisted Minds yet again. We have to take a look at that instant replay.
I hope we see a slow-mo here or something. That's nuts.
Those were moves.
MP is doing work.
Look at that! Look at that! It was spread out even with some minions. But the damage was enough.
It was like already mitigated by a minion.
Yeah.
That's how much damage
2
MP
minions.
has.
I think that was 2 minions.
Insane.
Woo. Again, MP just making, like, I mean, you got to think about it. From clearing the wave earlier on to getting that 2v1, he's bought enough minutes now for Twisted Minds to go ahead and readjust. But what it'll all lead down to is 40 minutes on that Lord, or 40 seconds on that Lord to come up. And it'll come down to a fight. But when we get to this portion of the game, it's also, you have to consider the fact of the defensive items being juggled around now is like the main thing to look at. And we've had our gold laners stick with some gold roses, and then they go to the Winter Crowns, and they go to the Immortalities. As I say that, Nasha picks up the Winter Crown. So this is the main thing. But even the last team fight, the Lord fight that we saw, Twisted Minds didn't play it right. Even when MP tried to join the fight, he was way too late. The team has already crashed down on. So that's one of the problems here, I feel like, for Twisted Minds' lineup. They got to be able to adjust to the team fight. Yes, they're making plays, you know, here and there across the map. He got stacks here for Nasha, but ultimately you got to be able to win that major fight, and this is now a much stronger Lord that they're going to have to deal with.
It's an evolved Lord that we're talking about. So if whoever gets it accompanies this Lord and tries to go for the siege, there's a very high chance that the defending team will find it difficult to pull off a successful defense. And if I remember correctly, that team fight which happened in the previous Lord also happened after Omega revealed themselves. So it's just really them and Twisted Minds knowing that they can't pick a fight with Omega and their full resources. So how well are they going to be able to bait out one of those crucial resources from Smart Omega? Mainly looking at Super Yoshi, because Super Yoshi, he's been changing and dictating the tempo of the team fight so far.
Super Yoshi up on front. They're chasing Kaloy so much as well. So I don't feel really bad about Kaloy at this point. He's getting taken down even before the fight starts.
Oh, are they going to fight this?
Yeah, big fight here as well. It's going to be Ryzen with that Lord that you mentioned as well. But look at this. It's just HP bars going down one by one here from both sides. And that's going to be James with Immortality as well. And here comes those clutch moments that we are talking about. We can't even react at all. So many things happening at the same time, but it's a wipeout at the end for Omega.
Oh, wipeout! Haji with a maniac! It looks so close there, but Smart Omega with the team fight, they'll get the dub! We're going to game 3!
And that's what so many people were waiting to see from Haji. The KDA machine on that Kagura. Just look at how clean of an execution that was. That maniac he secured towards that game-winning victory, that push. It looked so good for Twisted Minds, but apparently it was not.
It apparently wasn't.
Oh, man.
That late game Esmeralda, it's getting shrugged off.
Yeah.
More consistently, and Kaloy just can't really make any stuff happen. Anything plays to happen for Twisted.
There was a moment in that team fight where multiple health bars were so low for Smart Omega.
I literally was looking, wait, where do I look at?
Like,
There's so
yeah.
many things happening.
Like, where did they? And then all of a sudden, you saw the quick switching on multiple players too, from the Winter Crowns to the Immortalities being popped and everything else. But then, yeah, Haji came in with the Kagura, and again, this is why we're seeing the Kagura more and more and more. But still, it takes a certain, I feel like, player still to make it really work. What better than to have Haji do it with a Maniac there? I'm wondering what they said too. Like you saw the little player cams at the end when him and James were talking. I wonder what was being said, because I feel like that was a very maybe heated matchup for them.
Wait, what's there? Hey!
You know, so as you guys can see here, Haji getting the MVP for this game too. Well deserved on the Kagura, 7-2 and 12. And yeah, man, that last instance, if it was not a Kagura, it would have been a different story. That's what I'm saying. I don't know, man. That Valentina, big question for me. Big question mark from Sean.
It was not a blind pick Valentina. They knew what they were going up against. But this feels worse than a blind pick Valentina. I mean, like, I have nothing against the hero.
Yeah.
But this did not feel like Sean doing Sean things.
Yeah, I did not feel him at all in that game. I don't recall calling Sean doing anything aside from terrifying some random person on the side of the map. You know?
Yeah, this is not his play style. At least he tried, especially in the beginning when they were going heavy on the invades against the opposing jungler. But Ryzen was just too quick to bounce back from that. He did not care, and they were able to allocate the resources on other parts of the map, which led to the situation of Twisted Minds just struggling to engage in a team fight overall. It was only up until that moment wherein we felt Sean trying to make his presence felt in the mid lane. Other than that, it was him just trying to do things or just trying to escape from Smart Omega.
I feel like too, the Lancelot, like there were so many instances where Ryzen should have died, but he was able to buy so much time, whether that was with the Thorn Rose or being able to like go ahead and puncture on through or the Phantom Execution out. And that's again why Lancelot is so contested. And it's him and YSS for the most part. You can see with Hayabusa struggles a little bit, especially when you have a Ruby across from you.
Yeah.
And you know, sometimes you have to really be kind of picky with how you enter some of these fights, just because you know that a Ruby is most likely around the corner, around everybody else. And so you got to give it up to Super Yoshi. Super Yoshi did a phenomenal job at protecting the team. And sometimes he was just standing right in the middle of it and providing enough pressure and coverage for everybody.
Yeah, this was the last team fight.
So many things happening at the same time.
Like
crazy.
They were already walking away, but even then, as they were trying to kite away Twisted Minds, Haji can still keep throwing out the umbrella anyway.
Yeah.
And that deals a lot of damage
So
unknowingly. You don't get to notice it as much, but there's just so much damage that comes out from this Kagura, from this umbrella, once it lands onto a particular target. And it's not that he needs to go up close to the opponents, unlike what Sean is demanded to do with the Valentina. Sean needs to put himself out there, and I don't think you want to do that against this lineup of Smart Omega, especially when we reach the late game, because Netsuki, you saw how Netsuki was able to deal with whoever decided to go up front. Even when it was MP the King. I think it was why MP the King couldn't stay as long whenever he tried to go for a pick-off. Only during that moment when he was up against Haji and Super Yoshi was it possible for him to last long enough. But if you see Netsuki in the area, it's a no-go for like MP the King.
Not even Lanzu can survive that long against super late game carry from Netsuki, which is 8-2 and 11. And yeah, even Kaloy. I feel bad about Kaloy.
Yes,
Sean not really able to do any ultimates. MP the King did the majority of the work here, unfortunately, for this game. Nosha was also just playing catch-up as well.
Yep.
Majority of the game as well.
Yeah, it's man, it was a long one too, 24 plus minutes. So that's why it was getting down to that point where the item juggles are important, you know, being able to go ahead and find the right targets too, because that was the thing. Every single team fight we saw break out, it was mostly, I want to say like team fight wise, it was mostly Smart Omega because of the lineup that they have. Twisted Minds was just doing these things where it's like they would have those moments where MP was, making plays, especially towards the end here. So definitely a draft difference, I would say, and that's kind of what we hinted at throughout the draft. But yeah, it's one of those things. I wonder if you would have just changed one hero.
Yeah, we're gonna keep going back to that one.
Yeah,
100%.
But I saw Valentina yesterday, and it was the same thing. It's like one of those things where like Valentina comes through in a draft, and you're like, all right, this usually isn't picked up. So then you start to go and be like, what ultimates are there to take at least? But like, there was like none here. We saw a couple of the I'm Offended be taken, but for the most part, like that didn't even really result into anything. So I almost would have liked to see even, I don't know, hell, an Aurora or something, but
Lilia
a Gord.
even.
Bring it. No, I'm joking. There's a Lancelot costume. Don't do that. But yeah, ultimately that game is done and dusted. Game 2 going over to Smart Omega. Before we head over to Game 3, we're going to go ahead and check out our All Access segment. We're going to be hearing for some more info. I'm not sure exactly. There's no spoilers here, so let's go and throw it over.
What's up, Superfans? Dahil nga ang araw na ito ay para sa inyo, we are here at MPL Festival together with Siron para i-explain sa atin kung ano nga ba ang meron dito sa Infinix booth. What do we have here?
Meron po tayong dalawang activities, which is yung photo booth natin and then yung gaming area. Then pag nagawa nyo po yung dalawa is meron kayong chance manalo ng merch.
So paano ba yung gagawin nila sa photo booth?
Post lang po kayo ng any post na gusto nyo, then scan nyo yung QR code, post nyo sa Facebook. Tapos lagay nyo po yung hashtags.
And dito naman, kailangan din nilang picturean to, di ba?
Sa number 2 activity naman po natin is picturean nyo lang po tong area na to, then lagay nyo po sa caption kung sino sa tingin nyo yung mag-MVP this playoffs.
Paano naman yung mga hindi nagso-social media? Ano pa yung way para magkaroon sila ng chance dito sa ating draw?
Pwede po kayo maglaro ng brawl, then pag nag-MVP po kayo, pwede po kayo manalo din ng mga merch natin.
Ayan! Ano ba ang magiging premyo natin dito?
Iba-iba po, meron po tayong t-shirt, lanyard, and then tote bags po na galing sa Infinix. Then may mga skin din po tayo na ibibigay kung sakaling mapupunta.
Ang ganda naman ng shirt. I-flex mo naman ang shirt ng Infinix. Wow guys, ito ang pwede nyo mapanalunan. And ang grand prize natin dito sa ating raffle is an Infinix phone. Anong phone yun?
GT30 po. Pero sa week 8 po siya ilalabas. Sa ngayon po is may chance po kayo sa mga exclusive merch natin.
So, pumunta na kayo dito during regular season and up to week 8 dahil napakaraming inihanda ni Infinix booth para sa inyong lahat. That's it for me here at MPL Festival.
Thank you for the MPL Festival. Take a look at that, the All Access Pass. Thank you very much, Odin. It's me and Rockhart.
That's right.
Well,
What's up?
Hey, you made it.
There you are.
You made it from.
You made it just in time.
You made it from.
Now we were talking about like how
Brigida went to the festival.
Yeah, you were checking out Odin.
Yeah.
Just making sure she
was so fun.
Welcome back.
I was hiring.
She wanted to basically apply for a BPI card.
No. She did. Yes, she did. She wanted to join the Vibe app for 50,000 diamonds or 50 entries. Sorry, 50 entries for 50,000 diamonds. Brigida,
yes.
I actually threw this question to you, but you weren't there. I needed you to go ahead and explain the dynamics of the universe.
That's right.
What universe?
This
like
universe.
how the world works.
How the world works. I would like you, but then I looked over. See, that's why you don't miss coming back.
It was like a whole minute. He was saying, like, you know what
really?
Brigida would be good at? Like, just explaining physics to us.
Yeah. You guys don't know, but Brigida's actually a genius.
She is a genius.
But, yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's use this genius mind of hers to think about Game 3.
Oh.
What could actually change here? Because we've already shared our sentiments about the Valentina. Let's take that out.
I'm gonna double check the chat as well.
Yeah, let's take that out of the chat
again.
What do you guys think?
So Brigida will use her brain. Rockhart will use the chat. I will just talk to you guys.
Okay, let me try use my whatever's left of my brain.
Is it twisted? You still have one more series to go, Brig.
That's true. Because like I have nothing against the Esmeralda. It was okay.
It was crazy.
It was the replacement for the Red 3 Kagura. I mean, they had no choice of doing that again because it was prioritized by Smart Omega anyway. But
oh well, before that, New milestone for the KDA machine.
Oh, let's go.
Haji becomes the second player after Carl Teasy to reach 1,500 kills in MPL and PH history. Think about this too. 1,500 kills in MPL PH history, and how many different roles Haji has played.
Yeah, I can only imagine how many bodies that would fit inside the Land of Dawn in like one graphic.
That's very grim, Rockhart.
1,500 cannot fit.
That's very grim. 1,500 bodies, like Rockhart. Visually, so you guys can know, my hand is on his shoulder. Are you okay?
Yeah, I will get help. Don't worry, I'll get help after game.
Yes, that is a lot of bodies. Again, congratulations to Haji for the new milestone.
Stacks and stacks on the turtle pin.
Why are you describing it? No, don't make it more vivid. Okay, fine.
There should be one of those fan-made, like, dark, like,
Please.
instead of the Land of Dawn, it's the Land of Darkness.
Actually, the trident of the Lord with just barbecued heroes.
Please,
Rockhart, it's Family Saturday.
Okay, please tag Rockhart if ever you do get to draw whatever.
Guys, message Rockhart and ask him if he's all right, all right? And if you do, he'll give you a skin. Okay. Going back to it, bring it up. I'm going to ask you that question. What's a main thing that could change up here for Game 3 for either of the teams, really? I mean, we had our keys to victory earlier on during the Howl, but so far it's been pretty good games for both teams. And it obviously starts in the draft here.
Yeah. I think, honestly, for Twisted Minds, it's just that they have to stick with the Twisted mindset that's still in sync. Because I feel like for game number 2, we saw them try to stay on that very aggressive momentum. They tried to stick with wherever they left off after trying to do those invades against their opposing jungler. But what happened was, for a moment, it was as if they let go of working together. If you know what I mean, or if you get what I mean.
Yeah, they got a little bit disjointed at some point of the game, I guess. Again, just relying so much on like good mechanics to keep afloat is only part of it. Like, so I'm waiting for like that lineup that they're trying to pull off here, where again, just not Valentina on heroes on the line against a line that doesn't have good ultimates for Valentina. Number 2 is just making sure that you can actually execute well even in the late games. I think that lineup from Twisted Minds was great from minute 1 to minute 12.
Yeah.
But after that, it was gonna fall off. I think you should already like plan ahead for that.
And that's massive respect from Smart Omega, banning out the Hayabusa. I think these are 3 MP the King heroes that they decided to ban in the first phase. So I feel like they're really setting their eyes on MP more than anyone here in Twisted Minds. Because if it were the other members, if it were Sean, they could also again go for that deny pick if ever they wanted to.
I am not the only one bound by these
So now that leaves the
chains.
Lancelot open again for Ryzen and for Twisted Minds. Are they're forced to change things around because they don't have the Hayabusa anymore, so they can't go for the Hayabusa Kalea. So if that were to be the case, is it still even gonna be the Kalea?
That's a good question. I don't think you have to stick with the Kalea, especially in this one. Although I kind of feel bad for Ryzen, 3 games of Lancelot.
If ever.
Like
it is my mission to banish all darkness.
There you go.
I guess it's not so bad. You just have the muscle memory, everything. That's why he looked so resigned here. It's just like, all right, I'm going to do my 3rd Lancelot game. All's good.
Here we go again.
Here we go.
And here we go again too for Kaloy.
I guess it makes sense, right, Brie? Because
what's become of the world? Now this is more like it.
That's something I want to see right there.
Yeah.
So comboing it, I think the big answer is just Kalea for Lancelot. Don't overthink it. If there's a Lancelot in the field, just bring out the Kalea. I think that's what Coach Bon is thinking of at this time.
Yeah.
But then this Kagura, if this wins again, we're gonna see a trend here. We're gonna see the start of the Kagura meta.
Or generally, just whoever gets the better mid lane hero winning it out.
I'm for it. I'm
Overall.
for Kagura meta.
Yeah. So they answer back with the Gatot and the Harith. Pretty well-rounded first 3 picks, I'd say, for Smart Omega in the first phase. But Twisted Minds this time around reveal their XP. I was expecting the XP, but not the Uranus.
The night sky tells
I think it
all.
serves the... Again, Uranus serves the purpose of just having that front line tanky dude. You can still split some of the waves. You can put enough pressure too.
I just want
under turrets if you want to.
Wow. Just wanted to do some ML right now. They need to get.
Oh, what's their shirts, by the way?
What was that shirt?
Was it?
Was that a team or a school?
I think it was a sentence.
A sentence?
Is that a statement shirt?
we will confirm.
Can we cover it again?
Yeah, can we get a look at that shirt again?
All right.
Maybe later.
Maybe later. So yeah, for now, Lapu Lapu, I love that sound, but it's not on the pick. It's gonna be on the draft.
Oh, okay.
You can.
The CC's still there though.
Pwedeng ano?
Pwedeng kami naman.
Ah, like can we?
Is that
what is that? How does that translate?
So they want to play?
Can it be our turn?
Yeah,
something like that.
Maybe their future aspirants.
I was
players.
surprised to suddenly hear Nice speaking Tagalog, but like
I know, kind of makes you forget.
Pwedeng kami naman.
Okay, I think that's
there
it.
you go.
Yo, that's so good.
Waits for
Dapat Tagalog cast na ako.
Oh!
Joke lang. Okay, back to English.
Back to English.
This is so good.
Beatrix?
Beatrix, Kalea, Kagura, Kalea. But as mentioned, the CC will be picked up by Omega, and the Jushins surprisingly left open up until the very last part of the draft. So we're only waiting for the MP, the King hero. They've banned 3 heroes for the jungle. So even the Hayabusa is out.
I would sail across the cosmic sea to the end of time.
Okay, apparently you cannot exhaust the MP the King hero pool.
Of course, he still has the Alice. We were waiting for it someday.
How do you guys feel about the Nolan?
All right, the Nolan is as brutal as it can get in terms of damage department. It also is very conditional, but it's so conditional on making sure that the enemy is right on where the rifts are, which is very difficult usually because our players are so used to dodging it out right now.
Yeah.
But if there's any player that can make it work, I think MP the King is the guy.
And this is a Kalea, so he can just keep whoever he decides to target in a certain spot, hold them there long enough, especially if he layers the Tsunami Slam into the Tidal Strike, and then you expect another layer of crowd control either from the Kagura, who could just go in with a Rash Umbrella free stun. So they can make things easier for MP the King here, and that's what we want to see. Twisted Minds being a lot more coordinated because that's what was sort of lacking in game number 2. But Omega, they just have to keep riding on that momentum, especially after they've drafted this lineup, which is surprising to see. The CC, Jushin, Lancelot together in a single lineup.
Yeah, so many good picks.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I like that we are here, though. I like that this is a different draft. Twisted Minds is the team to do this, by the way. And it's not all the time that you see the Beatrix and a Nolan, 2 not so common picks, at least in our current meta, come through.
Lansu. I think that's just James.
That yo-yo hurts.
A little bit of a statement there. Make sure you're not in front of those yo-yos. Right now, Kaloy is getting yo-yoed around here with Haji. Just, you know, with the Zushin advantage that you have, which is one of the reasons why this hero just gets so banned out as well in our league.
Yep, the emblems are pretty normal for majority of the heroes that we see here. Again, the utility Jushin that we see in Haji, a bit more aggressive emblem combination for Nausea. So it's really going to be the damage department that they're going to work on. But for now, he picks up tough boots, and I feel like that's going to be a very important part of his early game, since he is up against a Harith, and the Jushin might be one of the biggest problems later on whenever it breaks out to a team fight, because he can just constantly Crimson Beacon in. Again, this is a utility Jushin, so the target will always be just trying to disrupt Nausea or making him uncomfortable in a team fight.
Yeah, this is the one thing, though, too, is exactly, because we don't see it often, is like, how's the Nolan versus Lancelot matchup, you know? And there was a time when we saw Nolan quite a bit, but he just, like, disappeared for a while. So now that he's back, how's the burst still?
Find that out later for sure. But for the meantime, it's just these roamers and these XP laners who are just in each other's spaces over and over again. Look at that amount of damage that James already has. Where Yoshi already uses the Revitalize. Twisted knows this. MPTK is waiting for his moment. Look at the damage from those rifts. And that's going to be Ryzen running for his life. No way for him to go for that turtle. That's going to be turtle towards Twisted. And maybe another kill. But Super Yoshi makes it out.
Man, talk about the work done by Lansu.
Yep.
He did it before on the Esmeralda. Now he's doing it here on the Uranus, but having a better time with it.
Oh my god, Nosha!
Oh, MP!
On the hunt.
Not really. Almost got taken out as well at the tail end of that one, but Netsky will be able to stay alive at least for now.
That would have been a disaster if he died there.
Okay. So what happened earlier was the very much worth it flicker in from Lansu to take down Ryzen after being bursted down for through MP the King and that Fracture who well, he did wait quite some time for him to land that perfectly placed Fracture in front of multiple members of Smart Omega. So that's a kill handed over to Twisted Minds once again. I think with this, he's sort of evened out the matchup a lot more in the XP lane, not entirely being bullied by the CC. So things could be a bit more easier for Twisted Minds from this point onwards. And the way that they're not really handing over some kills just yet, despite this draft of Smart Omega, it's good to see that Twisted Minds are remaining like this disciplined in this game.
Yeah, they stay disciplined here. It's nothing too crazy that they've done, but they've gotten themselves a little bit of a lead up to this point. Now, the main thing for Smart Omega is they have to play into the match that, yes, Ryzen can eventually pump out quite a bit of damage, but you can see how much early damage here is for Twisted Minds. So it's actually better if Smart Omega decides not to choose these fights, like not force themselves in these fights.
Yes.
Mostly just delay it to go ahead and play into Netsky getting online on the Harith. And you, as you know, you need 2 or 3 items. You know, you need some time for Netsky to get there. And Ryzen is more so just that, let's go ahead and grab these objectives if we can, maybe some of the skirmishes, but they don't have as much damage right now against Twisted, but they're going to fight for the second turtle.
Oh my goodness.
This is going to be so crazy, especially Nosha is here. He's got some big bursts, some big dam, and it's MPTK coming out with that turtle. They're dodging that umbrella very, very well. Super Yoshi can't withstand the damage. It's Nosha just going crazy from the back line. And again, Sean is in a better position compared to last game for sure in this one. And that's going to be a big advantage for Twist.
Yeah, Smart Omega did not feel as confident in taking that fight. Natsu once again! Oh my goodness, so that was what I was supposed to mention. Haji though, oh, wait.
Very happy to take it here under that turret.
Okay.
You see, this is what the Uranus does, man.
Yeah.
He just posts up in front of everybody and is completely fine.
Yeah, earlier he did that just towards Ryzen. Before the objective, he already brought Ryzen down to half HP. And that was why Smart Omega was not as confident in terms of contesting the objective. And Twisted Minds were just able to go for it. Even though Kaloy wasn't able to land the Tsunami Slam right after getting to spot out Ryzen, because he did commit the flicker and the title strike, but it's just that the iframes came in too handy for Ryzen. He was still able to lead them into the Bennett's range. Oh, hold on, again!
Already used it up, but looks like it's going to be a turnaround here. Free down for Omega in just one instance. Wow, that was crazy. Ryzen's on the run as well. Lansu is on Ryzen duty right now. This Lancelot cannot do much with the Uranus just hunting him down over and over again.
Oh my goodness.
See, look at this.
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about, man. It's weird because Naja has so much space to work with. When we saw them win game 1, it was the same concept where you have this space provided by your XP laner for the most part. Yes, Kaloy is doing what he should be doing on the Kalea, but it's mostly the XP lanes right now that provide that space for gold laners to shine, and it's just happening faster here. We always, because we don't see the Beatrix as often as some of the other gold laners, you kind of forget how much damage she actually has early on.
And paired up with the burst damage of Sean, that's really a lot. Oh, look at this again!
Oh, wow. James, this evaporated.
See, this is the threat of a Bennett's Rage and the Yin Yang overturn used at the same time. And when you see it coming, how do you even go near to help your teammates? Like, you're just gonna get damaged as well, bursted down by all these sources.
You just say big damn, I guess.
Big damn!
Big damn! Gotta do it like that right now. Again, Lanzo hunting him down, but this time he has backup. Netsky is on the assist as well as Super Yoshi. So that's gonna be twisted. They're gonna be backing off a little bit. But look at Lanzo, he's already regenerated back up and ready to go. And just Nausea with a free hit on that tower.
Wow!
Again, James split on half. What is happening?
Holy shields are right here. Oh!
It's gonna be Super Yoshi with the AOG out. There's just no counterplay. Oh, the HG bar is going down at the same time for Omega members here. Ryzen dashing out with Phantom Execute as well. There is no punchback from Omega.
There's no punchback because they can't get through this front line. I mean, I'll tell you what, Uranus is probably the most exciting hero to play in the game right now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how Twisted Minds are able to keep all their HP. There's no revitalize. But it didn't seem as if they felt threatened or damaged by that Zaman force, by Ryzen puncturing in, or by Haji even joining the fight through the Crimson Beacon or through the Lantern Flare. So it's so hard for Smart Omega to find a way to deal with Twisted Minds at this point. That's not just in terms of range, but also in terms of damage output.
Yeah, they don't have much to worry about because, like I was saying, the timing here for Smart Omega's lineup is much different than Twisted Minds. Imagine you're, under the 9-minute mark, you already got 8,000 gold lead. You haven't, there's not that many kills, for Twisted Minds or just in the game in general. But it's mostly just been these kind of little skirmishes that break out, but it's all one-sided for Twisted Minds because of the pressure that they can put on. And Kaloi's been doing a great job at just using that Tsunami Slam to bring it right in target of Nasha. So all that work gets them this free Lord, basically, to go ahead and push into the base. And remember, they already got the Holy Shields in the mid and the bottom.
Yeah, this is using a hero that we haven't seen in a while as well. So the way they're doing this so well is just mind-boggling. But you know what? It is a very old MP the King hero as well, right? Like, so much experience he's had already. He's been through a meta where it's almost every game it's a Nolan. So I kind of get it.
Yeah, this is already 3 core items in for Nausea and 1 that can be used defensively, the Wind of Nature. So even if Ryzen gets to find or gain access to Nausea, it's not going to be an easy task. Lanzo already going in. And there's a potential setup still that can be expected from Kaloi.
It's already charged up and ready to go. They're going on that bottom side. Haji's low, has to use Crimson Beacon to get out. And Super Yoshi low as well. He has revitalized, but he's going to get punched back and taken in by Kaloi's Tsunami Slam. It's going to be a slow burn here, but Omega looks like they are going to go down like a candle in the night. But there's just no minions yet for Twisted. 10.5k gold lead is so scary. Netsky almost taken out with 1 combo. And there goes James on front. He's trying to do as much as he can. Try to delay these minion waves with MP the King. Oh, he's going to get taken out, but Ryzen, that's going to be Jungler for Jungler as well, going down.
He gets the call, though. They can just end it here. It's just them trying to defend.
That is going to be the last call here. It's going to be Twisted Minds over Omega today.
The Twisted Minds will make it work again. Week 2 showing that they are a force to be reckoned with here in Season 16.
A 10-minute game to end the series. Even after what happened in game number 2, that felt a bit too clean from Twisted Minds. And mind you, this is Twisted Minds who was forced to change things themselves. They were forced to bring out the Nolan. They had to react as well to how Omega was adapting quickly to their draft. But props to the coaches, props to these players. It didn't feel like they came from a loss.
I don't know, with Twisted Minds, I was asking what the adjustment must be.
Yeah.
And it was more than just the mid lane, by the way. And it was great to see that you have that Kugura there, but yeah, it was just great synergy shown from them. Like I said, Kaloi really played his part, but man, Lansu too. It's so weird how much presence you have and threat you have on Uranus when you just like stand there.
And just basically just flexing an Ionic Edge over and over again.
It's just over and over again. It's almost like a taunt, but it also like helps keep you alive. And then if you do take damage, then you just concentrate and you're fine. You know,
sometimes it feels like there's just 2 buttons for Uranus.
That's why I said he's the most exciting hero to play right now in the game. Like, I mean, I've played Uranus a couple times, and I have so much fun with him because that's what you do. And like you're so effective, you know.
And this feels different from all the Lapu Lapu games. Like we usually see those those aggressive X players, but this one's different, and it works.
Yeah. I can't wait to hear from them over on stage. We're going to throw it over to Hans, Odin, and of course, Twisted Minds.
Stepping once again right in front of the MPL arena and still undefeated, your winners, Twisted Minds! What a run, 3-0 in the first 2 weeks of the MPL.
And hindi lang yan. Marami sa kanila ang rookies, and with me is Sean. Sean, ang dami mong fans, oh. Nakikita mo ba yan? Ang daming sumisigaw sa'yo. Sean, week 1 pa lamang, player of the week ka as a rookie. And napapahanay ka na rin dun sa mga S-tier na mga players natin in the mid lane. Sabi nila, pwede ka na raw ihanay kina Superfans, Sanji. How do you feel about that?
Feel ko masyado pang maaga pero thank you sa mga may tiwala sa akin.
Sobrang dami mong fans. Anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanila? Kasi grabe yung sigawan nila para sa inyo eh.
Maraming salamat sa pumunta sa venue. Hindi kayo mananalo kung wala kayo dito.
And the support has been right there, 100%. I guess we have to talk about his gold lane counterpart, Nosha.
Nosha.
Just, an amazing performance all throughout. I want to know kung ano ba yung mentality ng team na to. Kasi first week, you got off at a very good note. Pero gusto kong malaman, how do you keep things going? Paano ba kayo hindi napapangunahan ng emosyon heading into the next weeks of the MPL?
Dahil po kasi kay Lanzo, palagi niya po kaming pinapakalme. Before maglaro po, tapos kada nagsi-CR break po kami, sasabihin niya po palagi, uy break, kalma lang tayo, BO1 lang to. Ganun lang po lagi iniisip namin kasi di siya nagkukulang sa pagpapaalala eh. Tsaka kay Coach Bon na di niya kami nahayaan na lumaki yung ulo namin. Parang pantay-pantay lang yung tingin namin sa kalaban. Ganun. Kaya yun, siguro dahil dun yun. Yun lang.
Alam mo Hans, sinabi mo rin na counterpart siya ni Sean. Kasi nung MDL, meron na silang tinatawag na Notion Connection. Nosha, ano bang masasabi mo? Kasi iba talaga yung nagagawa nyo together. Ang ganda ng chemistry nyo inside the game.
Ayoko na kay Sean, naka-MP na ako.
Ayaw mo na. Nilalayuan ka na niya.
Tignan mo, ang layo nga nila sa isa't isa. Pero parang hindi naman halata. No, Nosha, I wanna know one more thing. Kasi ang susunod yung mga kalaban is a team na nabanggit ni Coach Bonchan, yung magiging sukatan kung ano ba ang power level ng team na ito. You're gonna be going up against the Season 15 regular season MVP in OHEB. So that is, a familiar matchup para sa'yo. What do you expect for yourself? Ano bang dapat nakasahan ng fans mula sa'yo?
Siguro bibigay ko na lang yung best ko. May trauma pa ako dun galing si Ibol kay OHEB eh.
Nako, I think Coach Bonchan, that's where you come in, right? That's a major thing considering that some of these boys have had history with Team Liquid Philippines. I want to know more about your perspective. Napakaganda ng first week. And now, Omega brought you to 3 games. What does this say about the mentality of this team altogether na nakita naman natin pagkatapos yung may panalo tong laban?
Siguro dun sa mga tago namin, napipigure out agad nila bago pa sila makarating dun sa backstage. Alam na agad nila kung ano yung mga adjustment na gagawin. And ako, sasabihin ko din sa kanila, nagtutugma lagi kami ng mga assessment. So sobrang smooth ng mga nagiging adjustment namin coming to the next game.
And just one more thing, Odin. Coach, this is what you wanted. The next match is what you wanted. Is there any message that you'd want to say to TLPH?
Siguro galingan natin parehas nang mag-enjoy lahat ng audience. Gawin nating exciting and entertaining yung magiging match natin bukas.
And that is gonna be a match for the ages. Once again, your winners, Twisted Minds! Congratulations, and you may now make your way back to your player area. Odin, this has been a record 3-0, a dream start, 100 IQ play.
That's right. At sabi nga ni Coach Bonchan, marami pang entertainment na naghihintay para sa mga matchup nila sa susunod. And with that,
and the power level continues. This story is therefore ahead. We're gonna toss it right back to our casters.
Okay, all our minds are twisted. And I know you guys are becoming, what are the fan base called? The Minds?
The Minds.
The Minds. I know we're all starting to become the minds here. That's crazy though, because yeah, I wouldn't have expected. I said this in week 1. I was like, I wouldn't have expected Twisted Minds to be at the top of the standings. Well, now look at him, and this guy is a well-deserving
Uranus.
of the MVP. 1-0-7. That's what I'm saying. Best hero in the game right now. Most exciting hero. Most active hero. Uranus.
Yay! MVP Uranus!
Uranus wins games.
Uranus wins games. No, I mean, for a hero that you tend to hear a lot of side comments about, you know.
Side comments? What do you mean?
One button.
No, I mean, for real, like Lansu, even during that first kill, if you would recall, the first kill was towards Ryzen on the Lancelot. It was a flicker in from Lansu to finish off the kill. And he's been very consistent in just doing that. And once he was able to set everything up for his team, the rest followed. The constant aggression from Kaloy, which I feel we weren't able to see as much in the previous games, just suddenly came in. And Nosha was also able to join in the fight constantly, provide the Bennett's Rage, and then Sean would also be able to provide the Yang overturns. And mind you, I feel like for this entire game, Nosha was just on the Bennett and the Nibiru because that's all that they needed. Bennett for the setups, for the follow-up damage, Nibiru for whoever decides to close in on Nosha, and so he also has a way to sustain and deal with it by himself. So this was a difficult task for Smart Omega to pull off. Them being able to find Nosha, even though they had all these means to do so in Ryzen and AOG, I feel like the only successful moment we saw them get to reach Nosha and punish him really was through that very aggressive curtain call in that last defense from James.
Yep.
But even that wasn't enough to stop Twisted Minds.
Yeah, in this one I love it because all the meta heroes are on the left side here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like CC, Lancelot, Zushin, all of those get banned out all the time. They got beaten by a Kagura, by a Beatrix,
We are
a Uranus.
We are proponents of the non-meta heroes.
Non-meta.
Let's go.
You know? Well, technically Kagura is getting back into the meta.
Yeah,
I'd say. Like after this point, but yeah, she is someone who wasn't picked at all for like seasons.
Yeah.
Let's say Nolan, my boy Nolan right there.
Nolan.
Yep. There were like this Bea, Kalea, we saw it in MSC, yes. The Kagura not as much, the Nolan all the more. So it's just like this mixture of
non-meta.
Non-meta.
The anti-meta meta social club.
You put that on a shirt on someone in the crowd, man. You know, not pueden camina lang. Or is that what it said?
Pueden kami naman.
Pueden what?
Pueden kami naman.
Pueden camina lang.
There you go. Naman.
Naman.
But it's okay.
You guys
he's
know what
getting
I'm. You
there.
guys
Almost.
know.
Yeah.
At least our
90%.
Filipino English viewers know what we're talking about.
Yep.
You know? And here it is.
Wow.
This is the breakdown. Look at the rich guy, Nosha. 918 here. James the carry. Sandbag, Lansu, of course, on Uranus, and then of course Kaloy. I think, like I was saying, the Kaloy Kalea. That's funny. Kaloy Kalea.
Kaloya.
The Kaloya.
It's a thing.
Worked really well with the Beatrix, man. I think we might even see some more of that pick come up for some other teams too, Kalea and Beatrix, because the setup works up so well, and we're gonna talk about this especially. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of that.
Yeah, and I love their willingness to insta-lock that Kalea as well. I love it. Like 3 games
every
almost.
single time. Yeah.
If only it weren't a Hayabusa ban.
Yeah.
It would have been another insta-lock Hayabusa Kalea for Twisted Minds for sure. But I'm also liking how they still have backup plans. They still have this very deep hero pool. And again, what do you expect from an MDL team? They do have a deep hero pool, whatever you say, which is why we keep saying Coach Bon is probably enjoying this. Like, whatever he wants them to use, he can expect them to know it. And then they can just go from there.
I wonder why they have such a deep hero pool.
Global ban.
Global ban. Maybe it has something to do with global ban. Maybe, that's what we need as a heated discussion. Does the global ban work in MPL?
That's nice.
I'm sure a lot of people have thoughts about that, but right now we're going to go ahead and check out this mic check. Let's hear this.
Super low na yung si Ryzen, ha? Iba na buhat ka, pre. Nagutan na siya, boy. Nagutan na, pre. Kaya niya pa, pre. Kaya pa, pre. Nakadome ako, pre, ha? Kaya, boy. Pwede chichi, ha? Tali kayo, matatali kayo. Chichi, pre. Nabuhat ko, chichi, pre. Nabuhat ko, chichi, boy. Wasak, oh. Kaya ko pa, pre. Ha?
Kainin mo yan. Gatot, pwede gatot na yan. Pwede gatot, pwede gatot. Tower, tower. Sige nga, pre. Tower lock tayo lahat, pre. Tower lock tayo lahat. Tower lock tayo lahat.
Can I just say, yeah, same, Brigida, same. You know,
Her chair is slipping down.
Her chair was slipping forward, but it's so weird how we have such different mic checks. You know, depending on the team.
Yeah,
it's very different.
This was prep.
Kalma. But yeah, I would love to have a hot take discussion sometime about if you guys think Global Band can fit in the professional league. Maybe we have it someday, maybe we don't. But I hope you guys have enjoyed this second series for today. We got 3 games here. Now, we still have one more series ahead of us for you guys to go ahead and check out. And I don't know how that one's going to be. I'm not going to be a part of it, so I'm glad I got to join you guys for these past 2 matches here on the desk. It's been me, it's been Rockhart, it's been Brigida. We can't wait to see more action here for day 2 of MPL Philippines Week 2. And I don't know, I think I'm getting word that we might have another visit from my favorite animal.
Huh?
Yes. Can you guess who that is?
What?
Yeah.
No way. Can you give us a clue?
I was about to howl.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if I can.
I didn't hear it, sorry.
Is that a howl?
I don't know. I can't really howl, guys.
Let's do it.
All right, 1, 2, 3. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the howl.
And what another series to win mula na naman sa Twisted Minds, the hot rookies of the season. At gusto kong balikan yung sinabi ni Bentings bago magsimula yung second game. Merong shadow factor daw itong mga rookies na to. At ang ibig sabihin lang yan is, wala masyadong expectation sa kanila. Although nakita natin maraming beses ang Twisted Minds or yung mga members nila from ONIC 9 Lives before MPL, nakaagulat pa rin yung kanilang idinala dito sa ating MPL Season 16. And maybe it's because of the support system. Nandyan si MP The King, Sensui, and the rest of Twisted Minds in the leadership of Bonchan and Eson. Binigyan nila tayo ng kakaibang take sa metagame. At ito yung ating natutunan ngayong araw na to, which is important dahil mukhang yung first turtle setups coming out from Twisted Minds ay panibago. Hindi pa natin ito nakikita masyado at mukhang sila din ang magpapausin nito. Level 2 power spike mula dun sa EXP lane papunta dun sa may gitna. 4 na members ng Twisted Minds ay ipe-pressure yung kanilang mga katapat para eventually manalo sa first turtle na binibigyan nga talaga Twisted Minds sa control sa game. Sa lahat ng games na nanalo ang Twisted Minds, sila ang naunguna sa first turtle at sa lahat ng games na nanalo sila ng first turtle, hindi nila binitawan ng laro at tinuloy-tuloy nila para naman sa kanilang makuha ang kanilang 3 series win streak. Yan po ang mga natutunan natin mula sa Twisted Minds. Patuloy natin ang silang suportahan. For now, maghahanda tayo sa ating Saturday special. Mamaya na yan, kaya huwag kayong alis. Magbabalik ang MPL PH Season 16.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry, be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade! Pang-gisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid
seasoning. Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K Golded ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K Golded ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Si Ogwen.
Parang Sanford?
Same lang.
Ogwen. Flap. Sanford.
Shizu.
Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu.
Ogwen. Si Nets. Sanford.
Sanford yan eh.
Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu.
Ako Web.
Di ba?
Perfect. Ako, isa lang one.
Si Aqua. Si Perch yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets. Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl Tizzy.
Lansu.
Ano yun?
Sensui.
Wala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets. Si Jamie Pongs. Si Flap.
Piu, Yoshi, Marco.
Yoshi.
Uy, gaya ka lang. Falcon yan.
Yung dalawa, isa lang kilala ko.
Kaya pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. First time mali.
Lansu.
Ano yun?
Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Sinaso mo rin doon. Wala na tama.
Kendra. Sino yun?
Ganun.
Ganon?
Si Yoshi.
Si Kirk.
Si Kyle.
Ikaw, si Sean.
Ako yan!
Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew.
Ito, Carl, TC. Pew.
Carl Tizzy, Piu. Carl Tizzy, Piu din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala. Demon Kite, Carl Tizzy, Piu. Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Kasi ito, di si Piu. Si Flap. Si
Ano, wala? Walang tumama.
Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo
si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di mo kahit tawa. Diba? Perfect!
Ito, Yoshi.
Marco. Manalo ako. Ako to.
Tsaka, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi yan, si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate? Ako ganun. Si Marco.
Zero ko.
No. Easy win.
Si James. So, XO ba? Okay.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung Ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Akai. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa laro.
Ano po, Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl Easy, nung nasa Brain Sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Ba lang makakip up and pad up, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC Champions ang binigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpupokus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalikin na rin namin and kaya namin sim.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Worlds.
GG bro!
Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Only Facebook or Only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning. Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutang bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Si Ogwen.
Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford?
Same lang.
Ogwen. Flap. Sanford.
Shizu.
Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu.
Ogwen. Si Nets. Sanford. Sanford yan eh. Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu.
Ako, Web.
Oh, di ba?
Perfect! Ako, isa lang one.
Si Aqua. Si Birds yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets. Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl Tizzy.
Lansu! Lansu yun! Sensui! Wala pa nga ako eh! Si Nets, si Jamie Pongs, si Flap,
Piu, Yoshi, Marco.
Yoshi,
Uy, gaya ka lang. Falcon yan.
Lapas, yung dalawa, isa lang yung latang
Kera pala. Wala pala tayo tumawa. Pares tayo mali. Lansu.
Sino yun? Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Sinaso pa rin doon. Wala na tama!
Ay, wala.
Kendra. Sino yun?
Ganun. Ganon? Si Yoshi, si Kirk, si Kyle. Ikaw, si Sean. Ako yan! Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew. Ito, Carl, TC. Pew.
Carl Tizzy, Piu. Oo, ano? Carl Tizzy, Piu din ako doon. Hindi ko kilala. Demon Kite, Carl Tizzy, Piu. Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Tapos ito, di si Piu. Si Flap. Si Flap.
Ano, wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo.
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di mo kahit tawa.
Diba? Perfect!
Ito, Yoshi.
Marco. Manalo na ako. Ako to.
Tsaka, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate? Ako ganun.
Si Marco.
Zero ko. No. Easy win.
Oo, si James. So, EXO ba? Okay.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung season 7 ba yun, season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Ake. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutakan mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa laro.
Ano po, Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila, and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl Tizzy, nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Yun ba lang makakip up and adapt, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC champions ang pinigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpupokus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalik yung laro namin and kaya namin sila.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Birds.
Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL at News. Unahin na natin ang 10K Golded ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K Golded ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford? Same lang. Ogwen. Clap. Sanford. Shizu. Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu. Ogwen. Si Nets. Sanford. Sanford yan eh. Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu. Ako Web. Oh, di ba? Perfect. Ako, isa lang one. Si Aqua. Si Ferds yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets.
Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl Dizzy. Lansu! Lansu yun? Sensui! Nakawala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets, si Jamie Pongs, si Flap. Piu, Yoshi, Marco. Yoshi. Uy, gaya ka lang. Falcon niya. Yung dalawa, isa lang kilala ko. Kaya pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. Pares tayo mali. Lansu. Sino yun? Uy! Hindi mo lang. Sinaso mo rin doon. Wala na tama. Kendra. Sino yun? Ganun. Ganon? Si Yoshi. Si Kirk. Si Kyle. Ikaw, si Sean. Ako yan! Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew. Ito, Carl TC. Pew. Carl TC Pew. O ano? Carl TC Pew din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala. Demon Kite. Carl TC. Pew.
Sure ako si Yoshi, tapos di si Carl yan. Edited dyan si Oheb. Kasi ito, di si Pew.
Si Flap.
Si Flap.
Ano wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di mo kahit tawa.
Diba? Perfect! Ito, Yoshi. Marco. Manalo na ako. Ako to. Kakto, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi. Rosco. Chobi. Si Marco. Si Marco. Si Hate? Ako ganun. Ni Marco. Zero ko. No. 50. Easy win.
Si James. So, XO ba?
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
kay Blacklist po, yung ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Akai. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang ng pindot kapag assassin. Compare sa kapag tank meta, parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban. Mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance, saka Turtle Fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po. Dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo, napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa loob.
Ano po, Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati, yung chemistry nila, and then naging brain sport sila. And then, pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl Easy, nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
Sila pa ang winelcome dito ng Team Falcons!
Yun ba lang makakip up and pad up, ma-unleash yung full potential ng team.
Out of all the teams, yung MSC Champions ang pinigyan mo for your first win.
Mas magpo-focus kami sa playstyle namin ngayon kasi tingin na naman kapag naayos namin yung ginagawa namin sa early game, mabalikin na rin namin and kaya namin sila.
Sobrang refreshing ngayon sa MPL 16 kasi parang feeling namin okay kami. Especially may bago kami. Talagang nag-fit in rin talaga siya nung pumasok sa Worlds.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with
tabletop, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Lakas, Pinas malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the free stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas with the stars.
Ay, ang tagal eh. God.
That's right. In the Philippines, we strong, yo.
Yeah. We the best.
In general.
Yeah.
In general.
Woo.
Sometimes, stuff happens.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is MPL Philippines Season 16. And we are in the English desk for week number 2, day number 2.
Yeah.
I almost got that wrong.
Yeah.
And we are your casters. I'm Rockhart, Ingan, and we got Brigida as well here, who will be very busy in the next coming weeks. So, very excited for that. Coming soon. See you guys soon.
Do they know? No. Okay, good.
I just said she's going to be busy.
If you know, you know.
She got stuff to do.
Yeah.
But for this one, last match, I hope you guys watched that. That was crazy.
Yeah.
It's still going to be Twisted Minds on a free 0 standing. Definitely not in my MPL S16 bingo card.
Yeah, so the guys, you should comment down below if you predicted this start from Twisted Minds. Because, apart from Renmar, no one from our talent pool actually predicted the strong start from Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. These are one of the things where the answer is a solid no, we did not predict. It's not a depends type of question. Especially after what we've observed from teams who constantly or who previously graduated from MDL and then stepped foot into the MPL. This was not the trend. Absolutely not at all. So they've changed how people perceive the graduates of MDL to be now. And actually, if you were to think about it, now so much eyes are on the rookies. But these that we're looking at now, they are not rookies.
Yeah, absolutely not. This is ONIC versus RORA here in match number 3. And I think we are going to be in for a treat. Obviously, we see ONIC they look very mad, you know. I mean, not mad, like they look very fierce, ferocious.
We can finally say the word gigil. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because
they're
it's
very
an
gigil.
official word this time.
Yeah.
We see the gigil.
It's an international rivalry.
Yeah.
Because basically, you know, these are orgs from like seas away. Like seas away. And I would say that ONIC has encountered their own ups and downs.
Yeah.
We've seen that especially through EWC. But this time around, it does feel like they're on a better slope. They're on a better trajectory. And Aurora obviously has a lot to prove in this season.
Slowly, we've seen Aurora starting to get their footing, especially after slotting in a Light. He was able to play the Grok and perform phenomenal, but now it's kind of like the big boss version for Aurora going up against ONIC Philippines. They were able to take down Team Liquid Philippines 2-1, and now it's ONIC's time to shine because it's ONIC time.
If there's one thing I think we can probably pay attention to later on, it's the fact that Rockhart did mention previously that these orgs, they span outside of the Philippines, and the rivalries that they have, it's not just limited to these 5 players, these 10 players against each other. You could also say the same for the coaching staff, and I feel like that's why we are highlighting these key members of the teams in this graphic right now, because even in the recent MSC, as you've mentioned, in a way, it's not Aurora Gaming in the Philippines, but Aurora Turkey that somehow did impact the way that ONIC Philippines was able to perform their overall run in the previous MSC. It was a bit of a struggle as well, just because of maybe how well Dextor and MTB have already read out ONIC Philippines. So this is also why perhaps we really ask for this reintroduction of ONIC Philippines, because throughout the past few months, it feels like people have slowly adapted to their playstyle.
Yeah, the Sigma Jungler in your screens right now. Wait, 0 deaths for 4 games? Is this real?
First 4 games,
an actual stat? Man, I can't believe it. So King Kong, you know, definitely a big step up from what we've seen in the past tournament here. Definitely looking really good for the Superfan.
Yeah, I mean, for most of our community, in and out of the game, King Kong looks really, really good. It's true.
You can say yes.
That's why, guys, you should also snap a photo of any MPLPH player during specific moments while inside the venue for a chance to win a lot of diamonds.
Yep, you can use this graphic in front of your screen as your shot list. And once you snap the photo, again, include these 4 hashtags that you see. And you have only up until September 8th to submit your snaps. So you see King Kong is even one of the sample photos, Carl TZ being the other one. You can take a picture of any player you want.
Yeah, fun fact. Actually, it was Ian who took that photo of King Kong during that moment. He was very good in and out of the game.
Yeah, Rocker, the timing of you mentioning that makes me look like a creep, sir.
So
that's why he says he looks good.
Looks good, you know.
He knows he knows.
But for you guys, if you want to take a photo like that, you can still buy tickets to watch your favorite teams. Just go to MPL PH's website, ph-mpl.com just kidding. I don't know the full URL. But go to ph-mpl.com for that whole one.
Yes.
So obviously it's going to be a pretty cool story. Again, both of them are international organizations at this point. ONIC working so closely with Indonesia, and Aurora working so close with Turkey and the rest of the squads. But if you want to choose Domingkite's moniker, what's it going to be? I want to read this out. A, Doming Expansion. B, Doming Nation. That's a very OG one. C, the Doming Effect. Or is it D, Doming
Domingsu. Domingsu. If you know, you know. Oh, baby.
Where did that last one come from?
I want D.
So
I want to join in. Can we do it again? Go last one.
Wait, you don't.
If you know, you know. You should know where this reference is. But if you guys had a choice,
yeah.
So
I think it's majority D for the panel.
Seems to be, because apparently Doming, you know, he feels like he has so much to work towards to really earn the next standard.
Yeah.
So I feel like we might have to look for a new one that will, you know, sit in better with Mr. Doming type.
One that probably is more anchored towards him and what he's able to do, rather than watching out of potential potentially replicating or being the next someone.
Okay, so I can't also get it, right? I can't get where Doming's at, because right now, in terms of stats-wise, it's very redundant. In terms of stat-wise, but never mind. I feel like he does have a lot of catching up to do, right? So a lot of this is definitely going to be reliant on the game that we see today as our players are going into this stage right now.
A rivalry that's felt all over the world. Here come the Sonics. It's Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kellera. This is ONIC Philippines! The Northern Lights have shined once. Can they shine on them once more this Superfans Saturday? It's Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Light, and Doming. This is Aurora! To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. Joined by their coaches, it's Coach Why Not for ONIC Philippines and Coach Master the Basics for Aurora. Sonics, Roras, I want to hear you make some noise!
I think we saw them make some Royce, because Royce was there.
You know, after seeing ONIC struggle a bit in EWC, now slowly they're finding their footing. 2 consecutive sweeps up against top contenders like Team Liquid Philippines and AP Bread. It seems like they're finally coming back to their old form, or evolutionizing their form right now as the Superfans, especially since their rotations has been key to how they were able to defeat Team Liquid Philippines. If you're gonna remember, King Kong's visits in the XP lane really enabled Kirk to be himself once again as the Kirkitect that makes plays for ONIC Philippines.
Yep, and I feel like Aurora really does have to be careful about those potential rotations, but I guess they have a bit more confidence in terms of doing that, because the way that Edward has been performing in the EXP lane has been exceptional. I feel like a lot of what Aurora is able to do is anchored on the fact that Edward is able to perform in his lane, and so whenever they are able to ensure that he gets a winning matchup, whenever he gets that very comfortable XP lane pick, then they could really do their own thing in their respective lanes.
That's right. It's really going to be crucial to really keep those lanes in check, especially what we're seeing right now for ONIC, right? ONIC, who seems to be going back to their roots, back to their championship form, where everyone is just so scared of King Kong, scared of the jungle. What's going to happen? How fast is he going to reach that power spike? And I think Aurora is definitely one of the teams that can really deal with that if we're talking about like just lane for lane matchup. The big question for Aurora comes down to like the team fights.
Yeah, I actually remember back in S14, even in M6, wherein there were a lot of talents that were saying that ONIC's like a team built with 5 all-stars. It's 5 Kelleras, 5 King Kongs, and slowly we're seeing their individuality shine once again.
Yep, it's been a while since I heard that, actually.
It's from Mirko, right?
Yeah, but
Your idol, you know?
My idol.
Shout out to Mirko.
Mirko, mahal kita. There.
But for real, it's been so long. Like, I think we've been using that phrase over and over again, way back SBS. So now, maybe we can come up with something. Like, maybe ONIC shows us something else to point out when it comes to how they approach their playstyle, because they're on the road of successfully reintroducing what's new about ONIC Philippines, and they're really slowly getting there.
That's right. The road might not be golden for ONIC quite yet.
Yeah, but your hair is.
It's looking a lot better, definitely. Thank you very much. Definitely, it feels like they are doing very good, at least in the standings so far here in MPL Philippines. Let's have a look at what their players are saying here in the ping test.
Yan, mic check. O, game na! Online. Anong klaseng weather to? Sobrang lamig. Ang maulan din kasi Erp eh. Walang sinabi pero may mensahe. Parang tinatambol yung puso ko. Sakit! Ba't di ba yanig yun? Uy, uy. ONIC, ONIC. Ba't puno yung tao? Paano maglaro ang mga isang brand panalo? Brand panalo. What? What happened, bro? Oh yeah, I got the savage. Oh yeah.
I guess that was a challenge on how close they could get without.
Oh my god! Did you?
It was this close, bro. I think I finally found the answer for the community poll. The next moniker of Doming is Doming Light.
Doming Light. Yeah. Wow, what happened to Brigida?
I didn't want to see. I didn't want to see it.
Oh, because it was PG-13.
It was PG-13. Very,
She's
very.
12.
It didn't really hit where it.
What? Okay, moving on.
You want a replay? I'm just saying. You know? But yeah, for Gail, I could have sworn he was gonna say what's up, what happened, Vela, but he didn't. That was opening, man. You could have done it. But yeah, that's just what happens here in the Smart Ping Test. But of course, these segments just get as fun as they can get. This one, though, very serious and very informative. This is The Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf bringing you the Infinix Case to Victory. It's ONIC going up against Aurora. A team na sobrang init talaga. Like 4-0 in their 2 series na nilaro. That is ONIC. And para naman sa Aurora, newly awakened. After nung kanilang slight stumble nung week number 1, nagbabalik na nga sila. So para sa ONIC at kontrahin yung parang slight momentum change para sa Aurora, what they need to do is watch out for Aurora's gold lane first rotations. At nakita natin yan na ipinanalo ng Aurora yung kanilang series versus TLPH, by the way, gamit ang rotation na to. So ito yung kailangan watch out ng ONIC. And also, meticulously pick Superfans heroes. Medyo mahirap to at kailangan ng mahaba explanation, pero ganito lang yan. Para makahanap sila ng perfect na hero na panalo sa lane, nakakaikot pa rin sa mapa, pero at the same time, meron pa rin proper scaling. Ang hirap nun, pero I'm sure that ONIC can find it out. And of course, that's Superfans. Mahaba naman at malaki kanyang hero pool. And now, para sa Aurora, they have to force ONIC to play utility jungler. At alam ko, napanood nyo na ako before na sinabi na kailangan mag-utility jungler ni King Kong para matalo siya. Ginamit ko sa aking former keys to victory, and I think that still isn't gonna change. I think Aurora needs to force King Kong to play utility junglers. O kaya naman yung mga parang funnel core na siya yung bida tapos si Keldra kukuha ng mga fighters or whatsoever. It's difficult, but at the same time, it's needed para sa side ng Aurora. And now, they also have to contain Kirk by forcing 1v1 XP lane battles. Sabihin nating gadlingan ng rotation sa kabilang side ng mapa para sa Aurora at mapareact yung ONIC doon. O kaya naman magpuwersa talaga ng 1v1 matchups na Edward ay talagang maiipit etong si Kirk dun sa lane na yun at hindi maagawa ng moves para sa ONIC Philippines. Napaka-tricky na scenario para sa Aurora, but that's also true with ONIC. Kaya naman kaabang-abang talaga ang ating laban. Ngayon, punta tayo sa draft.
Man, I love that Wolf actually brought that up because a lot of people were really commenting on how well Kirk played last week, and a big contrast again to the previous performances of ONIC. So we'll see if that's going to be a factor here. They might have to work on that Kirk factor in this game.
Especially since in 4 games he already used up 3 heroes, twice with the Phobius and then Badang and the Arlot. So it's really going to be key on how Kirk will perform up against at this point, what is Edward for you guys?
Yeah.
What is Edward?
I mean, it's great that we put so much emphasis on the EXP lane because I think that's really a very important part of this entire match. But right now, we're looking at the head-to-head between the roamers who surprisingly have a very similar hero pool so far. It's the Hylos Kalea that they have in common. Only that Light decided to bring out the Grok once yesterday. It wasn't as successful, but I mean, I think they're still exploring, so
yeah. And that win rate obviously is just crazy right now for ONIC because they have not lost, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, exploration for the Grok, how well that can actually go. We also want to see some maybe really niche light heroes like the Kufra making the appearance again. But so far it has been that, right? It has been the Grok. It has been Hylos.
I think one thing we also got to observe yesterday was the fact that maybe at this point, now that Aurora's still trying to figure how their playstyle is going to be exactly together, it's best for Light to pick up these heroes, which forces him to play alongside the rest of the members of Aurora. Because in previous instances wherein he went for the likes of the Kalea, he does go for those signature Light plays, those angles which come from very unexpected ones. but it's not entirely what Aurora needs at the moment. So
I am not the
maybe this
only
is something
one
we can
bound by
expect
these
heading into the draft
chains.
because it's officially starting now. So I think the high loss is or will likely be a priority for both of these teams.
That's right. Because again, it feels like Aurora is just looking for their identity once more. I'm also wondering, are they gonna maybe bring back some flavor from the past? Like come into that super Ube mode again. These are things that you always want to look forward to when you're watching Aurora play.
You know, honestly, at this point, I just really want to see Edward play the Lapu Lapu.
Be the Edward.
Be the Edward, the bravest fighter so far right now. And on the other hand, for ONIC Philippines, just let King Kong once again shine with the Lancelot.
Oh, that's another one. Like, does Aurora willingly let go of the Lancelot again? I mean, I know
This
teams
land
have
is our
tried,
homeland,
but
and it
do they
will soon
want
be
to?
your burial
'Cause
ground.
I think even unanimously, the talents, everyone would agree that King Kong has been near perfect in terms of his performance whenever he gets his hands on the likes of the Lancelot. So, yeah.
I'm pretty sure King Kong is like 60% the reason why Moontun had to adjust that
And
hero.
hotfix the Lance of the YSS.
So yeah, and you know, considering the first series or first few series saw a healthy amount of Lancelots as well.
You know, even despite the adjustments on the Joy, we can't deny the fact that one of the signature heroes of King Kong still, especially in M6, was the Joy. So if back against the walls, there's no YSS, there's no Lance, no Haya, could be an option still for the signal jungler.
Is that a bait?
Oh,
I see. Nah, they don't care. They don't care about that at all. At least for the first bit.
Yeah, it's a great pickup for Kirk. At least now they get to ensure the matchup is gonna be slightly favorable for him regardless of whatever comes out from Edward. I mean, the Lapu Lapu is banned as well, so maybe that adds up to how confident they are in picking up the CC for their first pick. But now, does Demon Kite actually respond, or what do they prefer over the Lancelot Sun Shin?
Yeah.
Because those two are still up there, and maybe so is the high loss if they want to pick it up here.
That's right. It's also flexible on that XP because as you can see, ONIC is very hard on banning out that XP lane.
Yeah.
So it's very clear that they want Kirk to have a good day. But when you do that, there is like a high loss in the field, and the Lancelot will get picked up by Aurora.
Oh wow, this is an interesting turn. Aurora instead prioritized the Domenkai hero.
Because I saved my nation from falling
So
apart.
they reveal both of their main cores for their lineup already, whereas ONIC will be able to pick up the Yisun Shin for themselves. And do they pick up their mid lane? Because if they do go for the EX, the roam, then that...
According to the Howl, Superfans should be the one that's prioritized here by ONIC. So,
Selena.
And I would assume that Mr. has some pretty good information. There goes that Superfans hero we're talking about.
Yeah, that signature Super Friends that we're gonna be seeing. We don't know what the roamer is gonna be exactly, but it's great to see this paired up with a Yisun Shin again. Because this is how it's always been.
Beautiful things can happen with that combo.
The squad of ONIC Philippines, you know, still has some sort of trauma up against Aurora Turkey, wherein Rosa just straight up used Selena all.
Yeah.
How many games was that? 3 or 4? I think 3.
Three. I
For
think
3 games straight. So now they want Selena on their side.
Apparently they know how to play it well, and they're not giving Aurora a chance to actually integrate it into their lineup. I love it.
Yeah.
And a fun fact, Turkey was renamed from Turkey because
I will
Turkey
choose my
wants to
own
change
path.
to differentiate themselves from the bird.
Oh.
They intentionally added the E there.
Wow.
I just want, since you mentioned it.
We learn new things every day.
Yeah. with Uncle Rockhart.
They wanted to really separate it. Yeah.
With Uncle Rockhart.
Nice's daddy, Rockhart's uncle.
Oh my.
That's true. I am here to make sure that the young ones have fun.
Yeah. This is an R-lot for Edward though that we're seeing. I mean, it's most likely gonna be Edward, right?
It's a real good chance it's an Edward here.
It's a real
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the punish is definitely gonna be there. If not even the punish, the endless amount of initiations could come in from those final slash flicker combos, and then you could expect the follow-ups to come through. And it's nice to see Aurora respecting the Lunox as well, because I feel like we've seen the Lunox Harith matchup happen a number of times yesterday. Although in one, of those games, it wasn't as favorable for the Lunox. If you would recall, it was OHEB.
Yeah.
Huntail's been itching for
I
a
feel like
real fight.
maybe there's a chance we see a high loss still.
Yeah.
Because they take out those heroes that can deal with the massive HP bars that are part of, or that the Arlott has. So this could potentially be another gold lane hero that Aurora takes out. But if not, it can also be a roamer, perhaps?
I would say you can
Take
also
out the Gatot?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gatot Gacha seems to be like one of the things you want to combo,
With
obviously.
CC. Yeah.
The
overall.
Selena Gatot, I agree.
For me, for ONIC, just take away the Hylos also. Of course, Light. No, they're the ones who take away the
Aurora
Hylos.
takes it out.
Okay.
Here's the thing about Aurora.
Oh.
They will need some of those heroes that can actually withstand the arrows of the Selena, right?
Yeah.
So you're right. Hylos would have been great, but what's the alternative here?
That I am not entirely sure. Light has
Fight
been
for
only
the
on the
ultimate
Hylos
answer.
Kalayag and the Grok. I don't think they will want to have, or maybe that works.
Grok's okay, I guess.
Grok Arlott. It kind of reminds me
Yeah.
of the Akai Arlott combination even. It's just that we don't get to see the Akai in the room as much, but maybe the Grok could be another go for Aurora.
To Grok's
So
There! Nice call.
Okay.
I also get the concept because at the same time, you don't have to rely on Light with the setups. It
Yeah.
can come from Edward, and those tectonic charge just can be a reactive response or a defensive play for the side of Aurora.
Yeah. So ONIC need their gold laner and their roamer here. Something that can deal with the pressure of the Grok and the Arlott. It's so hard to play around these two heroes though. The Gatot's still there if they want to. The Badang as well. Because they need a bit more front. I think that's clearly still lacking in terms of ONIC's lineup.
Yeah, the CC is not going to be enough to actually deal with everything. So
I'm
here's
the
one
priestess of primal
frontliner
lightning.
that you can
All the
rely
evil
on.
gods.
That is going to be Brusco on the Edith.
That was unexpected!
Yeah, because that's a Kirk hero. Remember, EWC best battle for third. Kirk got a Savage. Was it
Basically.
Savage or Mania? Savage, yeah, with the Edith.
All right. So we're seeing some spicy stuff coming out of ONIC here.
What does Yue pick into this though? The Novaria yesterday was really great from Yue, but might they want immediate burst to pair up with these multiple setup options from Aurora? Because there's the Grok, there's the Arlott, the Varsa's still there.
Is it
Although there's the
Kagura time?
Selena. Maybe the Kagura could also be an option.
Your divine
But they go
retribution
for
is at
Valiant.
hand!
Oh! Because there's the... Well, it's just the Edith though. Oh, the Mountain Shocker too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's good vision. That's going to be provided by Yue if ever. You can also kind of just go Edith mode and full damage. So there's a lot of flexibility for this Valentina right here.
Yeah. The Edith is still a surprise to me in the roam. I think it does a decent job at just trying to intercept, just offering these countless chain CC so you don't feel as confident in going in, but I don't know if this will be in any way limiting to ONIC and what they can do.
I think so too. Basically, it's just like a second layer they can work with here. And
Yeah.
Aurora are going to have to be really picky about their targets. They just can't go full swing all the time here.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's going to be a true test now for Doming going up against Kellera. Harriet Moscow matchup. Let's see who's going to win it out in game number 1.
All right, for game number 1, it is going to be a very interesting matchup. Again, so we'll see a rock once more for Aurora. And Keller on the Moskov is no slouch as well. We've seen him do some crazy stuff on that hero too. Wait to find out. Superfans on a signature Selena. This cannot go wrong. This is going to be an entertaining match, whatever happens.
I think maybe, just maybe, would have been a miscalculation there for Brusco a bit, but I think maybe what ONIC is trying to achieve is also the fact that Aurora are very dependent on the setups that Edward and Light can do. And if it so happens that they're not able to successfully go for those setups, then ONIC might be banking on the idea that they have a way to deal with the prolonged team fights. because Brusco on the Edith is known to be one of the best heroes to deal with those extended team fights. So ONIC needs to be equally careful that Aurora doesn't get the better of them whenever they go for the setups, and also they should always be ready to answer back if this is going to be the case.
Basically, just like in Series 1, right? They need that perfect, Series 2 rather. They always have to look for that perfect setup, and they need to be ready for the perfect setup to never arrive.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, these are things that you have to think about. If you're Aurora, can we do that setup? Can we make the big play happen? Can we combo the Final Slash alongside the Tectonic Charge?
Yeah. And honestly, that's a lot to ask if for a Grok, because basically the Tectonic Charges paired up with the Flicker could be useful, but at the same time, it's really hard to pull it off. But again, in Hands of Light could be easy paired up with the Final Slash coming in from Edward. But so far, a relatively slow game, but things could change right now as the first turtle has won. Demon Kite trying to work on Kirk as Kirk tries to zone out the members of Aurora as he secures the first turtle.
Yep. Oh, the curtain call was really well timed from Kirk here. Aurora could have went in and looked for a trade, but every single place where you look in the map, there's just action going on, even in the gold lane. But surprisingly enough, Kirk's handling the lane really well up against Edward. He's the one who gets to clear the waves first, alongside the support that he gets from Superfans. They're the ones who are able to position first, and it's a clear win so far for ONIC.
Yeah, no one's getting caught here as well. So I love that this is basically a decision-making game. This is going to be a decision-making game at the very end of it, because no one's really making like any micro errors. They're not making any oopsie plays. No one's very sour. No sour moves.
Sour moves. Yeah. And so far.
It's 3 minutes. Give it time. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, Light got his level 4. Let's see. He only got it now, though. Brusco has had his level 4 for quite some time now, but he never needed to use it just yet. This is, I agree, a very patient game that we're seeing so far from both these teams, but the vision game, it's clearly favoring Superfans, ONIC so far because of Superfans.
But at the same time, the tempo of the game's really going to depend on the Selena, especially in the early stages. As long as the Abyssal Arrows can connect, ONIC can start making plays. But so far, Aura has that covered. There's a shot range going to connect onto you with half HP already. So now ONIC Philippines applying a lot of pressure onto the mid lane.
And that last combo reminds you that if you don't take care of your mid lane can disappear in a flash. So you gotta watch out, and you gotta keep in mind where Light is at all times if you're ONIC, so you can make stuff like that happen.
Yeah. So far, they're being very careful about their next steps. I feel like Aurora will be the ones to get to set up first for this upcoming objective. ONIC needs to be wary of the setups, that's for sure, but Brusco at least has some information to some extent. Oh, there you go, Mountain Shocker.
Mountain Shocker already dropped down. Brusco with onward. Their Chatter combo onto Edward. There's the final slash from Aurora. SOD's not going to connect this time around, as Brusco will fall down. Aurora secures the second turtle.
Alright, interesting. If that SOD connected, you could expect like a big explosion there for sure, but no, it didn't.
Oh my goodness. Even Dom and Kite. Keller needs to be careful. Both the Kite brothers are nearby.
Okay, big stuff can happen here. Kelra, of course, as usual, very strong in the lane. Dominkite can kind of feel that aura. Even in 1v2, they don't really want to dive him at all.
Yeah.
This is such a slow-paced game so far, considering the picks that we both have. We have Selena's on the other side, and for the side of Aurora, there's a Lancelot, a Harren. So far, we're looking for the catch from both of these teams, but they're playing as disciplined as possible right now.
Yeah, you can tell Ingan's really wants stuff to happen already.
Give me something, guys! Give me something!
I mean, even that last turtle fight we saw was a bit expected because of just how well Aurora was able to set up before it, but this might be different.
Oh, final slash. Not gonna connect to the squad of ONIC Philippines now. Again, the name of the game is just control over the mid lane. Who's gonna rotate? Which mid duo is gonna rotate first? And it seems like Brusco and Light just came right on time in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we're at almost 6 minutes and only one death has happened. So I'm pretty sure that's a little bit of a... That's a signal of what this game is going to be like. Really big decisions, really big swings of power That's what we're looking for right now.
I mean, if you're ONIC Philippines, this is actually favoring your team right now. If you're gonna look at the late game potential of their team, they have Kellera with the Moskov, King Kong with the YSS. As soon as the YSS already has his 2 core items, it's gonna be hard for Aurora to keep up with them, especially since Brigida mentioned that in terms of extended team fights, Edith Brusco is gonna shine later on.
Yeah, and all of their other damage dealers too, being basic attack reliant both in King Kong and Kellera, they will have a great, or they will be able to definitely do a great job at, oh my,
what? A lot has been expended onto Brusco, but that was a kill Aurora was looking for. Good Earthen Rampart and a Tectonic Charge from Light to bring down Brusco as Demon Kite secures the turtle. Now the chase is on still. Does Demon Kite want to challenge King Kong for this 1v1? I think he's not gonna overcommit. They got the turtle.
There's just something about Aurora ever since their win yesterday.
Yeah.
It feels as if every single decision that they make is so decisive and calculated. Now, even though we kind of expected ONIC to play it a bit safer because they're after the farm, as of this moment, Aurora is still able to find openings to force fights against ONIC, and that's not what they want, but Aurora are just so good at doing that.
Yeah, we're thinking about decisions. They were so decisive. They were they were moving with conviction, basically, in that last one. Brusco had no time to do anything.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 ultimates were casted down just to bring down Brusco. He was able to cast a Primal Wrath, but the amount of CC that Aurora had during that time was just too much.
Through the shield.
Yeah.
And you hate that if you're an Edith, because you also still go for the basic attacks once you cast the ultimate later on. So things are looking a bit tricky. This is maybe why I feel a bit iffy about the last pickup by ONIC Philippines. But you get the idea though.
Oh, 1v1 Domingkite versus Kirk. The vengeance was popped already, but still Domingkite has all he needs to bring down the Kirk attack.
Basically a solo kill. All Light did was look. And they got it. They just looked at it, man.
My goodness, the damage from Domingkite is too real.
The target next might be Brusco, so they have to give away the second tier turret up top. ONIC Philippines struggling to find a response against Aurora.
Might as well call him Doming Kid, because he's using that Harif very well.
That's good.
Everything is going so well for every single member of Aurora. No kills for ONIC just yet. 2 of them in the hands of Demon Kite and 1 in Domingkite. Also, not to mention how things seemingly are okay even despite the Valentina pickup, because there always is that ready Primal Wrath that Yue has. So that adds to the problems. Even though this is Domingkite on a Harith, they have other sources of damage to throw out to the members of ONIC if ever they do commit. And how does ONIC commit in this kind of situation where Aurora is almost 4K up ahead?
Wow, and your big setup is Brusco. Brusco is supposed to be the guy who goes in first, goes for that first shatter maybe, and maybe an onward onto a target, but he can't do that against this lineup.
Yeah, because the moment Aurora sees someone from the side of ONIC, may it be Kirk, may it be Brusco, they're not afraid to expend a lot of ultimates just to tear one down for the side of ONIC Philippines. So now Aurora has a comfortable lead, 4.4k. Also has the Lord up top marching, so they might be able to take down all outer turrets with this Lord Siege.
Honestly, Domingkite is so well protected by this lineup too. Just by having Light stick by his side, you kind of guarantee that there will be a way for you to answer back against ONIC if ever they do try to look for the engage. I mean, even if Brusco attempts to go for a Flicker Earth Shatter combo, that doesn't guarantee you a kill.
True.
Because there could be a counter Tectonic Charge from Light. Even just by using the first skill, that's already enough. But
wow!
Clutch Traceless there for King Kong to avoid the Thorn Rose. And as they were able to clear out the Lord up top, no outer turrets left for ONIC Philippines. In a span of 10 minutes, Aurora's lead ballooning up to 5.1.
Yeah. It's, I think the Holy Shields that were taken down for both the top and the mid lane. But they still have 1 Holy Shield in the bottom lane.
Yeah, so this game is not going to be like one of those games where we saw go so fast. There was actually a game I saw this weekend that ended in like 6 or 8 minutes.
Oh.
So I don't know if you guys are, you can look for that after this game. But yeah, it's crazy how much time ONIC is buying, but it's also crazy how fast Aurora is breaking every tower on the map. Look at that.
Yeah.
It's basically just inhibitor turrets alive at this point.
You know, Light's not letting ONIC pick up steam with the Abyssal Arrows coming in from Super Fritz because he's not afraid to catch it. Just one cast of any skill from Light is CCMU, and so he's not afraid to catch any Abyssal Arrows so far. So we haven't seen the Super Fritz
Here's
that
a
we're used to
conceal.
seeing.
Did they use the conceal? No, they didn't. I thought they used the conceal.
Light can.
He can.
Oh, but he gets spotted out. Never
On the
mind.
side, and again, these traps just make it so hard for Light to actually go in an unknown angle. So that's something that you can look for, especially with the Mountain Shocker online as well. But now it's used up by King Kong.
Oh,
what's it gonna look like?
Oh, the Kirk might be the target. He already popped his ultimate and got slowed down by the entry of Demon Kite. And they get the job done as they take him down.
All they wanted was the kill. They even used the flicker from Light. It didn't connect, but it was enough to block his path. So he couldn't find any other escape routes for that engage that Aurora showed us. But are they still trying to go for it?
Look at that. Spicy moves from Keller. He's got the damage. He is still a Moskov at the end of the day.
Aurora does need to pick up the pace though, because they do not want this to drag out any longer. ONIC Philippines, you could already feel the damage slowly coming in for Kellera on this Moskov. He's being farmed up, and King Kong as well could serve the same purpose. So right now, clearly ONIC might be letting go of this, or might try to do something at least.
Of course, SOD. No SOD.
No SOD. Demon Kite secures the Lord. Kirk might be in trouble here, but is able to get away scot-free as they resort instead to split pushing the top lane. But now Keller has to back off because Dominkite is in the picture.
That's an exceedingly clean Lord take here. So, yeah, Dominkite definitely one to look out for. SOD. Where's it gonna hit? Edward still gonna be alive. One-man curtain call really won't matter much, but here comes that stun.
And still, Edward stays alive. Could be a different story if the SOD connects, but fortunately for Mr. Consistent, he stays alive. As Demon Kite finally picks up his BOD, this could be an endable push for Aurora if things go right.
Yeah, it's a 3-0 KDA for Demon Kite. They also are trying to delay the Lord a bit, and Edward will be able to catch up soon enough. They don't have the Holy Shield in the middle lane for ONIC, so they have to make quick work of this Lord before Aurora gets to do something. Fortunately, they were able to force Edward to reset, so all 5 members of Aurora were really ready to make use of that Lord immediately. But this could be the time.
There's a wall, there's a Mountain Shocker. And ONIC Philippines are able to clear. Edward goes in! He gets stuck out by the Spear of Misery of Kelvin Kirk! Picks up a kill. In exchange for Brusca though, SOD is going to connect, forcing the Dominkite's Purify.
Oh,
he
here
does
comes
go
Kelra.
inside. He wants to go 1v4. Abyssal Arrow connects onto line and he brings him down as King Kong picks up a kill. Aurora left with 3. They have to back off, but ONIC Philippines showing signs of life.
I can't believe Super Prince came in from those angles. He made sure that he was watching out for Aurora and for wherever they were planning to walk through, and that added to how they were finding it difficult to escape, how ONIC was also able to pick up the kill on Light, and how they're slowly able to get back into this game. Kellera is finally online, and this is where they can definitely make use of the Mountain Shockers a bit more. They can feel a bit more encouraged to get out of their base and potentially even contest for this upcoming objective, because we're only looking at a 4K gold lead in the hands of Aurora, but the damage is already there for ONIC. It's just that Brusco needs to play it a bit more careful. Is he really meant to be the bait, or can he do something more before he finally goes down?
Yeah, this is exactly what Brigida was saying 2 minutes free in 30 seconds ago, where
it was so exact.
Kelra at this point can be really, really deadly, really, really spicy. And you cannot, it's coming way too fast. It's actually coming in faster a lot than expected. As you can see the items, Kelra, even at 002, has actually taken so much gold around the map.
Yeah, it's the result of continuous split pushes coming in from Keller. Unfortunately for ONIC Philippines, they're able to hold on despite, half of the SODs haven't really connected. We've seen an instance wherein they were almost able to kill Edward, but fortunately for Mr. Consistent, it didn't connect. Now this time around, ONIC Philippines has all inhibited turrets intact. They can take this Lord away from Mountain Shocker already dropped down. Demon Kite has to back off a Super Prince. secures the Lord there. We're waiting for the post-objective take of Aurora. Kirk might be the target. Yue has to flicker in, plus gets the Primal Wrath of his own. But Kirk, will he be able to escape though? There's the wall and the mighty swing from Light to bring him down.
They really wanted that kill.
Yeah, they didn't let him go. But can they deal with the Lord? Kirk is down, but all the other members of ONIC are still there. They'll respect Aurora well enough to not try and fight back again, though. Such clutch decisions that we see from Aurora, even despite that loss in the objective. The way that it was a clear testament to how Keller is well farmed and how he got to damage Demon Kite low enough. And Kirk just doing such a great job at surprisingly being the follow-up. They did not allow Demon Kite to get any closer to the objective.
Yeah, and Kirk, in Filipino terms, Kirk is the ally. You know, he's basically the guy.
The bait.
You're gonna bait it out, so the rest of the team can actually win in that major objective, and it worked out very well for ONIC, despite again Aurora having a pretty solid gold lead.
Yeah, and for the side of Aurora, credit to how they responded to the post-objective takedown. They were able to isolate Kirk, clutch play from Light to get that earthen ramp. Right?
Earthen rampart.
The wall.
The rampart.
The earthen rampart.
There you go.
To cut off the exit route of Kirk. And with the lead that they established, you were able to pick up the Lord in the river.
Oh.
So that's Lord wasted for ONIC Philippines.
Lord in the river. In the river.
We have a pink test.
Yeah,
we have a pink test going on. But this is looking a bit dire for Aurora, I'd say. Like
it is, despite them having a 5.5k gold lead.
Yeah, the timers are kicking in for how effective their lineup is gonna be.
17 minutes and 30 seconds. 5.5k, it feels like it's zero.
Yeah.
At this point.
Okay.
Alright, we're gonna wait and see. So there is a few setups. There's still some things that Aurora can do here. But the items, look at the items.
Yeah.
It's just so clear that Kelra doesn't need more.
It's so clear that they're already online. This is Kelra, this is King Kong already with their full item builds. They just need, or King Kong just needs to upgrade this Magic Blade so that he gets the full Rose Gold Meteor if ever he's gonna go for that as his last item. But other than that, they're pretty much ready to go for whatever team fight they want to go for. Even Super Friends with the Wishing Lantern, wherever he does decide to put those placements, it might even be a very crucial one at that, because if Aurora in a very low HP gets to step on one, then that could mean you go down as well unknowingly. So even the way that they check the brushes and where ONIC Philippines are should be very they should be very meticulous about it, because ONIC has an easier way of finding where Aurora is. So Yue, does he still want to go for the Primal Wrath, or does he switch things up a bit and also go for the Mountain Shocker? Because if it's just a Mountain Shocker too, then what can he do after that?
Yeah, that's a big question. This will be answered. Edward with a swing and a miss.
Kirk answers back with his own ultimate. Manages to stay alive. Here comes the Mountain Shocker coming in from King Kong. Light doesn't connect with the ultimate. And no way! Secures the Lord as Kirk also takes down Light. He's trying to push in the middle lane. He has the immunity, but he's going to get taken down by Dominic Kite. Yeah, Dominic Kite's still alive. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade for Aurora, but Kelra steals away the Lord.
How unbelievable! For how many times since MSC have we seen Lords stolen by Spears of Destruction?
Oh, Lord sieging in onto the middle lane. ONIC has the numbers advantage. They have the Lord. They're waiting for a perfect opportunity to strike. Edward goes in with the final slash. Kirk was able to walk away. Now Demon Kite versus King Kong. And Demon Kite wins the trade as they clear out the Lord. But ONIC Philippines gets an inhibitor in the middle lane.
And clutch immortality pickup too by Demon Kite, even though he didn't need it anymore. But he's been swapping out some items here and there just to last in this game. What a steal still by Kelra. We're still on that. And because of that single play that they were able to accomplish, they've evened out the map control.
Yeah, man, Dominkai was like, you guys are forgetting about me. I can take on King Kong as well. King Kong ain't got nothing on me. But at this point, it's anyone's game. King Kong's up in 8 seconds. We could see something spicy happen here if they want to, but it looks like RORA is gonna back off.
They just took the base turret as well. What is this?
It's a nice eye for an eye right there.
Eye for an eye, inhibitor for an Oh, eye for an eye.
Nice
Inhibitor
one.
for an inhibitor.
Oh!
I just got that right.
Oh my goodness, but this play! How was
Crazy.
Kelra able to do that even? And he decided to join the fight as well. He did go down, but he already dealt enough damage against the members of Aurora to force them to run away, to just go and try defend, because also you have to take note that there's a Lord, and if you weren't able to keep yourselves alive, then it could be an end angle definitely for ONIC and that one-way push, because a Yisun Shin Moskov could definitely pull off a one-way push.
For sure. Like, how many of those golden standard moments are we gonna see, though? We already saw that one from Kelra. Will we see more? And how aware can Aurora be? Can they be ready when it arrives?
Now they have to be ready though, because Lord has spawned. They have good position. But again, we're seeing the Filipino Lord dance once again executed by both teams. Kelra on the split push up top. Abyssal Arrow gonna connect onto Light as Kirk trying to go for Edward. Final slash already dropped down. Plus the Mountain Shocker. There's a curtain call coming in from Kirk. He wants to go 1v3. SOD is gonna connect. We're just waiting for Kelra's entrance. It's gonna be a retry battle. Who's gonna get the Lord? ONIC versus Aurora. And King Kong secures it while Kelra still pushing the top lane. Will Aurora make it on time? Demon Kite, Immortality Pop, then gets dropped down. Wait, Winter Crown plays still, but a shutdown for King Kong.
And Superfans has been watching out for all other members of Aurora. They literally had to walk their way back to the base, and they only have 4 members for this upcoming defense.
Lord now sieging in the mid lane. Light doing his best to delay the push of the Sonics. Kirk got isolated once again. Forced out the Salmon Force from Bombing Kite, but look at the damage of Kelra! Spear of Misery gonna connect everything, connecting for the Sonics as they take game 1!
That's as ONIC as you can get, showing off their dominance in game number 1. Finishing it and reversing it with style.
Not how you start, it's how you end the game. Wow.
ONIC was just too aware of their conditions.
Too aware.
They were too aware of what needed to, what had to be done. They did not force fights. They tried to avoid it even as much as they can. They had the right tools to stop Aurora if ever they wanted to. And as much as Brusco didn't have that much of a great time, it was all worth it in the end. Because if you only keep getting Brusco, then that doesn't amount to anything really. Because they were investing all of their resources not on Brusco anyway. It was on King Kong, it was on Kelra, who were quiet for the most part. That's why Ingan couldn't play by play, but
I wanted to work, guys.
Speaking of Kelra, my goodness, that last one, you guys see that SOD?
Yeah.
He basically used the SOD to force them to react. And that's why he is the MVP of this game. Imagine waiting for like 10 seconds for something to happen. The whole arena froze. Is he gonna go in or not?
We're waiting for the entrance. And again,
I think you called it as well. Like, when's he gonna go?
When is he gonna go? It just goes to show that it's not just about physical abilities. Also, MLBB is a mental game.
It's a mind game.
It's a mind game. And for this guy alone, Kelra was a mastermind in ONIC Philippines comeback, getting a Game 1 MVP.
I admire how composed they were able to remain all throughout. Even despite that dominance Aurora was already able to establish. I mean, look at that. Even if you go as far as back to the laning phase, you would recall Doming Kite handling things really well. Kirk even not letting Edward rotate out of the XP lane as much. And I feel like we are so used to seeing Edward do that. Like, be the guy to be present first whenever there's an objective, but we didn't see much of that in the early stages of the game. So ONIC was successful enough to do that, but Aurora got to regroup. They got the advantage for a majority of the game, but it slipped out of their hands again.
It's becoming a recurring theme. It's like teams that have like a 6K, 7K gold lead suddenly lose out.
Yeah, it's
Very
like you're at a disadvantage when you have that much gold
Right?
lead.
I know, it's crazy. But again, this was all about like the presence, right? It's all about like how well they were able to deal with that being behind.
Yeah.
Which is it makes or breaks a team.
Yeah, I guess also the composition of ONIC Philippines, they're actually a ticking time bomb with their lineup. As soon as Brigida mentioned that Kelra has already full items, it's go time, it's ONIC time for ONIC Philippines, and clearly he made a lot of game-changing plays, not to mention the Lord Steal.
Crazy.
Yeah, the crazy Lord. I know, Rockhard, you've been around since Season 1, but I'm pretty sure that's a clip or that's a play that tops your list also.
Yeah.
It's funny because it was so far away. I feel like the target was so far away from the Lord. How did it hit?
Yeah.
I want a replay of that.
You guys can clip it, upload it, and add that to the list of Moskov Lord Steals. Because I think we already have a compilation by now, especially after MSC.
For sure.
Yeah.
So one with Oheb.
You know what amazes me? Remember M6, the play from Innocent, the Moskov play. You remember, you were casting that game.
Oh.
Innocent.
Before the playoffs, the Innocent play.
The Moskov guy.
And now Keller actually replicated that kind of play in SPS.
Yes.
And now EWC Oheb had an amazing Lord Steal. Now this time Kelra also replicated that play.
It's going around.
Yes.
They're all learning from each other.
Yeah.
Probably.
And actually, I remember when we interviewed Keller. Keller's actually the guy that actually asks his opponents about things, especially opposing gold laners. That's why he gets a lot of information and uses that to his advantage.
He is very open to learning from other gold laners. He's vocal about wanting to learn from other gold laners, and it's also maybe why for the longest time he never considered himself as the best.
Yeah.
Because he always thinks that there's more to learn about the game, about the micro, about the macro, I guess, and how you just perform as a gold laner in your team. But really, I think he's learned more than enough already.
I think this guy just has everything and a little bit more, a little then some, as they say. At this point, it did show, especially against a matchup where he was actually dealt a pretty bad hand.
Yeah.
At the very beginning, like at least until 8 or 9 minutes of the game, he was just forced to just separate.
And this is a Purify Moskov. So, so he was really forced to play a bit more safe, but 50,000 damage.
Ouch.
Sheesh.
Apart from Kelra, I also like to commend Kirk, because Kirk was also phenomenal, especially mid to the late game, where he was. You mentioned it that it came to a point where he became the ally or the bait, also for ONIC Philippines, and he was actually able to bait out a lot of ultimates, especially the Zaman forces or even the charge, from Light. So it really became a crucial factor on why ONIC Philippines had more or enough resources during clashes.
But even then, this is all Aurora, so that's how you know it.
It was a comeback.
It was a comeback.
It was a huge comeback. Absolutely. Even in the stats just don't lie. The API doesn't know what happened in the game.
Yeah.
They just know who got the most gold, who dealt the most damage, who got the most assists, and who would tank the most. And obviously, Light was, oh my goodness. He took so many of those hits. And Demon Kite is our BPI rich guy. Again, he is on the Lancelot, where everyone just plays the Lancelot, just has a fun time overall. But they still lost this one.
Yeah. I don't think Aurora ever wants to go through that again. Like, already winning and being so close to winning.
So close.
But then, finding yourself.
I'm sorry, I just have to check something.
What?
If King Kong actually died that game. I think he did. So in a span of 5 games, it was King Kong's first death.
Congratulations.
Wow. Congratulations.
He gave
215
King Kong
KDA.
his first death in the game. I guess that's an achievement in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
But again, the win just so eludes the Lights so far, at least for now, despite their very good previous game. I think this just proves that ONIC just plays on a different level when they're like super focused, and like when they're not really like thinking about other things. This is just them right here, right now. Again, Kirk is they've been vocal about why Kirk was the guy He's like the fall guy for ONIC, at least in MSC, in EWC. But you know what? In this game, I really feel like a lot of this couldn't have happened if Kirk didn't play well in that lane, if he did not like play well against an R-lot of all heroes.
Yeah. Because even if you're going to look back at the game, you have to admit, it's not one of the best Super Prince games that we're used to seeing. Especially when he has a Selena. So
it was a Grok in a row.
Yeah.
What can you do if your arrows just keep hitting someone who's crowd control immune?
Yeah, exactly. So that means that it's nice to see other players from the Superfam actually stepping up when it's hard for others to shine. And clearly, Kirk was one of the players who stepped up for this game.
Yeah, so it's a way for them to answer back or to recall what was mentioned in the Howl, I feel. Their pressure was enough to limit Aurora and the gold lane rotations. Like, I think we saw much more from them in the EXP because Super Friends, as much as it wasn't an aggressive start in such a way that they were able to convert into kills and whatnot, he was still there to apply pressure in the EXP, I feel. And so I think that helped Kirk a lot in terms of limiting Edward as well. But that's the thing. Like, does Aurora want to switch things up a bit in terms of their priority in their timing? Because no, never mind. Because
that's
I feel
a little hard to.
Yeah, the Harith is already a late game hero too.
He already popped off.
He already popped off. He has enough sources of damage, but the decisions maybe. Because I was trying to think of how they could have ended it faster, but there were
a good one.
I think there were instances where the setups, the final slashes, the ramp, the tectonic charges were not as precise.
Yeah.
So I think those also helped in how ONIC was able to bounce back because they just kept on capitalizing on those failed attempts that we saw from Aurora. And maybe that's also the pressure getting to them because we all know they needed to end it fast.
All that pressure. Knowing that your opponent is like a ticking time bomb, like Nina mentioned, like, I guess that is kind of just one way for them to improve. I think their drafting was pretty okay this time around.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone got a bit of an advantage in the lane. I think we saw that in the gold graphs, in the item graphs. It felt like they should have had that.
Yeah.
Again, how do you finish against a team again? On the other side, right? How do you do that against a team that's so good with macro, that knows how to clear these minion waves without suffering too many casualties? I guess that's something that a lot of the teams are still working on even to this day.
Yeah. At this point, you know, like it's like the bane of Aurora right now is literally the Moskov in the CC. Because if you're gonna recall their very first game against Team Falcons, it was also the CC and Moscow that was able to turn around the 10k gold lead that they established to come back from that game. So now, apart from that, also like what Brigida mentioned, the late game decision makings really need to be on point for Aurora if they want to commit to an early game, early to mid centric kind of lineup. They need to be really, really decisive in whenever they want to go and pick off fights.
Yeah. So maybe not so much on the draft. I don't think I have any hero to really point out.
Yeah, it wasn't too crazy.
Of the draft of Aurora.
No, for me, I beg to disagree. For me, it was a Moskov game, really.
Really?
For Kelly.
Even after that Edith pickup, you liked it.
Yeah. I didn't like the Edith that much. I really loved the Moskov.
That's what I was asking. Like, are you sure?
Not the Edith. Brusco, I hope you picked the Tigreal instead. You know? I'm really biased towards the Tigreal because I love that hero.
It's been a while. I don't think we get to see those kinds of
the Minos,
roamers.
right?
Yeah, even the EWC, the Tigreal mains, usually in their own regions, they swapped it out, you know?
Yeah, because even Kiboy was literally using, I think Padang, was it Padang?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
the whole ONIC organization was for, was prioritizing.
They were annoying. They were annoying.
Hey, Nice was saying something in Tagalog.
It's very Tagalog. We are allowed to stay Tagalog.
What did he say? Put it on the shirt. What?
Pwede kami naman.
Pwedeng kami naman.
Kami naman.
That was what was written on the shirts of the fans.
Why are they glowing
earlier? By the way,
Why are they
glowing?
Because they're gods. What if they're demigods right now? We're just not aware.
Hey, you know what?
What?
That's the skincare for you guys.
Yes. Look at how they showed Superfans and Yue right after each other.
Oh
because
my
those are the two skincare guys.
Again, guys, that's not oil. That's glow.
That's the glow.
That's glow.
Yeah.
They've been very consistent in their skincare. I don't know if they've been continuing it.
You know, actually, if you're gonna commend someone for his skincare, you have to commend this guy over here.
Oh yes, of course.
For 16 seasons, he still looks the same.
Look, turn around. If you see, they look a lot more glowing in the big screen.
They do look like they're glowing. So it's not just my screen, not your screen, right? They look like they're glowing.
Yeah, because they're heaven sent. These players are heaven sent.
Absolutely, giving us such good MLBB on a Saturday night.
Yeah, look at all our audience. Mind you, it's raining so hard outside.
But
But
that's why things are fogging up.
Stay dry.
Stay dry.
Stay
guys.
safe.
I guess the cameras are fogging up because of the moisture from outside.
Hello!
Oh, it's us.
Hey!
Look at that. Yeah.
Okay, so
Expect that to be a reel later. That's just how Ian rolls.
Someone's gonna clip that.
Clip that 100%.
I wonder what.
Come on, show me again. Show me again.
No.
Maybe you clip it yourself.
Yeah, you do it.
You can.
Okay, never mind. Let's go.
All right.
Drafting time, folks. So here in the draft, again, we are not. It's one of those rare times where usually the chat will go crazy about the draft.
Yeah.
I didn't see them go that too crazy. By the way, what's up, chat? I love talking to
Breaking
chat.
the fourth wall again.
Yeah, I love talking to chat, man.
Okay,
You're so
okay.
good at, especially in the draft. I love it when chat drafts. So, chat, what's the biggest first pick for ONIC right now?
Yeah,
so you have a few seconds to answer.
Yes. I also love how they've been banning out XP lane heroes for Edward. The respect on the Lapu-Lapu.
Oh, still banned out.
Really
Consistent.
great. Yes.
Consistent dance for Mr. Consistent.
Oh, yes. Yep. And they have to do that. Like after what we've seen yesterday, you cannot let these heroes get into his hands.
I think it's gonna be CC first pick again for ONIC.
Still, I think it's still gonna be the same. So if that were to be the case, what was their last ban for the third?
Last ban.
I mean, a lot of the other options are still open for the red side bans. Commonly, it was the Jushins, the Lancelot, Yisunshin definitely or will likely be open still. Unless they want to ban out the Baksha. I know they banned the Baksha. So there's the Jushin. Yeah.
Let's go CC.
CC first pick again.
CC first pick.
Does that feel like the big call, the big play here for Mr. Kirk?
Let's hear from the crowd.
There
like
we go.
Make some noise for yours.
Yeah, it's up to Demon Kite. YSS or I feel like you have to really pick Lancelot at this point.
Maybe not give it to King Kong.
From King
Wonder
Kong.
why Kirk laughed there. He's like, oh yeah, Kirk again. I mean, CC again. Why did he laugh at that moment?
It's fun to play CC though.
It is very fun to play CC.
Even earlier against the Grok, he didn't have that much of a hard time.
Yeah.
Because he could just keep bouncing out of those the ramparts.
I guess you're not so afraid of the Grok if you are a CC, right?
Yeah.
'Cause aside from the spell vamp that you do, you know you can't get bursted.
Yeah.
You can jump over the earth round.
To banish all.
That's what we want to see.
Okay,
All right.
okay, let's go.
The trend is changing for Aurora, really. It's them showing their jungler and gold lane in the first two
Frontiel's been
picks.
itching for a real
This is a statement from Doming. He's saying
Because I
my turn.
saved my nation
What
from
if
falling
they pick
apart.
up their EXP lane here?
For Edward,
Although
he did last game. He did third pick Arlot. So
Yeah.
No, that was that second pick.
Oh yeah, I think that was red
second pick, yeah,
3.
second pick, yeah.
Oh no, yeah.
Red free. Red 2.
Red 2.
So the Arlot is still there.
Was it?
Uh,
Okay, now I'm not sure. All right. Arla is... Can you flex it to Rome, though? That's my question. Do we have
Light?
history for Light's Arla? I don't think so.
I don't
recall.
I don't think Light wants to.
I don't think he wants to, yeah.
Yeah.
As much as Light is a setter Rome, that has been his identity.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no Arla today, 100%.
Okay.
Edward got inspired with Lanzo's game.
So, this maybe we get to see a much more aggressive Light hero then. If this is gonna be the Uranus EXP lane for Aurora.
Yeah, since there is going to be that guy who everyone's gonna have their eyes on.
But going up against the Kalea, it's gonna be tough. So I think Aurora right now will be looking at the mid lane heroes again. Oh, that's a gold lane.
It's a gold lane ban.
It's a gold lane ban, absolutely.
Even though there isn't necessarily a Harith anymore, I think
My mission.
yeah, the Lunox is one of the best ways to deal with the Uranus, whatever you say. ONIC takes away the high loss though. The comfort picks that they've been introducing so far are slowly being taken away from them, from the Lapus to the high losses. And maybe this is partially because Renmar mentioned the Trinity of Aurora yesterday.
The Trinity!
That people are catching up. But I really feel like we're seeing Aurora struggling to some extent in how they're adapting to these bans.
Yeah, but these bans all usually dictate that, like, if you're trying to remove like big tanks like the high loss, and if you the Gatot, the Grok, you want that Selena in, right? You want to be able to slot in someone that is gonna have a lot of good times if he catches a target. So I'm thinking about the Selena here still for ONIC. I don't think you want to switch it up too much. Kagura would maybe work. Maybe it'll be easier to catch this Moskov with the Kagura, maybe.
Yeah. Definitely could be an option still if you're Aurora. ONIC last ban. Now we're not seeing the Edith for sure because they already have the Kalea, but what else do they not want to go up against?
Onto the mid. I don't see Kimmy make an appearance here. Absolutely not.
Okay,
oh, so
There's a Gatot talking about.
the Selena's still open.
Why do I feel like Super Friends is gonna pick a Louis?
But this is a Yisun Shin.
Yisun Shin, though.
Yisun Shin, Selena, Kalea, trio mid.
It's very
really
powerful
well.
trio mid if you have like a crowd control hero on the
Unless Yue takes it away.
Oh,
that too can happen. I think they're really thinking hard about what to go for.
I think the control here is for Yue to just
got him lined up in
have
my
maybe a
sights.
Valentina ready, but here's the Kimmy for Rora. Since you mentioned that you already have a very tanky XP laner, why not have a mid laner that can kind of just go aggressive, and you can get big advantages if a Kimmy is left unchecked.
Well, now that you mentioned the Kagura, I think it does work well either way too, because it's a Kalea still.
Yeah.
And there will be endless ways to poke the members of Aurora. Maybe not just enough to really shred down those tanky heroes, but that's not going to be your role anyway.
Yeah, not for the Uranus, absolutely. Yeah.
That won't be your assignment in the upcoming team fights though. So, for Kelra's hero, the Moskov is still... no, the Moskov's in Dominicite. So, Granger...
Fight for the ultimate answer.
Did not see Hilda coming. For sure.
Hilda Kirk!
And there's that Kagura.
Where's Kelra?
What do you mean, where's Kagura?
What? Who's Kelra?
What?
What's the gold lane?
Gold lane!
I think Keller's
Gold
also
lane
wondering.
CC?
Gold lane sees. Wait.
What?
Where's Kelra? No, because there should be a Hilda Kirk.
I think Keller's...
Hilda Kirk.
You saw Keller's face there? I think he's also confused. Wait, what am I using here?
Kelra CC.
Roam mid jungle.
Yeah, this is most
Kelra
likely the
CC?
gold lane CC we've been people have been talking about recently. Are we really seeing it in the hands of Kelra though?
My brain is melting. I'm not sure.
Oh my.
Okay.
Classic hero for light.
Kelra CC.
It is gonna be gold CC. All right.
Oh.
That's a big swerve. I wonder if Aurora saw that coming.
I'm pretty sure no one did. We all got blindsided.
Wow,
that's crazy.
That's the theme of the day. Where's Kelra?
Where's Kelra?
Yeah, be it on the Moskov or on the CC, what can we expect from this guy? If he still gets to do some plays like stealing the Lord with the CC, I don't know anymore.
That's gonna be impossible almost, but you never know. You never know.
We never know when it comes to Kelra.
Now for this one, what is the downside? Is there ever any downside for it though?
I mean, of course you're up against a 2 marksman lineup, so when it comes to the late game, it could be the game for Aurora. They can afford to make a lot of mistakes, or not a lot of mistakes, but some mistakes in early to mid. As long as they stretch out the game, it could be an easy win for Aurora, but we don't have enough data for the
Welcome to
the
Mobile
CC gold
Legends.
lane. So
yeah.
I mean, chat. Okay, Robert, it's your time to bring
Go chat.
Did you call chat.
Break the fourth wall. Ask them
Just
about
call
the
chat.
CC.
So chat, what do you think about the CC?
Okay. While we're waiting for the answers, this is looking to be really interesting. I mean, more than the CC gold lane, even Light deciding to pick up the Cho, I think really there is going to be a change! Oh!
That was a close call. Good aggression for the side of Aurora to put a lot of pressure once again to the mid lane. Fortunately, for Friends, he was able to back off.
I mean, this is classic Light. It's one of the heroes that a lot of people forgot.
Yeah.
Light just used almost every game in the few seasons back.
Such an aggressive start from Aurora, though. I wonder how well ONIC are gonna play around the CC Gold. Because maybe this is a different version of having a Ruby Gold lane, you know?
Yeah. Exactly.
So
right now,
because the blast already popped. King Kong still alive. Brusco jumps in. Edward was able to purify out and save himself. And now the tides have turned for Aurora, forcing ONIC to back off. Still no casualties, but a lot of action so far in our game.
Okay, no more screaming.
No more screaming. Exactly. I mean, I get it.
That was just too intense, you know?
I get it, Brigida. Don't worry.
That clutch traceless, he should have went down there. But
should've.
everyone survived. They had flickers here and there. Superfans and Brusco already burned there, so that's a win maybe for Aurora?
It is. It actually forced a flicker out of 3 members of ONIC, so that's a huge win. They might get a bit of a lead here in the Turtle.
Yeah, well, to be fair, our MPL PH S16 so far has been a story of it should have been like this, but
yeah, shoulda, woulda, coulda.
It should have, coulda, but a lot has been changing so far. And now, the spot where Light is, Brusco jumps in as well as Edward. It's gonna be for the side of Demon Kite to get the turtle, plus gets 2 kills. Aurora finally finding their footing.
It's looking to be primetime Saturday. For MLBB so far, the way it's looking right now. Aurora getting a really good start in this game, although we aren't able to see much yet, especially from this surprise CC gold lane pickup from ONIC. Maybe we could say that they're still waiting for the time to be right.
Very familiar from their previous game.
Very familiar.
I see what you mean, and I'm also seeing the resemblance from the Ruby Gold lane. That we have actually seen Kelra play in like a few games in MPL Philippines Season 15 as well.
Yeah. In a way, the crowd control is there. The damage and the overall sustain is there. It's a gold laner that can provide just the right amount of damage and could also stand in the front lines.
Yeah.
So maybe we're waiting for ONIC to really commit to a team fight as well, if that ever is gonna be the game plan for them. But if it's team fights we're talking about, Aurora on the other hand might really want to go for pickoffs. But in what happened in that first objective take, it didn't seem like it was the pickoffs they were after. They were all able to fight against ONIC Philippines together all at once.
Yeah, in this one, it feels like we might have to wait for Kelra to make a move. Maybe great call, but right now, speaking of moves,
First one to move was Brusco. Immediately obliterates Light there, so finally a trade for ONIC Philippines.
Yep, that's gonna be a kill finally over to ONIC. The goal lead, it's not that significant yet, but it was able to at least lessen down after that. So for the upcoming objective, ONIC Philippines might want to be a little more patient about this. They don't have the Tsunami Slam, and Light has the Way of the Dragon. So there could be more setups from Aurora, and it seems like that's why they're being very aggressive about this.
Edward stuck in the middle, but was able to dash out. And now Kirk went for a Yue, so can't reach him as Demon Kite will secure the turtle once again. There's the jump coming in from ONIC Philippines.
Whoa.
And they were able to take down Demon Kite. SOD is going to connect once again. 3 bodies of ONIC finally falling down. A double kill coming in from Edward, and Yue also joins the party, and just King Kong left to fend for himself.
And very similar to game number 1 here. Aurora making very good decisions even after ONIC has made a play. They actually will be the one to secure that turtle as well. Turtle number 2 is on Aurora.
And the plays that ONIC tend to go for seem like they have to have this certain structure or template to it. It's always the Tsunami Slap into the Yin Yang overturn, and yes, at first it does seem like they are getting the win, but we have to take into account that other members of Aurora can still catch up. There's the SOD that can come in from Dom and Kite, and if you're the ones who start things first, oh wait, hold on!
Oh, Dom and Kite was able to pop his Purify and evade Brusco. Now here comes Light! Able to shut down Kelra there. No trades for ONIC Philippines as Aurora was able to defend Doming.
Yeah, that was beautiful for Doming. Not only did they purify the critical, but he also purified the Tsunami Slam. That's 2 for 1. Got a great discount right now.
Yeah, so going back, ONIC, we did say that they might want to be a bit more patient in terms of that fight, but they were the ones who started things first, and when they were already able to commit majority of their important resources, then there's nothing else holding Aurora back from just coming in the fight. They had all their resources still intact. Their HP could best come back now and then, because this is a Uranus we're talking about. They have that sustain. The Tro can also generate some shields every now and then to keep himself safe, and the iframes that you can also have through Demon Kite, but ONIC still wants to fight!
Oh, beautiful Thorn Rose! But still, Brusco was able to take a Demon Kite. Ouch! That was a skill they were willing to take. Now SOD is going to connect. Here comes Demon Kite. There's a stun coming in from Kirk. There's a kick coming in from Light. And they were able to take down 2 for the side of Aurora. Superfans caught in the mix once again. Kirk wants to back off. That's going to be a 2 for 1 trade. Brusco in exchange of the Kite brothers.
Such crucial umbrella placement.
I know, and we're seeing how it's utilized here, right? Whenever someone chases Kirk,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to keep your eyes open because that umbrella could come out of nowhere.
Yeah, and there's always a way for Superfans to get out of danger. So that's another thing. Even if ONIC seem like they're really playing this so aggressive despite the lead that's in Aurora's hands, it's not that they're losing out big time. They're still able to find some trades every now and then, but Edward, that's
boy.
a problem.
This is the growing problem here for ONIC, but at the same time, you guys know, the moment you get like anti-heal,
There's the pull once again from Brusco, but Edward was able to out-sustain it. Here comes Kelra, though. I'm not used to seeing Kelra on the CC.
I am not.
Absolutely not.
Oh, 4.1k gold lead established by Aurora. If ONIC was a ticking time bomb lineup in the first game, clearly now it's Aurora, but they're still controlling the early to mid game. So now the ball is really in Aurora's park.
Dominic Kite's having such a great time. He's freely able to take the turrets that they desire. And imagine this is all on the back of just Edward really standing in front of the members of ONIC. It's not entirely Light doing those flashy flicker way of the dragon setups just yet.
And again, he can do that right now, but at the same time, later on, once the anti-heal, once the glowing wands get online, once the sea halberds get activated, that's the time that, Uranuses usually have a problem. So we're going to wait and see for that, if that arrives with it. Right now, it's 8 minutes and 30 seconds in the game. It's still 5.3k gold lead for Aurora. So ONIC is not quite out of it just yet, but the map is shrinking for them.
This is looking a bit too familiar to game 1 though. Yeah. So now
But the
Aurora,
difference is Kelra doesn't have a
yes. That too.
He doesn't have the Moskov.
So the late game is, I guess, still a bit more favorable for Aurora, but ultimately execution could still matter in how these next team fights are gonna turn out. But Dominkai,
I guess as long as Doming doesn't get caught.
Okay.
Nice cancel there. Maybe accidental, maybe not.
He knows Superfans. He kind of knows. There's a flee. There's the kick from Light. He was able to flicker out. Here comes the traction pulse. Gonna get sucked in and fall in hands of Yue. Kirk has to back off. Crucial kill for Aurora. Right in the spot of the Lord.
Superfans did all that he can just to escape that. The flickers, the placements of the umbrella. But now it's just Aurora clearly winning it out. No single member from ONIC could afford to contest and show themselves in this situation.
That was clean as you can get. Basically exhausting a very big resource from your mid laner. Now, Aurora are they're gonna have to find a use for this Lord for sure. I guess the one thing that ONIC doesn't have here from Game 2 that they had in Game 1 was excellent wave clear.
Yes. And the Moskov.
And the Moskov.
They don't have it.
Oh, again, ladies and gentlemen, Kelra is on a CC. They're doing a funnel strat. What era is this? ONIC Philippines has to think about the Lord.
Traction
March
pulse.
eventually up top. Traction pulse was used there. And you can see just the damage coming in from Demon Guy. Doesn't have to even go that
This is
deep
bad.
to dish out the damage from Aurora.
A 2K gold lead in the hands of Yue against Super Friends and a 504 KDA for the Kimi.
There goes those defenses.
Yeah, imagine the amount of damage you can expect from these two marksmen. And you have a Lancelot. So this is another tri or triple core setup where Aurora has endless sources of damage to bank on in the team fights.
There's the curtain call from Kelra as Aurora was able to burst down the top, inhibit the turret. Super Prince has to back off. Lord still up, and Aurora got what they wanted. Edward staying in the mix, can't seem to be taken down. Even up against 5, he's still alive, was able to purify out the Tsunami Slam of Brusco. Now Light jumps into the frame. He might be able to get, he got taken down there. That's going to be a 1 for Nuntrade. But
the base.
Aurora are locking on the base, and they extend the series. 1-1 for Aurora.
There's just no going home early on this Saturday night. It's a 1-1. And the crowd is loving it.
Woo! I see. Primetime Saturday night it is for this day of week 2. And my oh my, okay.
Oh my indeed.
First things first, maybe we put down our
noise.
Okay.
With that game, you really have to
We needed water.
They needed water.
Second, okay, I see it coming. I see all the comments about the CC coming, but even I don't know why or
it's not as
how
bad
it was supposed to be done.
I guess it's not as bad as the Masha Gold.
Not as bad?
Not as bad as the Masha Gold. What do you guys think?
There wasn't there wasn't a win streak on the line. Oh no, there is a win streak.
There is a win streak.
You know,
on
at
the
this
line.
point, I'm pretty sure ONIC doesn't care about the win streak anymore. At this point, they're just trying different things. Yeah.
Are we gonna say the word experiment? Trial? I don't think I want to say it, but I already said it.
Okay. I said it, but again, give credit to where credit is due. Yue was phenomenal in this game. Not just you, every single
Everyone.
one. Edward was going 1v5 in the Crystal of ONIC.
And he's still alive.
And that was great because actually everyone was so confident to do that. I saw that at the end because of the Purifies, right?
Yeah.
They knew that they could not get eliminated as much as there were so many good sets by Brusco in that game. Purify was the key.
This Kimi had absolutely zero problems in life. Like,
That's
I
right.
don't think there was anyone in ONIC's lineup who could have actually dealt with the Kimi who's protected by a Cho, who had a Uranus bugging you every now and then.
There's just no way.
We saw instances wherein Kirk was actually tasked to go for Yue, but again, if you're a Hilda chasing a Kimi, is that really the best option?
No.
Chasing a Kimi, so it was really hard for ONIC Philippines to pull off anything at that point.
Yeah, I think everyone from ONIC was like melee range, right? Even their mage is like, it has to go close by.
Where's the range?
Even their gold laner.
Even the gold laner.
It's so hard.
Again, so hard to chase because while you're chasing, you're getting kited as well.
Yeah.
He's not Demon Kite, but he's
Wait, how
kiting.
fast was that game?
We'll get to know now.
11 minutes and
What?
19. That was super quick.
Okay, I felt like it was a bit longer, but
Feels
maybe
like longer.
It was as long as the draft of this game.
Oh.
Just saying.
Did you count the draft?
How did you know?
We expended every single second of the draft. That's why we got shocked with it. CC?
Ah.
Where's Kelra?
Hey. So I guess it doesn't matter too much because there were some moments where you could see Kelra making a pretty solid advantage in his lane. But that's just it. That's all it does.
Yeah, because even in that last sequence where he threw out the curtain call to Edward and someone, doesn't matter who, because you don't feel the damage. Like, that's a curtain call. You'd use the yo-yo blitz, but every single, or anyone who gets to receive the damage just walks away and regains HP back.
It doesn't feel like it's a Kelra hero. That's what it is. There's no room for good micro.
Yeah.
Like, what will you micro with a CC? Just
I don't know if it was also for the Moskov even, because like even the laning wasn't so clear for Kelra.
It wasn't. Yeah. I mean, again, you don't die in the lane. That's given. But you also don't kill your opponent. So there's no way for outplay. There's no room for outplay for him in that last one. Again, I'm pretty sure that's what everyone is discussing right now. What was going on in their minds there?
From that SOD Lord Steel to
the yo-yo time.
From a spear to a yo-yo. Yeah.
It's a pretty interesting weapon choice.
And Edward it was just so free. Who could even answer I mean, I would have been maybe a bit okay if it was the CC Uranus matchup, but it would have been more equal. But
true.
Heal the Uranus. What could Kirk do? Like, okay, clear the waves.
Big question.
But
and tried to invade the jungle, but with a lead established by Aurora, it wasn't safe for him to stay there anymore.
I'm not gonna even try to justify that at this point.
No.
I am going to make like an alternate theory where they accidentally clicked it and they just went with it.
We're gonna gaslight ourselves now.
That's my conspiracy theory.
I'm actually leaning towards that theory
because I saw
Keller's
face,
the face
right after it happened. I just don't know.
Did you see my face when that happened?
I saw your face.
I was so.
I didn't see your face, but I heard what you said.
Yeah.
Where's Kellera?
Where's Kellera?
That sounds like a good name for a game.
Yeah, where's Kellera?
You draw a whole board of people and you look for Kellera.
Yeah.
And you
Yeah.
you draw MLBB heroes in a big illustration board and you point, where's Kellera?
And
where's Kellera's hero?
I think it's harder with the players, with the way their hairs are sort of alike.
Everyone has a mullet. Either they have a mullet right now or like
switch on to the other channel, the Filipino channel. You'll see their actor there has a mullet.
Our casters also have mullets.
Umi has a
Oh yeah, that's true.
Burrito's kid has a mullet.
Why are we involving the children?
Yeah,
wait. Well, how did we end up to this conversation?
No, because you were talking about the Where's Kellera game. You
Kellera?
gotta draw the CC hero there as well.
Oh, but the skin has a mullet.
Is this a spoiler? Is this a spoiler?
No, the leaks I saw.
See,
which is not from me.
We all
Wasn't it
saw
just
it.
the red hair?
The red hair one.
I'm sure you guys saw it.
I hope it's
also.
the official one. I don't know if it's the official one. I'm just saying.
I saw the other one also.
We have time.
Whatever theories we have on what happened with the
These
draft,
are theories.
one thing for sure is the majority of the MLBB community is going to have fun because, again, last series of Saturday night, it's going to be a best of three. Between ONIC and Aurora. And imagine if Aurora wins. They just defeated S15 champs and S14 champs back to back. Right?
Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah. Well,
That is something.
Yeah.
I like this. I like the looks of that.
And I feel like after that very devastating loss they had against Team Falcons in their
I love that
debut
we're all
series.
talking very slowly because we're trying to
I'm trying to process what happened.
I'm sorry, guys.
They're right behind us now, though. They're slowly making their way back to their player room.
Sorry, but as you were saying.
Yeah. What was I saying?
What was I saying?
No, wait.
Sorry about
Wait.
Sorry, I remember the
Do you remember what was I? Do you remember what I was
this
saying?
is your second Ingan moment.
No, but do you remember what I was saying?
No.
It was just so funny because we're all so slow. We're like looking at each other like.
No, because
did that just happen?
Chat, what was bringing this?
This is my eighth
series.
game.
Eighth game. It's her eighth game.
I wonder how Renmar does it.
Maybe that's why he's like that.
He's just very chill. He's very.
That's what happens when you cast every series.
But
every
on
day.
a Saturday day where he does this, does he get to see a CC in the gold from Kellera?
That's just insult to injury. Like you're already a little you're exhausted and you see stuff like this happen. Come on.
Renmar, I think I know Renmar enough to know that he has two reactions when something there's an unconventional thing happening. He's gonna say,
What? It's an A or B.
Okay, that's his first reaction.
Okay.
Then, what?
Oh,
Am I right?
I love that.
I got the first one right there.
Yeah, that was pretty accurate, guys.
But I think, yeah, we're at the point where I guess we can't blame it too much.
No,
because there are games where Ruby Gold wins.
Yeah.
So
It's just different,
It's
yeah.
very in the way that the hero works, it's the same. You kind of lifesteal, you kind of absorb your opponent's attacks so that your other core, in this case, the King Kong, Yi Sun Shin, can do some stuff. But again, it's against a Kimmy in the mid.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, it's so hard to deal with a Moskov on its own.
Yeah, it amplifies the fact that you don't have a gold laner because the opposing team has a Kimmy and the Moskov, so you can clearly see the difference between the compositions. But let's see.
Yeah, because even if I try to make sense of it, what was
it?
No, I did not say that. I did not say that.
She's just.
But like, where?
If, right? It's a big if.
Where exactly does that lineup of ONIC go online? Is it in the early to mid? Is it in the mid to late? Because I don't think it's even mid to late with the CC as their gold lane.
Yeah, you're gonna get destroyed by the Moskov and the Kimmy because of the DPS. What's this? 500 games.
Oh, Mr.
Okay, we gotta-
Consistent.
Okay.
Mr. Longevity.
Has there been 500 games? And wow, I didn't realize we had that many.
It's been so long. What?
Yeah, and he's so young too. So
How old is Edward?
he's like 21 or something.
21? Okay.
He just turned 21 or 22. Am I correct me, Chad, if I'm wrong?
Yeah, you guys can correct us. I know you have. We have a lot of Edward fans out there.
He has more games than days in a year. Wait, was
Wow.
it games or series?
That was games.
Games.
I'd be surprised if there were 500 series in the MPL.
Yeah, I'm still surprised that there are 16 seasons of MPL. You still look the same, Rock.
Thank you.
You
But
still look the same.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just hydrate.
That's a
you know?
compliment, right?
It sounds like a compliment. He was laughing, but it sounds like a compliment.
Yeah.
I never mean any harm.
I just want to say hydrate.
You guys gotta hydrate too. I know
You guys in
it's-
chat, drink water.
I'm trying not to because, we didn't have a break, so...
Oh yeah, we didn't have.
Yeah. If only you guys knew how we. Yes.
I really hope that we get like 1,000 games next for Carl TZ. I think he's the one. Oh, wait, no, few, maybe.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Wait, Edward was second.
Third, no, he
Third.
was the third player to reach, right? Third player to
Third,
reach
right?
500. So it's Few and
Carl.
Okay.
Few,
Yeah, okay.
Carl, then
They suddenly sat up straight because they saw the cameras on them.
oh, Kirk.
What's that, Kirk? Is that like
He's glowing again. He's glowing again.
Is that what do you call that?
What?
Charade of what your hero you're gonna play next.
Oh wait.
Oh.
Is it
What
gonna be
hero is
Uranus
that?
What
now?
was that?
That sounds like a Uranus going around. Is that it?
If that actually happens though.
If that happens, I would go crazy, and I would love to see Kirk on that hero. We saw Lanzu go crazy on it previously in the previous series, and I loved what I saw. So, lots of room here for Mr. Kirk to actually...
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Kirk. Mr. Kirk. I'm assuming...
Are we calling all
that's
of
his
them
real
Mr.
name,
now?
right? Yeah.
Mister?
And he is a Mister. So.
Oh, yeah, okay, so fine.
Oh my gosh. The draft is gonna be a very important part of however this series is gonna turn out. Maybe I might not lean towards the idea that they still want to go for something as unique as that for this draft.
Oh, for sure. That's...
Unless they really want to go in for the cheese strat.
Or unless they really want to prove a point.
Oh, what are you? I thought you were standing up.
Thank you, guys. That's just a preview of what we do.
Yeah,
We're not
that's how I cast, guys. So I'm
Guys, we're not
standing
gonna
up.
lie. We're humans. We are gonna stand up when things get hype. We're not sitting here and
Yeah,
shouting.
right now we're standing. If only
Right
you
now
could
we
see
are
us.
standing. So that's just how it is.
Okay, here we go. Wait.
I love this. I
Same
love what I'm seeing here.
sides. Okay.
Yep, same sides.
Same. Wow. Okay.
So free games, ONIC on blue.
Wow. You banned the Kimmy.
Okay, so Lapu still
Lapu
on the
still
block
open?
for Aurora.
In before they start the same draft. It's the same draft rather.
Did you say draft?
That's so cute.
Did I just say dwaft?
Did you say dwaft?
I've never made
It's
that
been a long
sound
day.
before.
It's been a long day. It's been a long
It's
day.
been a long day. We saw a lot today. We experienced a lot.
Is that what
CC
Daffy
Gold.
Duck sounds like? Okay.
Dwaft.
See a dwaft?
Uh,
Oh, do you see a wabbit?
You know, guys, at least at this point, I
What?
want to see Edward Lapu-Lapu.
Yes.
You have to give
Or
it to us
even-
at this point.
No.
It
Yeah.
was banned in 2 games, right?
Yeah, second ban of blue side.
But it might get banned here. Like I feel like it's a Lapu that should be banned here.
Because
Not unless
it feels like Edward is becoming the main highlight of a lot of games that Aurora does end up playing.
Yeah.
Just because of how proficient he is, especially with that hero specifically. I feel like we barely scratched the surface. There's also a time where Edward plays Benedetta.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember that. We did see a Benedetta, I think, last week.
And yesterday, I mean today,
A while
just
ago.
earlier.
Oh, yeah, a while
today.
ago.
Why did I
Yeah.
say yesterday?
We weren't used to seeing Flapdies use the Benedetta, but
Those are the moments I want to get brought back, you know?
yeah.
Always the Lapu's open though.
Lapu's open.
And then Aurora.
And then ONIC picks it up first pick.
Okay. So maybe the Jushin could be banned out. Arlot's
Yeah.
also still open if ever they want to consider that.
And are we really happy to let the Lance go?
Yeah, or
I
the
think
Farce.
every single team just loves ignoring the Lance on the ban
Yeah,
now.
let's just not mind the Lancelot maybe. Or the CC. Maybe Aurora doesn't want to see the CC gold too.
CC
Gold lane?
I mean that's
Masha gold lane.
Masha gold.
Wow.
Okay.
There you go.
Finally.
So Aurora's saying, what do you pick now? Do you pick the Lapu? Do
The
you pick the
CC?
YSS? Do you pick the CC?
A little bit of acknowledgement right there for the Lance. And now CC feels like it's the key.
But YSS?
Or the Yusenshin might not be first pick immediately.
I think.
Or the Arlot if they want a bit more flexibility.
It's crazy because there's just so many good first picks here.
Yeah,
A
whatever
lot.
they pick up here, they have to anticipate the response from Aurora. Because just so many heroes that are open at this point.
Oh shit. Oh, that's the safe pick, right? It would have been risky if you maybe first picked a Yisenshin.
Yep.
So this is the safe route.
Yeah, this is...
And it's rare to see ONIC go the safe route.
They probably learned.
You know what's rare?
What?
CC Gold.
CC Gold lane's pretty rare. I agree.
No, but I think, the reason why they're becoming a bit more safer in terms of the way they're drafting now is also because that's what works.
Yeah.
Like, they did veer a bit too far from what we know of them in the previous game, and we're not being so heavy on the CC. But yeah, in terms of gameplay, it didn't really reflect what we know of.
Give me Lapu!
So Lapu, please.
Give me Lapu!
That's Moscow.
I heard Hylos.
None of the above. They're not even considering Kalea for this one.
This is a light hero.
I'm okay with this though.
Yeah, I'm okay with this also.
Because this is still a huge and a very important hero in the trinity of Aurora and how effective they are.
Yeah.
But imagine if they get all three.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Moskov,
crazy.
Hylos, and the Lapu.
The Lapu.
That would be like draft mastery 101. Because I feel like I get what you guys are thinking about this high loss. It's so good because I think we saw it yesterday as well, how good it could be.
Yeah.
It slows down the Yisenshin so much. I think that's what a lot of people forget. The Ring of Punishment is so good against heroes like this.
Okay.
Who rely on attack speed. It slows your attack speed so much.
Yeah. Okay, now finally locked in for King Kong is the YSS Kirk going to his signature.
Kirk, yes.
Yeah, Kirk. It's still a flex. Yeah.
But then Lapu Lapu gets locked in here.
Pretty sure.
It should be, right?
It should be.
I can't picture them getting other heroes for now. Not unless it's a...
I mean, at the same time, it's Edward. He has a lot. He has a wide hero pool, so...
Yeah, but... okay. I mean, if you're being a bit more cautious, then maybe it's...
Maybe a jungler. You don't want to get too...
How about mid?
What? Mid.
Barca. Oh no. Eve.
No, they don't pick it up. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So they say, you know what, Doming? Sit down, sit tight. We're gonna get a hero for you later on.
But he has one already.
Demon Kite, maybe. Yeah.
Sorry, Demon, yes.
Yeah.
Well, the camera was on Demon Kite. Sorry. Now these kites are getting confused.
These kites are getting
I'm glad it's not Light Kite yet.
Pew. Okay. So, at least now we know the matchup is going to be the Jushin Eve. It's been so long since we last saw this, and as you all may know, the Eve is one of the direct answers to the Jushin, and that's mainly because of range, and all the more now, I guess, after the hotfix, that it also has a better wave clear to provide in the early stages of the game, so it
Correct.
could be just as aggressive, I'd say, compared to the Jushin in the laning phase. So I think this is going to be pair well with the high loss and the space that it can afford to offer later on. But
that's cute. Look at that.
That's so cute, King Kong. But speaking of King Kong, I think his heroes are slowly running out for... No, I know he won't run out, but in terms of at least the meta.
Yeah. That's true. I think we are not seeing as much of what we used to see, like at least the flexibility in the jungle, right?
Yeah, it's only been Lancelot Yi Sun-shin for King
Lancelot
Kong.
Yi Sun-shin, not even the Joy,
And
which is going to be his signature hero.
For Demon Kite, it's only been the Yi Sun-shin Fanny Lance so far this season.
Wait, did we not see a Joy for King Kong yet?
King Kong in this season, not yet.
Wow.
Prior to this match, 3 Lance games, 1 YSS.
And not even Demon Kite. He's been only on these banned heroes so far. The Yi Sun-shin Lancelot Fanny. So he is going to be forced to use something new.
That's interesting because as much as there are so many heroes starting to get opened up in MLBB,
Okay.
we see them relegating back into these heroes.
What if they go utility here though? But I think even earlier today there was a Nolan pickup
from MP.
Yes.
From MP.
You're thinking about Fredrin?
Or the Joy that Ingan mentioned. If they want to stick with that, but you don't know what the Brusco hero is gonna be. Like, it can't just disrupt you. If he goes for the likes of the Badang,
the Cho.
Cho.
Again, Cho's not so good against Eve, but
still there, yeah.
Still there. You can't just get rid of this high loss.
But I'm surprised the lap was still open.
Oh, that's a good point. They didn't even bother banning it out. They banned out.
Okay. Finally.
We're gonna see a good game.
The sigh of relief from Edward's face.
I'm surprised it's still open. But they really focused on Demon Kite.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be a question we answer for later. For now, ONIC PH, they are in need of a gold lane. A gold lane?
A gold lane. Please.
A gold lane?
Please.
Wait, there's a Moskov still. There's a Granger still. If
Bruno's pretty good. Like,
Yeah.
Keller's had a lot of fun with Bruno recently.
Gotta be careful of the Lapu Eve. The range is too much. Maybe the Granger.
Yeah,
If it's just that. So, there you go.
There's a Granger Galea.
Okay.
Galea.
And now for Demon Kite.
What's it gonna be?
Utility-wise, the Akai is still there.
Yes. Fredrin is also fine.
Fredrin's still there.
You don't want to Joy here because of the Kalea too much.
Not anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna get deleted.
Immediately.
So Fredrin, Akai, unless the likes of the Nolan are gonna come out.
Fredrin Akai is the safe pick.
Yeah, but does Demon Kite want to do that?
Does he want to go safe or do you want to go crazy?
That's so funny because in the HAL it was mentioned that it's Aurora that should force ONIC to use a utility jungle, but now it might be them forced to use a utility jungle.
Time to drop the beat.
Still the Joy.
Okay. I don't know. Okay, fine. Okay.
It's gonna be a hard but not impossible
It's
game.
not impossible.
To pull off, especially if they were able to control the mid and the rotations for the side of Aurora. But then again, it's gonna be a huge target.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess Brusco won't be there all the time.
Yeah.
And he can rotate fast, but it's a big disadvantage for sure.
Okay. It seems like both teams are going to be comfortable with their drafts either way, heading into this very crucial game who will decide who gets to win after the series. ONIC Philippines still on a win streak. Aurora just recently able to bounce back after the loss against Falcons, winning against Team Liquid. I think that was a very big surprise too, but maybe we're in for more surprises here in this series. and maybe up until tomorrow as we wrap up week 2.
I would love to see that here on game number 3, Aurora versus ONIC Philippines.
Welcome
Does feel
to
like
Mobile
we're
Legends.
gonna see a lot of action.
Yep.
Yeah. In suspense right here. Especially Kelra back on Granger, it's the more stable pick.
Yes.
Compared to a lot of what? Sorry.
Oh, I thought we were comparing it to the Moscow
Compared to
because that was the
usual.
conversation. But yeah,
Even the Moscow is actually a bit 50-50, right?
Yep, I agree.
Finally, nice to hear once again the crowd here at Green Sun.
Yeah,
it's really loud right now as you can see Kelra versus Dominic.
Nasty. That's a usual gold lane matchup we see. That's how we're used to seeing it.
Oh, even the EXP lane. So much is happening on both sides of the map, but so far it's been ONIC winning it out. Kelra in control at least, and Kirk is forcing Edward to be under the turret even on this Lapu-Lapu, which is sort of expected, I'd say. So whether or not he's still able to get out of there and contribute to the first objective, the first turtle, I think that's going to dictate a lot in how this game is going to turn out.
Just because I think he's going to have a bit of a better fight the moment that he gets the bravest fighter. But for now, it's CC with the big advantage. He doesn't need that current call right away. He just want to go take that fight as soon as possible.
Oh. King Kong picks up level 4 first. Slightly earlier, just slightly earlier than Demon Kai. So I feel like they're being very efficient still. Oh, wait.
Dash in electrifying beats, forced out an early flicker from Super Friends.
Wow. Imagine how fast the rotations are going so far. If we've been through slow games, I don't think this is going to be a slow game.
Oh, yeah.
Based on the tempo that's going on in both the Joy and the Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah, this is a 12-minute, 59-second game for
Wow.
Wow. Down to the last second.
Okay.
Wait, 12 what?
12 minutes, 59.
Wait a minute. Demon Kite goes for the turtle.
That was fast.
Now Edward Latshaker's going to connect onto Brusco. There is no space for him to evade that. Kirk finally soaking up the damage for ONIC Philippines. That's going to be a 2-for-none trade. Aurora secures the turtle. Light still hanging around. He's able to back off the glorious pathway. No casualties for Aurora.
His level 4 came just in time.
Just in the nick of time. Oh my god.
I could have been traded there by ONIC. King Kong was trying to take the kill, but my goodness, Light coming in clutch. And this is why we put so much emphasis on when he gets his hands on the high loss, because look at how well Aurora are playing together. Even despite the way that Kirk has managed the XP lane, Edward still went in, landed their shatter, takes down Brusco, and Light was just there to see it through. He was just standing beside his teammates and soaking up the damage.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about as well, like how good Edward can actually pilot this hero. And you can also tell some pretty strong moves here being done by ONIC.
Tsunami Slam committed down. Super Friends is going to pick up a kill. Demon Kai goes in with the electrifying beats to shut down King Kong. Here's the response from Brusco and Friends. 2-for-1 trade. Aurora loses 2.
Oh, and even in the gold lane, that could have been a solo. So much action happening in this game. But yeah, Demon Kite badly wanted to take the kill onto King Kong. Definitely will be slowing down the process a bit more for ONIC, considering that Aurora's been the more successful team so far in the team fights that we're seeing. And since Dominic Kite has been managing the lane so well, you don't get to see Aurora and the need for them to rotate as much on the gold lane. So the pressure's all over the jungle of ONIC Philippines and the EXP lane. So they're able to provide more assistance to Edward, help him get out, and in turn, King Kong, we see how he's slowly starting to struggle just in terms of him being able to secure his resources.
Yeah, they're not rushing as well, Edward. I just noticed he doesn't go like, what do you call that? War Axe first. He goes straight for the boot, complete it, go for the fight.
Brusco jump. There's a Purify from Yue though. Here comes a Sun from Light. So that's an ultimate down for the side of ONIC Philippines. SOD already dropped down. Here comes the KK connection. Ultimate drop down onto Domingite and he survives. Meanwhile, Light taking a lot of damage from Kirk and Prince. Here comes Edward. RWM drop down. Edward with the bravest fighter. Forced out the vengeance of Kirk. He might be able to take him down. One more hit by Garza and US steals away find a kill. One down for ONIC.
Such perfect timing. Both the real world and the bravest fighter.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful to watch.
The real bravest fighter.
Oh.
I might say the real fighter, but yeah, sure. The real bravest fighter.
Real bravest fighter world. There.
Oh my goodness. Just look at how in sync Edward and Yue are. I feel like it's been a while since we saw Yue on a hero like this.
Yeah.
Because it's always been the Navarias. Previously, it's also been the Timmys, the Valentinas. But now on the Eve, we missed seeing this. And he's using the adjustment so well. Those clutch damage.
Oh my god. ONIC answers back in the mid. Here comes Light with a glorious pathway. 2 down for the side of Sonic. Superfans enters in with a Lantern Flare, trying to catch Demon Kite, who has the electrifying beats. Another favorable trade for Aurora.
And we're seeing XP Diff right now. Edward solo kill on the top side.
Woo! Yeah, he may have struggled in the beginning.
In the beginning.
I don't think that matters anymore. It was just all in the beginning.
That was the best way to do it. That is a professional broadcaster right there. Thank you, Brigida.
Okay.
But you're correct. Absolutely.
Yeah, things look so much better now for Aurora. Now that they're able to work together, they're able to group up. They're not entirely reliant on just getting through the laning phase. I still feel like that is going to be a crucial and important part, but it's not that they're limited in terms of that anymore. Even looking at the gold right now,
Edward.
Dominic Kite is just up ahead. Oh!
Another jump. Paired up with the ultimate coming in from King Kong. Edward is still alive. Here comes Light with the Revitalize. That's what they're going to connect. We're waiting for Dominic Kite's entrance. Here he is. Brusco quite low. Cannot jump away. Another member down. Aurora finds one.
Yeah, that was a solid engagement. I don't think I don't think ONIC expected Aurora to fight after they failed the initial engage with Yue.
I will never ever doubt a Lapu Lapu
No.
anymore. Once he gets the bravest fighter, when he gets to land those skills, he will survive as long as there are enemies nearby who, of course, do not have burst damage. And in that case, I think ONIC did not have enough. So now they get another free objective for 3k gold up ahead for Aurora, and look at Dominic Kite and how he's leading the gold leadership board.
I also don't know if that's an Edward thing or a Lapu Lapu thing. Chat, what do you think?
That is true.
It's an Edward thing.
Is it an Edward thing?
Yeah. After observing his 500 games, I know it's an Edward thing.
Wow, you were there for all 500.
I was there. I was also consistent supporting him.
Okay. There you go.
I think.
You're not sure.
Okay, but that's
you even watch the scrims, right? When you watch a stream and everything.
I'm actually their shadow coach.
Okay.
There you go.
That's the thing.
Confirmed.
Ingan is a very consistent supporter of Mr.
Consistent, yeah.
Okay.
You said consistent a lot.
One of the great supports so far for Aurora was actually Light, the clutch revitalize. That's why Edward was able to out-sustain a lot of damage from ONIC.
Man, this game is accelerating to such a fast pace here. I'm not sure if ONIC is going to be ready for this mid-game.
Electrifying beats.
Okay.
Oh, he was able to force out the curtain goal.
Yeah, he did. Yue also picks up the Divine Glaive. That's a lot more damage that you could expect from the Eve. Oh, Law and Order.
Lantern Flare, Crimson Beacon. Here comes the jump coming in from Brusco. But just look at the damage of Aurora. Still no casualties, but the turret down bottom might go down. Demon Kite trying to chase right after King Kong. Dominic Kite enters in, still no casualties again, and Aurora is going to fall back and wait for the minions and try to push the mid lane turret.
Just can't touch him.
Imagine that much pressure. And now Demon Kite has the Holy Crystal.
Jump.
Making a play.
No ultimate still. Aurora wasn't successful in taking down the mid lane, and ONIC Philippines was able to defend.
Right, after all said and done, that's 4.4k gold lead for Aurora. I would say that's as good as it can get, at least for now. And Dominic Kite rather, is quite untouchable on this Moskov, at least for now.
He's still leading up against Kelra, and he already has the Trinity build.
The Trinity build.
In his arsenal.
That's how you do it.
So they definitely will be a lot more aggressive from this point onwards. We could expect Dominic Kite to even start things up, maybe. And I admire the patience even when the SOD lands. The timings in which he decides to go in. It's just really perfectly timed, but here we go!
Seal from Brusco. King Kong secures the Lord. This is a sign for ONIC to back off. Brusco is going to be sacrificial lamb, but Demon Kite wants to extend the trade. That's going to be a Brusco for Lord, and ONIC steals away.
That's a very crucial steal because if they gave that away, that would have been a big problem. They would need more clear. And let's not forget, like, as much as the hotfix was good, the Jushin is just not for clearing.
Yep. Somehow, Aurora are still able to manage this though. Dominic Kite will not let it go any further. And ONIC might have to walk away for now. Oh, this is still Aurora seemingly pushing forward as if they did not lose on the objective.
Right, very confident.
So D. Dominic Kite used it just to make sure to zone out ONIC Philippines and take a top lane turret with them.
Stole away the purple.
He also got the purple buff.
Alright, so we're even Stevens right now, at least for now. But again, the map is like 70% Aurora controlled. I don't think you can walk into the ONIC jungle and still feel safe at this point, despite having the Mountain Shocker available, at least for a decent chance.
Yep. And this lack of damage is definitely going to catch up bit by bit. Look at Edward already securing the Queen swings as well. It's going to be a lot more harder for ONIC to take him down if they're not able to pour in the right amount of resources, and if they do not get to isolate him well enough. On the other hand though, I feel like Aurora, they still might want to be a bit more careful about the next steps that they do. They have the Purify spells, but one crucial setup from Brusco could still drastically change the flow of the game. And that cannot be Demon Kite. That cannot be Yue or Dominic Kite. But that's the thing, like I don't think the Purify spells can just be forced out of Aurora easily.
Yeah. So ONIC Philippines really needs to pick their fights. Good pick off, secure the kill, make sure that Aurora can't go head to head 5v5.
I just laughed a little bit when I said you can't force a Purify. I was gonna check how many people have the Purify, and then the graphic blocked me. Yeah, it's you and people with the Purify.
Oh.
There's two of them. All right.
Those are the main targets.
The main targets. But now it's proving that US playing relatively safe as well in this one. I haven't seen him get caught out too much. Even with Brusco on, like, again, aggressive heroes like the Kalea. I guess Brusco just having a bad day today with the Kalea. In this game and in the previous one. I guess I don't blame him. It's just so hard to play Kalea, especially with a lineup that goes very in your face.
Yeah, very mobile lineup paired up with Purifies. It's gonna be hard for Brusco to actually make plays. And now Lord spawn in the bottom side of the map. Still, ONIC Philippines, they have a chance of contesting for this, but they know that Kelmer just came from the top side. Demon Kite, you're waiting for the entry. Look at the damage from Dominic Kite, and Yoan follows up with a kill. One member down immediately. SOD is gonna miss. ONIC Philippines will have to concede this Lord to Aurora.
Man.
Yeah!
That happened so quickly.
Those were just a couple of spears from Dominic Kite, and then the finishing Void Crystal from Yue.
That was clean. Oh, man. And that just goes to show where our players are, where RORA is right now, in terms of how spicy they can get. Even Keller is getting hit by collateral damage.
No, Spear of Misery! Dominic Kite, that was clutch! RWM coming in from Yue. Superfans was able to stay alive. Kellera, ready? Okay. King Kong has his ultimate, but Aurora was able to take the inhibitor turret, and they still have the Lord marching up top.
Oh, it's so tricky to position yourself. Even the damage from the passive, even when it's just the turret that's being targeted by Dominic Kite, is no joke.
Yeah, you're not even the target here.
You're not even the target.
Here comes the charge. Light leading it with a glorious pathway. Lord kept in check. Superfans trying to work on Edward. Curtain call already used up. Edward, the Mortality Pump, Brusco jumps in, and they're able to clear out the Lord. SOD coming in from Dominic Kite, not gonna pop it anymore. Two inhibitor turrets taken down, and Aurora is enjoying every moment of it.
They're playing very conservatively here, and I am all for it, especially for RORA right now. Just pinning down the advantage ONIC might have, any opening is going to be slowed. 2 individual turrets removed.
Amazing defense shown to us here by ONIC. They really tried to spread out their resources as much as they can, and even though they lost 2 base turrets in the process, they've been able to minimize what Aurora could have potentially done. At least for them, the timings in which the Lantern Flare stacks came in, that Land Shaker which never got to land from Edward too, I think those were really key factors into or as to how that entire team fight panned out. It was only the immortality that they got away from Edward, but still that meant something because it was forced, or it forced them to back away, not play as aggressively anymore, and so we could not expect as much follow-up from Aurora. Not to mention the fact that they also do not have the real-world manipulation in US hands at that time because he was already able to use it previously in that previous siege. So everything just fell into place for ONIC, at least for now, but it could be different if Aurora decides to go for another siege with all their resources intact.
Oh, no purple buff again.
Speaking of resources,
For
that's
King Kong, yeah.
another -1 on the resource bar. Man. All right, this is going to be really tricky for for ONIC to navigate because your initiation potential is almost 0.
Yeah.
Right? All you have to do is kind of just rely on RORA to really mess up very badly. Because you can't just dive in with a curtain call. You can't just go in with a tsunami slam.
Yep.
So what do you do?
Force out the purifies from Superfans Lantern Fair.
Yeah, but it's best if they get something out of it because Brusco also has the fleeting time now.
Yeah.
So he can have a bit more tsunami slams available and up for whatever side that they want to do for in a extended team fight. But can they even extend a team fight?
Kirk is low.
They're just blitzing the Lord because they know that ONIC can't go in. RWM already dropped down. So they gotta connect. King Kong gone. Kelro might be the next to fall here. Brusco quite low. He's getting chased down by 3. Kirk caught in the mix. Here comes Avatar! Taking 2. Brusco being chased by Edward. Super Friends alone to defend the waves. Pushing in for Aurora. 2v5. Brusco gone. Super Friends next to fall. The Sonics are blinded by the lights of Aurora.
The lights prevail today, shining brightly against the Superfans.
Wow.
2-1 on the victory.
What a way to get back in this series and in this match. They may have stumbled a couple of times. They've been through so many comebacks and they do not want to experience it yet again. Aurora ending it quick and very decisively against the Super Fam.
They have been through the ringer and back again. Like you guys mentioned, big statements coming in from Aurora, defeating powerhouse teams in MPL Philippines.
I just love how the bracket looks right now. The rankings look right now.
The bracket?
Yeah, the rankings so far. The only remaining undefeated team is Twisted Minds. And
that's true.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That's going to be a look. That's going to be a looker for sure before we start day number 3 tomorrow. But yeah, I don't know if this was, again, in your S16 bingo cards.
Nah.
I did not expect Aurora to take out these 2 powerful teams at, consecutive.
It's always a great fight when we see these 2 teams go up against each other.
That's true.
Like there's this sort of rivalry already going on, even when they last met in S14 Grand Finals. Man, Aurora, they really got their revenge this time around.
Yeah, for sure. Like their batteries are back. Whatever lights were dimming, whatever fixtures you need to get fixed, they have already replaced all the bulbs, and they're shining as brightly as they can, especially here in week number 2. So I'm very excited to see what else the rest of the season is going to look like right after this one. Man, let's have a look and see what they have to say on the stage with Hans and Odin.
Roras, I want to hear you. Lights within. 2 in a row for your winners, Aurora Gaming. 2 in a row Oh, and I have to say, Odin, what a match. They got that third game quick.
What a week 2 for Aurora Gaming. Talaga namang grabe din ang mga fans nyo ngayon. And meron silang bagong chant. Naririnig natin ngayon. And right now, gusto ko makausap ang ating mga coaches. Coach MTB, I wanna ask you now. Kasi nakita natin yung success ng Aurora Turkey with your guidance ng mga coaches ng Aurora Gaming. And you guys defeated ONIC Philippines nung nakatapat nyo sila doon. Right now, ano po yung mga nadala nyo from that experience now that you also faced ONIC Philippines?
Siguro marami rin kasi kaming natutunan talaga sa Turkey. Kasi hindi lang naman kami ni Dex yung nag-guide sa kanila. Meron din kasing ginagawa yung Turkey na in-apply din namin. So isa yun sa siguro nakatulong lalo. Kaya natalo namin sila sa EWC, then nagawa rin namin dito, na-apply din namin.
And apart from that, naka-contribute ba yon para mas makilala nyo yung galaw ng ONIC Philippines facing them now?
I think kaya mukhang magkakilala talaga yung nangyayari sa amin pag magkalaban kami, kasi since I think nabuo yung Aurora, sila talaga yung pinakamaraming beses na naming nakalaban. Kaya tingin ko dikit talaga, walang magiging lamang talaga, laging dikit yung magiging laban yun.
Yeah, I mean, there's always some sort of familiarity na. Kilala na nila isa't isa. Coach MTB, Coach Dex. Coach Dex, I want to ask you this question this time. Okay, Coach Dex, hello. I just want to know more about, in terms of the mental preparations. Because again, you probably had one of the hardest schedules in the first 3 match stretch ninyo dahil nakalaban ninyo ang top 4 of last season. And as of this moment, you were able to beat the 2 finalists of last season. What does this say about Aurora? What does this say about this team? Most likely, just being able to defeat those 2.
Maganda siyang momentum sa amin, syempre. Sa una, mahirap talaga kasi top 4 agad yung kalaban namin na sa schedule namin eh. Pero ayun, at least nagawa namin paraan. Kasi little by little, yung team muna namin, yung tinitingnan namin, hindi makakalaban namin.
Maganda na ang nasimula ng Aurora Gaming. Medyo nakakahinga ng maluwag pag nakakaharap kasi yung mga malalaking teams din natin from last season. And now, yung nasa poll natin kanina. Ano nga ba ang itatawag namin sa iyo, Domeng Kite? Ikaw yung nasa poll namin kanina. Alam mo ba yung mga choices?
Wala.
Ay, parang may gusto na silang itawag sa'yo.
Anong desisyon?
Doming expansion.
Ano daw?
Ano daw?
Doming
so may
expansion.
doming expansion.
Ay, ganon.
Kino-consider nila doming expansion. Ano ang boto ng fans? Ano ang boto? Naku, medyo mahihirapan tayo dyan, ha?
Oo, with feelings
medyo
pa.
mahihirapan tayo dyan. But, you know...
Ayaw.
Oo, sige. Mapag-uusapan naman yan. Pero Domeng, I wanna know more about this one. Because obviously, you wanna carve a name for yourself. Gusto mo na mabigyan yung sarili mo ng, your very own path na nakikita naman namin na nagsashine ka ngayon. What should we expect from you para sa Season 16?
Week 2 pa lang naman to, so parang ginagalingan ko lang kung ano yung laro ko last season. Parang mas in-improve siya ngayon. And mas disiplinado siguro ako ngayon.
And you love it.
Aabangan natin yan, Hans, kung ano nga bang pwede nating itawag kay Domeng Kite. But before we head on back to the casters, gusto ko munang batiin yung naka 500 games na sa MPL Philippines. Edward, ikaw yun.
Edward, 500
Congratulations! 500 games. Ang tagal mo na sa liga. Ang tagal ka na naming nakasama. And I wanna know, ano ba yung pinaka-paborito mong era dito sa MPL Philippines?
Tingin ko yung Season 8.
Season 8?
Ano ba yun? Yung era ng Season 7, Season 8, Season 9?
Back-to-back, most likely.
The-crown era ba yun?
Yun yung back-to-back.
Yung the-crown era. Yung nakalagay sa kahapon, yung may poll na.
I like it. Nakikita niya. And as of this moment, I'm sure na maraming sumuporta sa inyo right from start to finish in this match. Edward, anong masasabi mo sa kanilang lahat at sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa bahay nila?
Si Uwe pare. Ayan. Ayun, maraming salamat sa sumusuporta sa amin and ayun, keep on supporting us and see you next week.
Like it. Tsaka Yue, saan pa ba makikita ang ibang mga events ng Aurora?
Watch party? Jersey. Tsaka jersey.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Note kayo sa watch party ng Aurora. Makita nyo yung details na sa page din. Pati sa BY's watch party.
Yan!
There we finally have it, an ecstatic win for your winners, Aurora Gaming! What a win from Aurora, what a win from the Northern Lights. They got 2 in a row against the finalists of Season 15. Talk about a statement.
That's right, and we were so thrilled to watch the games today with Aurora Gaming. Now, we will toss it back to our casters.
And that is why it is more fun in the Philippines. When you see, when they're in their national stages, they're like gods, walking around. And when they're here, when teams like ONIC and like Team Liquid are here, it feels like a very even playing field.
Yeah.
Everyone is like, we're back to mortal mode.
We're back to the hardest.
The hardest server.
No, not up
What?
Well,
I'm gonna say it for you guys.
What?
The strongest region.
Okay. Strongest
There we go.
And the hardest
you
server.
suddenly slow down.
And because you went all in, brother.
The strongest region.
There you go. Just like Edward right now, proving with the bravest fighter.
The strongest, bravest fighter.
By the way, national hero.
Manipulation.
World.
So that's Edward. Again, it's always a treat watching him in his comfort heroes, and I really think that MTB and Dexstar, just got to give this guy more of the Lapu-Lapu
This was
treatment.
the only Lapu game we saw of him in this series.
Yeah. And I want to see more.
delivered.
The first one was Arlot, then Yura, right?
Yes.
Urine. Okay.
So yeah. It's time to analyze. It's time to get into the analysis for this. Like, sorry, guys. It's been a long day.
Oh, yeah. But,
guys, we've been mentioning, especially during the draft, that it was supposed to be a hard game for Demon Kite.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was a good, easy game for Demon Kite.
Yeah. Come to think of it now, it does feel like whenever Demon Kite does go in, there is no Tsunami Slam to answer back.
Yeah.
It's mostly just going to be the title strike, but even then, that doesn't do much. He still gets to dash towards whoever he wants to target, and it came to a point where you can't really just pour in all of your resources towards Demon Kite because he's not the main problem. He's a big problem, but he's not the main problem anymore. But I think it just kept growing. Like, you can't just decide on who to go for. It's not just one person who's the problem. It's not just two persons who's the problem. It's three.
It's
it's
five.
4 of them. It's 5 of them who's actually a huge problem. That even if you get to take down one, it doesn't really matter. The resources that the other members could still offer will be more than enough against ONIC, especially as they were really playing from behind.
Yeah, and that's why we always see that whenever Brusco was ready to cast the title strike at Tsunami Slam, it's a go signal for Aurora to let's go in, especially for Demon Kite, because there's no hold anymore for him to wreak havoc, especially with electrifying beats. And clearly, one hell of a game, 4-1-4 KDA, and not to mention Doming Kite with a perfect KDA also alongside Edward, 2-0-6.
He seemed to be just so happy whenever Brusco goes in. It's like, all right, that's like half our job done.
Yeah, it's my time to shine.
You're already in front of our faces. Let's
whenever Brusco sets up, he said, Aurora says, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for going to our faces so we can cast our skills and attack you. So I actually like that, and I can't believe that Demon Kite didn't have a hard time, honestly.
Yeah.
I really was expecting him to, not do those easy assassinations, especially against Kelra and King Kong, but somehow he was able to get stuff done. And I actually like the touch of the Eve.
Yeah. Yes.
Right? It's so, I don't know, refreshing.
Refreshing, yeah, I was supposed to say. I've been waiting to see the Eve, honestly, especially after the hotfix, but I think it was only now that we got, I think maybe we got to see it once. Not so sure, we have to confirm on that, but
in the previous game, yeah.
It being in the hands of you is totally different.
Crazy.
It's so, it's so precise. I think it's also because they're able to work together so well.
Yeah.
It was just a joke, but it's true. The real bravest fighter world manipulation is something.
Pathway.
What?
Add the glorious pathway
Okay,
also.
fine. We added.
The very last. Yeah. Because you know what? Light decided I want to join that too. And overall, I would say Domeng Kite went bananas in this one. His Moskov activation is actually very quick.
Yeah.
That's usually the kind of Moskov you see at around 18 minutes, 20 minutes. We saw it around 11, 12, 13 here.
I don't know. I feel like Domeng came into this week with something to prove. Like there's such a huge jump in the way he performs now compared to week 1. Although it's just been a single series for them in week 1. I still think it's a lot. Like you could not compare it to how we used to see him. Or I think you could even include the previous tournaments he's been part of. Like there's just been so much growth for Domeng Kite.
It's a big growth as well as maybe just some new information coming into them from across the land, you know. Again, I think they kind of mentioned it there before. We'll hear you talking on the mic check.
Magbawas. Harapan ko na guys. Ako na. Teka, kasi din nila kayo umangat. Nilord ko. Okay na, out na. Balance tayo. Piso. Mahabol yata. Kalkalin mo eh.
Kalkalin yan.
Pinaka. Stang ko.
Kalkalin.
What did he say?
I don't know anymore.
I don't know what he said, man.
When Demon Kite, who was Demon
Was
Kite?
that Demon Kite?
Demon Kite took down someone from ONIC in the mid lane, then you was like, yeah, nice.
Nice.
I can't identify the voices anymore. They were all talking at the same time. And it's fun.
Demon Kite, they sound the same.
It's so fun to see them have this much energy. I know we failed to see them in the previous international tournaments, but this is looking like a really good start.
What is this? It's Twisted Minds undefeated with a 3-0 score on the top of the leaderboards, followed by ONIC and RORA. Wow. Let's just say wow.
I told you guys, Twisted Minds, the remaining team, was yet to suffer a series loss, but as a Team Falcons fan myself,
well, everyone has a point, right? Which is very...
yeah, everyone does have a point.
Everyone has a point.
Even I have a point.
Yeah, so what's your point? No, I'm just kidding. Everyone has a point, which is very interesting to see, because I don't think we've seen this happen in a long time.
Yeah. It's a very competitive season, as some would say. Like, I think it's been an ongoing argument. Naisu keeps saying it, so you could ask him, but I think it's slowly becoming true.
Yeah.
And even for Fansik Laban, everyone has a point.
Everyone has a point,
Everyone has a point. So even the fans are starting to, get better. Because as Redmar mentioned, if you win this tournament, the players get phones, yeah.
I want to confirm that. I heard that yesterday, or was that... Yeah, I heard that
was
yesterday
from Redmar, yeah.
I'm not sure. I know they got phones now,
Last
but maybe
season.
they can get more today, this season. I don't know.
Yeah.
These are things that you have to find out by going to the venue. So go ahead and buy those tickets. It's ph-mpl.com. If you are close to Makati, it is in Green Suns Hotel. And
even if you're not close, come here.
We saw some people actually fly in.
Because this is technically a hotel, so...
And it's near the airport.
Yeah, it's near the airport. You can stay here. I think they also have a discount for fans who watch MPL.
There you go.
So you can check it for yourselves.
Make it a trip. So what do you guys think about games today?
Totally.
Bring it. Just...
Okay, let's start with the girl who casted every single game.
What you think?
It was so fun. It was so fun. Like, we had really long games. We had really fast games. There was no in-between, I feel. And teams just keep changing. So it really keeps you invested on how their journey is going to be throughout this entire season.
For me, really nothing set in stone. There's no clear advantage when it comes to matchups. So, again, I agree.
It's
Strongest region. Strongest season.
All right. That's been Brigida, Ingan, and Rockhart. And we'll throw it over to our good friend. He's got a sound.
And ang maganda dito sa nakita nating series is na-prove natin yung dalawang items sa keys to victory ng Aurora. And I think it's very important to take note na parang ganito nga talaga yung way para i-approach yung ONIC. Una, kailangan nilang ipuwersa sa funnel core itong si King Kong. So ano nga ba yun? Well, Yisun Shin can be attributed as a fighter core or fighter jungler. Pwede rin naman siyang maging funnel core kung saan yung gold laner mo ay fighter din. So, nakita natin nung game number 2 na pinili nila yung isang CC, the gold lane. And then game number 3 with the Granger na kung isipin yung late game options talaga nila is kay King Kong lang. At mukhang hindi ito nag-work para sa side ng ONIC. In game number 1, nanalo ang ONIC because of that comeback mechanic na meron silang Moskov. But in games 2 and 3 with the drafting na ginawa ng RORA na napuwersa ang ONIC na pumili ng ganitong klaseng composition, dun na nadali ang ONIC. And also, yung isa pang item na natin i-checkan dito ngayon is yung i-explain matchups. It's very clear in game number 3 na kapag hindi nadadalawan si Kirk or kung hindi nakakaikot si Kirk papunta dun sa other side of the map, basta naiipit siya dun sa side niya ng mapa, it's going to be not good para sa ONIC. And Edward took advantage of that, being the MVP of game number 3. Ganon kaganda ang adjustments mula sa RORA at mukhang hindi sila natulog para lang paghandaan yung kanilang mga week 2 matchups. Kaya naman, deserve na deserve ang kanilang mga panalo sa ngayon. They can sleep well and mukhang makakabalik na ang ilaw sa RORA. For ONIC, we'll see kung paano sila makapag-comeback. But that was their last series of this week. So, what a week 2, day 2. It has been. Marami pang mangyayari sa ating negosyo. Ngayon, papasa na muna natin sa ating mga host, si Hans at si Claudine.
This triple header of a Saturday has been nothing short of amazing. Tila nagamit ng lahat ng ating mga fans ang kanilang boses to make sure to keep it ecstatic for day number 2.
Tama ka dyan, because today is Superfans Saturday. Kaya naman binigyan tayo ng ating mga kupunan ng may init na laban. Unang serye pa lamang nakita na natin TNC Pro Team versus Team Falcons, where the Phoenix has definitely risen after defeating one of the titans of the league.
You know, this goes to show you that we are at a completely different era, right? Dahil week 2 pa lamang, meron ng tigi-isang panalo ang lahat ng mga MPL teams. Goes to show you that everyone is making progress and everyone is looking to go at the top.
This season is definitely competitive dahil nakita rin natin ang ikalawang serye with Twisted Minds still being undefeated into the season.
And in that last series, it was the ONIC record being stained by the Northern Lights as the spotlight is looking good para sa Aurora to make it 2 in a row.
Tomorrow is the last day of week 2 at marami pa tayong aabangan sa ating mga kupunan. And remember, Sunday is Family Day, kaya isama nyo na dito sa MPL Arena ang buong pamilya. Muli, magandang gabi. This is your very own Odin.
At ako naman si Hans Galeria. Sama-sama tayo bukas dito lang sa MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Get us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay na